Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you fabulous. It is Tuesday, and we are going to have another fiery day in court. Yesterday was quite an interesting day, and I am looking forward to some more in the Florida versus the, I'm going to have to take these off, Florida versus the Anderson trial. Whew, girl, having hot flashes. So I hope that y'all had a wonderful evening last night. I want to thank first in chat, Miss Erin, then Angela, then Steve, you were third. Congratulations. Welcome in, Sarah. Thank you for joining. And I did see June hop in for a second, and she hopped back out. Miss Brooklyn is in the house. Hello, hello, everybody. All right, let's get into it. Let's do a recap. Yeah, I got to be honest. I've been waking up every morning with headaches, y'all. I don't know why. Every morning I'm waking up with headaches. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the change in the weather. Although the headache is about at a 3 right now. Thank you, Jesus. I've been working on it. So my glasses, I don't know. Maybe it's just, it is what it is. But are y'all ready for a new day? But before we do a new day, we got to look back at what happened yesterday. Day 4. Wow. It was all about evidence, text messages that stunned the courtroom. Prosecutors revealed a series of texts that allegedly were sent by Alicia Andrews in 2021, including one that read, "He needs to die." These messages were used to argue motive and premeditation, suggesting that Andrews helped coordinate the ambush. I don't know. I'm on the fence about that part. I can't answer right now how I feel about that, but we had expert testimony. The firearm analyst testified about the shell casings found at the Tampa hotel, linking them to the weapon tied to Andrews' associates. The experts explained ballistic material and the ammunition. Thought I was going to sneeze type, reinforcing the theory of a planned attack. There was surveillance and body cam footage. Jurors watched intense footage from the hotel ambush, including surveillance clips of the body cam videos for responding officers. The visuals captured the chaos, the rapid fire, supporting the prosecution claim of a coordinated strike. I got to admit, it looked like a coordinated strike, to be honest with you. To be totally honest, in my humble opinion. But did she know about it? Was she a part of that coordination? That's the question. So then we have allegations of gang connections. So prosecutors reiterated Andrews' alleged ties to the Jacksonville ATK gang, framing Julio's Red Room as a part of violent feud rival gang KTTA. The defense denied any and all gang affiliation and argued Andrews had no direct role in the shooting, direct or indirect. I find it interesting. I would like for them to sit there and say she had no indirect role. She didn't know anything, direct or indirect, and they've not done that. It's all direct, is what they've been saying. Then we had objection drama. So the prosecution versus the defense over text messages. The defense objected to the introduction of the text coordinating travel, lodging before the ambush, claiming they lacked proper side-by, and the judge allowed them in, prompting visual frustration from Andrews' attorneys. Andrews' attorneys lost 99% of her objections yesterday. Is the judge biased, or were they just that bad? I believe they were just that bad. Under cross-examination, fireworks happened during the cross-examination of forensic analysts. The defense challenged the reliability and the geolocation data. When the analysts referenced unrelated case to support their method, the prosecution objected. Irrelevant testimony. The judge sustained the objection, cutting off the analyst mid-sentence. Now, the witness coaching allegations came across, and a dramatic moment unfolded when the defense accused the prosecution of coaching a key witness, a hotel guest who claimed to see Andrews and the group before the shooting. The defense objected to the leading question and suggested that the answers were rehearsed. The judge overruled, but warned both sides to avoid grandstanding objections. Julio Foolio's mother took the stand on day 4 trial on 27th of this month, yesterday. Her emotional testimony was a pivot moment, drawing objections from the defense and deep reactions in the courtroom. So during her testimony, she described the devastating loss of her son, of course, and who is Charles Jones, a.k.a. Julio Foolio, and the toll it has taken on their family. There was there's testimony about the gang violence and reference to, as she spoke about Foolio's death, and reference to broader gang violence that claimed his life. The defense objected, accusing the prosecution of emotional manipulation. No, I believed it was real. The judge allowed her to continue, but instructed the jury to focus strictly on the factual testimony, not the emotions that appear. Her presence underscored the human cost of life and added a gravity to the prosecution's narrative. So then we have the medical examiner's testimony. Multiple gunshot wounds. Foolio, whose legitimate name is Charles Jones, sustained several wounds, including a fatal shot to the chest. The examiner confirmed that the injuries were consistent with a high-powered weapon fired at close range. The cause of death, the official cause of death, is listed as homicide due to multiple gunshot wounds. The examiner emphasized that the chest wounds alone would have been fatal, but the additional shots compounded the trauma. The rapid fire pattern based on entry wounds and trajectory analysis, the examiner suggested the shots came in quick succession, supporting the prosecutor's theory of a coordinated ambush. No signs of struggle on the autopsy revealed that there were no defensive wounds. Sorry, y'all. Indicating Julio was likely caught off guard, possibly asleep in the seat when the shooting began. There was a toxicology report. While not a central part of the prosecution's case, the examiner noted traces of alcohol and THC in Julio's system, consistent with the birthday celebration. The defense did not challenge this portion of the report. So the impact of the trial on this trial from the medical examiner's testimony, it reinforced the prosecution's narrative, a hellish onslaught, the term they used repeatedly to describe the attack. It also helped coordinate earlier witness accounts, including Julio's friends, who described walking up to gunfire and seeing Julio unresponsive in the car. So that is where we are, guys. The recap from day 4. Who else has hopped in this morning when I was reading? Good morning, Miss June. I thought I ran you off and I didn't realize y'all were hearing what I was listening to. in StreamYard. I hope I didn't run you off. Thank you so much. I don't see, Brooklyn says, I don't see the connection yet. The defendant, I see where they're going. Do I believe that they've made enough connection for there to be a conviction? Not yet. In my humblest of opinions, I don't see a connection yet. Okay. Well, I saw June hop out, and I thought, oh, she doesn't like my style of music. Sorry, June. Okay, we do have court movement, and we have stuff going on in court, so we're going to hop on in. I'm going to show your chats. Let me get that down, and let's get into court. I did my hair real quick. Real quick, y'all. So today, butter, not in a juice scale for soup. I don't. Girl, she's so tired. Look at that. Like, do I really have to be here for this? How does that feel? She's like, I really don't want to be here today. To do my hot, my four, my 3 meals a day. Like, I'm over this. So done. Today I'm wearing my Native American shirt. If I can stand up a shirt that's coming in. I'm only going to be here half a day tomorrow, but we will be live on the road. I have to Austin tomorrow. Austin, direct on. I'll be around my native family. Yep. I feel naked now. I used to never wear earrings at all, and then my mom fussed at me so much about not ever wearing jewelry. Now I feel naked without it. Go figure. Thank you, Mom. Okay, let's get the bingo card up while we're waiting. Here is our bingo card for the day. Here we go. Thank you, Miss Fabulous June. That's her new nickname, Fabulous June, FP. No further questions, state rest. Data files outside the jury presence admitted, probable cause, too safe, or, yeah, you know what it is. Do you recognize National Game Database? Are you aware of speculation free to go Jackson Sheriff's Department? Their inaccurate social media accounts. In my cloud, Tampa Police Department, tiny water cup, search warrant, and ammunition. What is that? Ammunition. I don't know what that one is. Something to do intelligence center. I can't read it. too small. Brass capture Florida gang database security camera. I'm sure she will type it for me because I can't read it. Please make sure to do all the highlights I shared, like everybody's been doing. Let me go into that. June, can you tell me? Oh, hold on. You're not, June, are you not in the background? I don't know what the blank is. June, in private chat, I sent you a message. Okay, so we can get back into it. Please grab your bingo card. It is pinned at the top of our comments. You make it your bingo card. It is free to play. Bingo and horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, or a wall. You have a total of 13 possible entries. Every time you bingo, type bingo. Okay, Crime QQ Intelligence Center. Thank you so much, June. I just don't see you in the back office. I'm sorry, June. Okay. I hope you're well. Angela, I hope you're feeling well. I hope you were able to get some sleep. I actually, I got to watch one episode, I think, of Bones, and then I fell asleep. I was up till almost midnight last night, so that was 12, 24, 36 hours. First sip of coffee, always the best. Always, always. Let's see if I can zoom. I'm just really interested. I would love to do a psychological dive on this girl. She seems so detached, so disinterested. Not a lot of communication between her team.
And then we took the locks off and we didn't waste time doing it. Oh, good. Appreciate it. You're welcome. All set.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
Bring the jury. Is it on here? Nope.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. All right, on the overnight recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news or social media accounts
No, I did
related
not.
to this case? Talk to anybody about anything related to this case or do any independent investigation about this case? Okay, very good. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Angela. Get your medication, get your coffee, go back up in your chair. Girl, I was worried about that.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Amara Drew,
Can you spell both names, please?
AMARADREW.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE for short, in their firearms section.
Okay, and FDLE, is that a statewide agency, law enforcement agency here in Florida?
It is.
Does that agency maintain crime laboratories throughout the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there one here at the Tampa Bay Regional Center here in Tampa?
There is.
Now, that laboratory, is it contained within a larger complex?
Yes, the investigations is also housed there.
All right. Can you tell the jurors, first of all, your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science from Westchester University in Forensic and Toxicological Chemistry. After completing my school education, I completed on-the-job training in the field of firearms and tool marks examination, which I successfully completed.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors your work history?
So I started working in the firearms field in April of 2019 with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms unit. After employment there, I was employed with the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory, again in their firearms unit. And then I joined FDLE in June of 2023, again with their firearms unit.
So with both the laboratory in Idaho and the laboratory in North Carolina, are those laboratories similar to FDLE that accept evidence from law enforcement agencies?
That is true.
All right. And so this is a public-funded, publicly ran laboratory in both of those states?
June, would that go for Crime Pew Pew Intelligence Center? Would this match, or is that an exact match? Let me know if I can mark it off.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you first about your time at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory. How many years were you there?
I was there from April of 2019 till July of 2020.
Did you receive training at that laboratory when you started there in the area of firearms examination and identification?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors about that training?
So my training included readings, practical assessments of comparisons of cartridge cases, functionality of different types of firearms, the assembly, disassembly, serial number restoration, and all of that was written tested, practical tested, which ended with a competency test and a mock trial, which I successfully completed all of that.
What positions did you hold in that laboratory?
I was a contract grant employee in their firearms unit.
And did you conduct actual casework?
I did.
In your casework there at that laboratory, did you work with firearms that were being submitted by law enforcement agencies and firearm components such as fired cartridge cases or projectiles or jacketing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion during that time period to work on guns such as the Glock manufactured pistol and AR platform weapons?
I've worked with those firearms before, yes.
Moving on to North Carolina State Crime Lab. First of all, what part of the state were you in? What part was that laboratory located in?
It was located in Hendersonville, so the western side of the state near Asheville, North Carolina.
What years did you work there?
I was employed there from July of 2020 till May of 2023.
Did you receive any training, additional training when you arrived there?
When I arrived in North Carolina, I did an expedited training program with more practical assessments and written tests to show that I was competent in the type of examinations that I said I was trained in Idaho.
Were you able to meet their proficiency standards?
I was.
Did you conduct actual casework there?
I did.
When you left that laboratory, is that when you came here to Florida to work at the FDLE?
That is correct.
And your job here at FDLE, has it always been in Tampa?
Yes,
So you started here in Tampa and you're still there in Tampa.
that is correct, yes.
Is there a laboratory maintained by the FDLE in Jacksonville?
There is, yes.
Same type of laboratory as here?
Yes, sir.
In the laboratory here and the laboratory in Jacksonville, you work in the firearms section, correct?
The laboratory here in Tampa, I work in firearms, but
I'm sorry, here in Tampa.
yeah,
and
but
in
Jacksonville has a firearms section as well.
And they maintain other disciplines in those laboratories, is that correct?
That is correct.
Such as DNA analysis and other areas.
Correct. Each
think-
lab has multiple disciplines.
I believe the DNA laboratory is known as the biology laboratory.
Yes.
So let's talk about your time here at FDLE. When you came to FDLE, did you have to undergo any additional training?
Upon my employment with FDLE, I went through an assessment period to show that, again, that I can do the type of examination that I said I was trained to do. And then upon completing that assessment, I did 6 months of supervised casework within my training period as well. And then I successfully completed all of that and was released for casework.
Can you explain what supervised casework, what that term means?
So supervised casework means that I have hands-on actual cases under a qualified examiner that has already been released at that laboratory. So it's real casework, and they're going behind and verifying that we are conducting the examinations as we are supposed to and accurately.
Do you, while you're employed at FDLE and have been, do you continue to receive additional and annual training?
We do.
Do you keep abreast of current trends and new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis and identification?
I do.
Do you, as an analyst, undergo proficiency testing at the FDLE on some periodic basis?
We do, yes.
Can you explain that, please?
So every year we get an annual proficiency test. So that's an external test we receive from a company in the field for comparison examination. And that is done every year. So we are tested on whether or not we can come to the accurate conclusion on doing microscopic comparisons. And then throughout our 4-year cycle, we are also tested on our serial number restoration internally, or that's externally, I apologize, and then internal proficiency competency testing for other services we offer, like function testing, measuring barrel and overall length, and our database entry.
Have you ever had any problem with your proficiency testing?
I have not.
Have you met all proficiency standards while employed at FDLE?
I have.
Would they ever admit they had a problem? Would they ever admit that they are not qualified? I would hope so, but I wouldn't put anybody on the stand that did, but I appreciate the question.
Is there, well, first let me go back. Is the FDLE laboratory itself, does it hold certifications as a laboratory?
Our laboratory is accredited, yes.
Accredited, I'm sorry, accreditations.
Yes.
And are those accreditations that are set by an external agency or agencies?
They are.
And is there an auditing process that the firearms section undergoes and that the laboratory undergoes?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so we are on a 4-year accreditation cycle. So there's an external body that comes in and does a big audit for us every 4 years. There are smaller ones throughout the 4-year cycle as well to just make sure we're still following our standards. But the big one comes through and they go over all of our standard operating procedures, our training manuals, our casework and stuff to verify that we are conducting our examinations the way we say we are in our SOPs, as well as that our SOPs align with the international standards that are set forth.
SOP, standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that auditing process, are there internal FDLE auditing that occurs?
There is, yes.
Does that involve other laboratories?
It does.
How does that work?
So our internal audits happen every year, and analysts, firearms analysts from our other regions will come to our laboratory and audit us to make sure us as a Tampa Bay laboratory are following the operating procedures as well.
Do you participate in the auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate, yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool mark examination, analysis, and identification?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 15.
In what jurisdictions?
There's probably about 8 to 9 in North Carolina and the remaining here in Florida.
How many total times have you conducted comparisons and analysis of firearms or firearm components?
I've worked hundreds of cases. So there's thousands of comparisons and hundreds of firearms I've examined.
Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Drew for voir dire.
Any questions?
No.
Proceed.
That was easy. How was the sound?
So you've previously described where you work here in Tampa. Can you tell us where the laboratory is located here in Tampa?
It's located about 20 minutes from here, near the Buck Stadium.
It's on North Lois?
Yes.
And would it be just to the north or northwest of Hillsborough Community College?
Yes.
Or it may be known as Hillsborough College now, I'm not sure. When evidence is brought to that laboratory and that complex by law enforcement agencies, such as the Tampa Police Department, can you explain to the jury how that evidence is taken into the laboratory?
So when an agency brings evidence to our laboratory, it comes in through our evidence intake section. We have evidence technicians there that will accept the evidence, log it into our LIM system, which is our laboratory information management system, with what the items are coming in, the description that the agency has provided for said items, and that's the initial entry into our system that is tracked so we can follow where the evidence is within our laboratory. Once it comes into the laboratory and it's given its FDLE case number, and each item in the case is given its own item number, It is stored in the evidence vault until it is checked out by an analyst.
All right, and so you said vault, is that a secure area?
It is.
And so now you've mentioned a FDLE number. So when a piece of evidence or pieces of evidence, items of evidence are brought to the laboratory and submitted, is there an FDLE number that is created and assigned to that case?
That is correct, yes.
And is that a unique number to that case?
Yes, each case gets its own number.
The individual items of evidence as they are brought in, are they assigned an item number, an FDLE item number?
They are, yes.
And does that item number, does it, in your generated reports, is it associated to an agency exhibit number?
It is, yes.
And so the agency is required when they bring that in to fill out some type of a form that is generated by FDLE?
That is correct. We
Is
get that information on what's called a case tracking form.
Case tracking form, and I believe an evidence submission form?
That's not something I would see. That comes in the evidence intake section. The form I see is the case tracking form.
So they have to assign to it an evidence or a exhibit number of their own?
That is correct.
Okay. And if there's some discrepancy in their exhibit number that they provided, how do you go about resolving that?
If there's an item discrepancy issue, we will reach out to the agency to verify that what we have is an item discrepancy, and we will return the evidence unworked until they can fix that item and return it correctly so their description and item numbers match up.
If that occurs, is that noted in your report that you generate?
That is correct, it is.
When you conduct analysis of firearms or firearm components such as ammunition, do you in fact generate a report that indicates your results?
I do, yes.
Does that report contain the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it contain the submitting agency's report number
It does.
for that case?
It does.
Does it commonly contain a description of the offense that it's related to?
Yes.
Does it sometimes contain the name of a victim if it's a crime involving a victim?
If provided by the agency, yes.
Also in the report, does it indicate who the officer is that's submitting the agent or the evidence
Yes.
and the date that it was submitted?
Yes.
In this case, did you in fact conduct analysis on multiple submissions from two different agencies and produce multiple laboratory reports?
I did, yes.
So I'm going to go to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688 laboratory report dated December 26, 2024.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Your Honor, may she refer to her notes or her report? If you want to have your report in front of you while you're testifying, that's fine. If you refer to it, please let us know.
Okay.
So in that case, who was the submitting agency?
This case was submitted to us by the Tampa Police Department.
And was evidence received or submitted to the Tampa Bay Laboratory here in Tampa on September 18th of 2024?
Sorry, I'm referring. I apologize, there's two reports in this case. One of the submissions was received on September 18th, 2024.
I was going to ask you to hold that open because you may need to refer to your notes. I was going to ask, who is the submitting officer?
So for the one submitted on September 18th, the submitting officer, I believe, is Juan Ramos.
And was that in reference to a certain offense?
Yes.
And was that offense described generally in your report?
Yes.
Was it described as a death investigation, Hillsborough County, June 23rd, 2024?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, on that report, you have the unique FDLE number you've indicated to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The agency number is documented?
Overall, go ahead.
Is the agency number documented in that report?
The agency number is, yes.
What is the Tampa Police Department agency number?
The agency number provided to me was 24-365605.
What was the item that was received by FDLE?
In this case, I received a fired cartridge case.
And in your report, did you assign an FDLE item number to that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does have an FDLE item number.
What is that number?
In this submission, it was FDLE item 7.
And what was the agency's accompanying exhibit number for that item?
The provided agency exhibit number was 1847503-5.
Did you conduct analysis on that cartridge case and
I did.
examine it?
I did.
Okay. When you conduct an analysis of an item such as a shell casing, in this case, how do you go about obtaining that evidence, or how do you end up bringing it or transporting it to your lab?
So after the evidence comes into our lab, it gets stored in that evidence vault. When I'm assigned a case by my supervisor, I will then take the file with the case tracking form that I received and bring it to the evidence window, where I will then check the evidence out from one of our technicians, and it is digitally tracked in that lab information management system, LIMS, that I mentioned. And once I go ahead and digitally sign for that evidence, I will then take it to my personal lab space, where I will either begin working on it or store it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
Canton, Mouse, pay attention. That's the proper chain of evidence.
When the item is processed in,
Not just leaving it in the trunk of your car or leaving it in your desk. Literally, leaving it in your desk for weeks on end. Not contained in an evidence locker.
to the evidence section, is there some type of a label that's generated and placed on the packaging that the item is in?
There is, yes.
And, okay, first of all, I'm going to move to published states 14, Your Honor.
Okay?
Now, when you receive items such as firearm components, ammunition, fired cartridge cases, or projectiles, are they commonly submitted in packaging that is similar to what I'm holding up in states 14?
Yeah, that is a common type of packaging we receive.
A paper evidence envelope?
Yes, it could be that, a plastic bag, a brown paper bag.
So, publishing states 14, do you see the FDLE label?
Yes, I do.
Is it the yellow label?
It is.
What is this number on the top here where the pen is pointing?
So that is the given case number, FDLE case number that is assigned to it when it enters the laboratory.
And the number 7?
That is its given item number from FDLE.
And this line below the number 7?
So that is our barcode because we digitally transfer everything via the system. So that's how we scan our evidence to be able to transfer it.
And on the label, does the label indicate the submitting agency?
It does.
And in this case, who's the submitting agency that's indicated?
Tampa Police Department.
And is the Tampa Police Department's case number also included?
That is correct.
Is that just below where it reads Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And then the item number below that, would that in fact be the TPD exhibit number?
Yes, that's the agency exhibit number.
Below that packaging, there is some writing there that appears to duplicate the FDLE number.
That's correct.
Is that your handwriting?
That is. I will mark evidence when I begin to work it with the agency case number, or apologies, the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
This is your initials above my finger?
That is.
When you retrieve the evidence and bring it to your laboratory, how do you go about opening an item such as this?
So when I receive the evidence, I will take it to my area. I will verify that the information on that label and on the packaging matches what I have on the case tracking form. Once I verify that I have the correct evidence, I will then proceed to open it. I will cut the package open, trying to avoid any seals that are existing on the packaging, and verify again that I have the correct evidence, and then I will fill out the appropriate worksheet for the type of evidence I received.
Okay. So in this case, publishing states 14, we see evidence tape up here that reads evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But we also see tape here that appears to have a DLE. Do you recognize that evidence tape?
Yes, I do.
And do you know where that came from?
That would be the seal I placed on it.
Okay, and are those your initials?
They are.
And the date?
Yep, that is the date I sealed the evidence.
All right, so this is when you finished your analysis and conducted all the work you did on this case, you placed it back into that envelope
Correct.
and then resealed it.
Correct.
So this is the area where you had opened the envelope,
That is correct.
and you used that area to avoid the tape that was already on the envelope?
I try to, yes.
All right. Now, when you're confirming that the information matches your submitting forms from the agency, are you using their labeling to do that?
I'm using their labeling, our labeling, any information provided to try to verify that I have the correct evidence.
Before opening the package and before beginning your analysis, do you don some type of protective gear?
Generally, we will wear gloves to protect our hands from anything that potentially could be on the evidence.
Now, in stage 14, there is a smaller envelope contained within. I want to ask you about that, so I'm going to publish this item. I'll ask you first of all, do you see any markings on that smaller envelope that you recognize?
So that's my initials and date in my handwriting from where I sealed the envelope.
So this is evidence from FDLE or evidence tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're initialing it and dating, it appears that you're putting part of that on the tape and part on the envelope.
That is correct.
Why do you do that?
I do that to verify that if there is any, tampering or whatnot, you can still see that I marked it at some point, so I try to do on both the tape and the envelope.
And then on the other side, do you do the same thing?
That's correct.
Removing the item and publishing. Do you see something on that cartridge case?
Yes, those are my markings that I marked with the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials for that item.
Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it published. What is that item?
That is a cartridge case that I received.
All right. And has it been fired?
It has, yes.
How do you know that?
There is a firing and impression and other marks on it to indicate that it has been fired.
Can you describe for us where that marking is it indicates? You said a firing pin mark?
So the firing and pin impression is that D shape that you see that kind of looks like it sinks into the cartridge case a little bit. That is where the firing pin strikes, and that is what we refer to as the firing pin impression.
So I want to ask you about this. What part of the cartridge case is this that we're looking at?
So this is the head of the cartridge case. It is the part that would be seated against the breech face of the firearm.
And is that commonly known as a head stamp?
The head stamp is the markings that are on that, where you see the MXT and the other writing is considered the head stamp.
So the indentation in the middle of that cartridge case, that is something that is left by some component of the firearm?
That is correct.
And that would be the firing pin?
Yes, that indentation is from the firing pin.
All right. Now, on the top of the cartridge case, I really can't point to it because it's so small, but it reads MXT. What does that stand for, and what is that there for?
I believe it's Max Tech is the manufacturer of that ammo. It is just the company that makes that cartridge case.
So it's a way of branding the cartridge case?
That is correct.
You've described the cartridge case in your report as a 9mm Luger, is that right?
That is correct.
Caliber.
That is correct.
All right. On the head of the cartridge case, we see the indentations 9X19. What does that stand for?
So that's 9x19. That's indicating that it is a 9mm, and the 19 is indicating the case length. It's just another name for 9mm Luger, but it means the same thing.
On heads of cases like this from different manufacturers, do you sometimes just see 9mm
You can, yes.
or 9mm Luger?
You can, yes.
All right. So all of those stand for the same thing?
That is correct,
All
yes.
right. And do you know what the 23 23 is on there?
I do not remember that.
Okay. Possibly something proprietary to that brand?
It could possibly be the year.
Overall, go ahead.
It could possibly be the year it was that specific cartridge lot was made, but I'm unsure exactly what the 23 means.
Now, you talked about this being manufactured by Max Tech. Are there other companies that produce handgun ammunition?
Yes,
Are there other companies that produce 9mm ammunition?
yes.
Can you tell us some of those companies?
There's Remington, CCI, Spear, Sig Sauer, Federal, PMC. There's a lot of companies that make 9mm caliber.
Winchester, is that one of them?
Yes,
Or Fiocchi or Fiocchi, depending on
Yes.
how you pronounce it?
Sustain the objection, rephrase.
Yes. Are Winchester and Fiocchi, are those manufacturers of ammunition?
those are also manufacturers, yes.
Do those companies make 9mm ammunition?
They do.
So not an exhaustive list, but there are, would it be fair to say there are several companies that manufacture 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
So I'm going to move on to another December 26, 2024 laboratory report that you produced. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number 2024-040-3556. All right, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, what was the agency number?
The associated agency case number provided to me was, again, I'm referring to my notes, 24-031826.
And what agency was the submitting agency?
This was from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Was that item or items, were they submitted to the FDLE laboratory in December?
Are we referring to which submission?
On that report, does the report indicate that the evidence was submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay.
The one submitted on December 10th, 2024? Is that the,
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. Okay. Yes, December 10th.
okay, yes.
Okay. And was that by a C.G. Morris?
It was, yes.
And what was included in that submission?
This submission contained 2 fired cartridge cases.
What was the full description given in your report?
I described them as 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases, and they were designated as items 9.1 and 9.2.
All right. And generally, what was the FDLE item number for those?
They came in as an item 9, FDLE.
And what was the agency exhibit number that was accompanying that?
The agency exhibit number I received was 8-50.
Were those items at some point transported from the Jacksonville laboratory to the Tampa Bay laboratory by FDLE personnel?
They were.
And were they placed into the evidence section at the Tampa laboratory or brought directly to you?
They would go through the evidence section.
And at some point, so you have to check them out to conduct your analysis?
That is correct.
Okay. Publishing states 58. Would you agree with me that this is another evidence envelope?
It is, yes.
Do you see the FDLE label?
I do.
And is that in reference to the submission we're talking about?
It is, yes.
Does it have the unique FDLE number
It does.
Does it have the item number?
It does.
Does it have the submitting agency
Yes.
and their case number?
Yes.
And the item or exhibit number from the agency?
Yes.
And just like with the other packaging, do you see your FDLE number, the item number, and your initials that you wrote on this package?
I do.
And is there a date or, no, I'm sorry, is there an item indicated below that?
Yes.
So you have number 9 and then you have 9.1 through 9.2?
That is correct.
Do you see your FDLE tape where you resealed this package?
I do.
And you did that after your work was completed?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to hold on to it.
I just wish they would keep the camera on the witness and off of her, unless there's something that we're not supposed to see. But I'm tired of watching. What do y'all think?
States 58, publishing contents.
Now,
Try to line
you know, and it's not often talked about, but you may see it here. They do engrave the case number, the initials of the person who handled the casing and bullets initially, and the date, or they engrave certain information on this evidence. So if you see some markings like right there that you're not familiar with, they stamp or engrave that information on them so they can track it.
so you can see markings. Do you
you go.
recognize the markings
Or they mark it with a Sharpie.
on these
Some use an engraver. Some will use a permanent marker.
cartridge cases?
The one with the blue right there, no, yes, both of them, that is my handwriting of the associated
The judge, the lawyers,
FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
right?
And so this consists of 2 fired cartridge cases?
That is correct, yes.
All right.
If you notice, one has a red dot, one does not. That goes to represent one of them that's actual evidence. The other one is where they fire into a water tank to compare. The stamp on the back. So you have 2 green markings. Line up your greens. There you go.
What we're looking at would be the head of each of those cartridge cases?
That is correct.
Is that correct? All right.
This is a good, oh, come on, quit it. This silver is called primer.
On this, the heads of both of those cartridge cases, first of all, do we see indications that those were fired?
Yes,
All right, in the same area?
yes.
Now, the area where we see that fire pin impression, what is that area of the cartridge case?
So that is the primer of the cartridge case. That's the area where the firing pin strikes, and that striking causes an ignition or an explosion, which ignites the powder that is housed in the unfired cartridge, and that burns, which expands and projects the projectile out.
All right. And so the powder, the gunpowder would be, in the cartridge case, would be above the primer?
Correct.
And then it would be in contact with the primer?
It'll be inside, seated on the inner part of the cartridge case, but yes, it'll come on contact to the inner part of the head of the cartridge case.
And was that the same true for the cartridge case we looked at in item number 14?
That is correct,
Stage
yes.
14, okay. And again, we see indications here that a firing pin has struck that primer on both these.
Yes,
Now, on these heads of these cartridge cases, do we see head stamps indicating the manufacturer?
we do.
And where is that, or can you describe it to us?
The manufacturer of these would be the FC, which is federal.
Okay, so FC Federal Corporation or Company?
Yeah.
All right. Now, is the caliber designated on these cartridge cases?
It is, yes.
And is it different than what we saw in the other cartridge case?
It's the same caliber, but written differently. So on this instance, they're written as the 9mm Luger.
Okay, so 9mm Luger on both.
Correct.
Okay. Did you conduct analysis of these two items?
I did.
Did you do comparisons of the items where you compared them to each other?
I did.
And what were your findings or results?
For the items 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases, I identified them to each other.
What does that mean?
That means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. And then, did you compare them to item 14, which was the shell casing that we looked at earlier that had the MXT on it?
Would that be the item 7 from FDLE?
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to refer to your report. This would be your FDLE report number 307688, item 7.
Yes, I did do a comparison between 9.1 and 9.2 from the FDLE case number 24-4-3556 to that item 7 cartridge case in the other case.
And what were the results of your comparison?
I concluded that they were identified to each other,
And what does that mean?
meaning that all of them were fired from the same firearm.
I doubt she would wear any of those article of clothing out in the real world. I'm sure this is like putting a schoolgirl uniform on her. Oh, yay. Cat finally moved. I couldn't put my feet up, couldn't get my blanket because Kitty was laying on it. I was like, I want to put my feet up. But I don't want to disturb a 15-year-old kitty either. Now I can get comfy. Oh. All right, back to court. Although this is interesting, I am appreciating how she is explaining this. Is very very clear. It's easy to follow, especially for people who know nothing about lead shooters. I'm enjoying her testimony. Oh, Andrews is
Were you able to determine with all three of those exhibits whether they demonstrated in any of the markings on the casings class characteristics consistent with being fired by a certain brand of pistol?
I was, yes.
What were your findings as to that?
I determined that those cartridge cases display class characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, but among possible others, but generally Glock.
Okay. And that would include your item 7 in states 14 and your item 9.1 and 9.2 in states, I believe it was 58.
Yes, sir.
Sure, yes, 58. All right. Did you indicate the results that you've just testified to in both of those reports?
I did.
And is that in a cross-reference section of the report?
Yes.
All right, now I want to move, and I know you generated several reports dated January 9th of 2025, is that correct?
I'd have to verify the dates. Yes.
So I want to go first to your FDLE number 2024-030.
There's innocent and there's making her look like a 2-year-old child. You can go too far with your innocence, that's for sure. No, Brooklyn, but I've seen pictures of her through social media and courts and stuff. That is not how she dresses. That's not her norm. Now, I understand her norm may not be appropriate for court. I get that. But at the same time, they need to balance it a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Unless you're Wade Wilson and tattooed face in prison. Oh, yeah, they did. And it's no problem wearing a nice suit. I appreciate a nice suit. Gosh, I wish I had a nice suit. I'm a very tailored person. Give me Ralph Lauren Talbots any day of the week. Coco Chanel would be fab, but it's the colors, it's the style. I mean, that suit that poor girl had on yesterday was on the verge of putrid. I didn't know if it was a pale green or pale yellow, but it just made her look sickly. The sweater's okay, but it's the color choices. I know a lot of the clothing that they get for her do come usually from thrift stores or community centers because it's probably the victims or some court, whatever is doing it. But still, y'all, come on. Well, and that's fine to be covering up tattoos. Put a long sleeve black turtleneck on her with a jacket would be perfect. But God, don't make her look like she's 2 years old and put something that's not going to make her want to look like. When I looked at her yesterday, every time it makes me want to vomit. Obviously, whoever's dressing her is colorblind.
7688.
Just saying.
And this is Tampa Police Department agency number 365605.
That is what I have, yes.
All right, and that would be the same submitting agency and report number and FDLE number as your item 7 came from, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Under this report, did the FDLE Tampa Bay lab receive evidence on August 21st of 2024 and also on December 19th of 2024?
That is correct.
And who submitted that evidence?
It looks like both were submitted by Juan Ramos.
All right. And were there FDLE item numbers generated in that report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9.
That is correct.
All right. So I want to start with your item 1. What was the description that you placed in your report for item 1?
I noted item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket.
What was the description for item 2?
I noted 1 bullet core.
Item 3
1 bullet core.
and item 4.
1 fired bullet jacket.
Can you explain to the jury what a fired bullet jacket is?
So a fired bullet jacket is the outer coating of a traditional bullet. It kind of can be thought of like an M&M, like the candy coating on an M&M, and then you have the chocolate core. So that candy coating is what's similar to the jacket. So it's that outer area of the projectile.
Now, I want to go back real quick, if you can, with your 1 through 4 items. So item 1, FDLE item number, was there an accompanying agency exhibit number?
There is, yes.
And what is that?
I was provided 1847587-8.
And for item 2?
1847587-13.
And for item 3?
1847587-14.
And for item 4?
1847587-15.
And you've indicated that items 2 and 3 are 1 bullet core per each item. What is a bullet core?
So a bullet core is that inner portion of a projectile, typically lead, but it can be other materials, that is covered by that jacket. So back to that M&M analogy, it would be that chocolate inside.
Now, items 5 and 6, I want to talk to you about those. Were those firearms that were submitted in this case from Tampa Police Department where there was a labeling discrepancy like we talked about earlier?
There was, yes.
How did you remedy that?
It was remedied by reaching out to the agency indicating that their labels did not match the information provided on the box and what was in the box. The items were returned to the officer to remedy the situation and fix their labeling.
Did it appear that the agency's exhibit number for those had been inverted?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes,
So did Detective Ramos come back and resubmit under the appropriate agency exhibit number?
that is correct,
Those
yes.
2 firearms?
Yes,
Okay. And then those became 8 and 9?
that is correct, yes.
All right. So let's go to item 8. What is the Tampa Police Department agency exhibit number for that?
The item 8 is 1849583-2.
And what is the description that you provided for that item?
Item 8 was Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF-15, with the serial number D00000123, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Okay. Is it common or uncommon to receive test-fired bullets and cartridge cases with submitted firearms?
It depends on the agency.
Okay, but that's something you have seen before?
It is, yes.
When you receive a firearm from a law enforcement agency and they've test-fired the gun for whatever purposes, you're not going to do anything with those test fires, with the bullets and the cartridge cases?
No, we will generate our own test fires for examination purposes.
Okay. So let's move on to Exhibit 9, or I'm sorry, your item number 9. Can you give us the accompanying agency exhibit number for that?
1849583-1.
In the original submissions, were the last 2 digits, the 2 and the 1, were those the item or the numbers that were inverted on the agency exhibit numbers?
That is correct.
All right. So it was simply just changing those 2 numbers and resubmitting?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so for your item 9, can you give us your description of that item?
Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 20189-158, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Same thing, test fires?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. That caliber, 5.56, is that commonly called either 5.56 or 5.56?
Yes, it can be, yes.
And the NATO designation, is that the official caliber, 5.56 NATO?
That is.
And is that how you mark that or indicate its caliber?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And the Anderson manufacturing rifle is in 300 blackout caliber. Is that a caliber that is or can be chambered in AR-15 platform rifles
That is correct.
or firearms?
Yes,
Okay. And is that something you've seen in your work?
I have, yes.
Are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
So I want to go back to your items 1 through 4. the two fired, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong report. The one fired bullet jacket under item 1, the one fired bullet jacket under item 4, and then the two that you indicated were one bullet core, and that's items 2 and 3. Did you examine and analyze these items?
I did.
Did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results of the comparison?
I determined that the item 1 and 4 fired bullet jackets were inconclusive to each other, and that the items 2 and 3 bullet cores were no value.
Okay. Why were the bullet cores of no value?
So bullet cores are generally of no value because they are not the part of the projectile that's coming into contact with the firearm. It, again, is covered with the jacket coating. So during firing, sometimes the jacket and the core can become separated. So the jacket part is what would be of value, and the core is just of no value because it's not the part coming in contact.
Going back to the items 1 and 4, the fired bullet jacket, excuse me. You indicated they were inconclusive to each other. Were they also inconclusive to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle?
That is correct.
Now, what does the term inconclusive mean?
The term inconclusive means that there were similar class characteristics, and those are the features that are determined prior to manufacturing. So for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the grooves of the rifling, which helps with stability of the projectile, that number, the width of them, the direction of twist is all determined prior to manufacturing. So those are their class characteristics. So in this instance, they were the same. However, the individual detail, the finer, more specific detail that we would use to potentially ID or eliminate a projectile to a firearm was very limited, and I just didn't have enough, there's not enough information to come to a more definitive conclusion.
So the lack of definitive specific information would be on the jacketing?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be items 1 and 4?
That is correct.
All right. So you could not eliminate them as having been fired by the same firearm, or eliminate them as having been fired by item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 rifle?
Correct. I couldn't eliminate or identify. I couldn't come to any conclusion.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, they all share in common the class characteristics.
That is correct.
So if you could generally, just for folks who may not know, can you describe or explain what rifling is and where it's located on the firearm?
So rifling is the grooves cut down the barrel of the firearm. So that's the part of the firearm that the projectile will travel down, or the bullet will travel after it's been fired. And they're grooves cut in a kind of helical twist motion to allow stability of the projectile during its flight path.
So the number of those grooves, the width of the grooves, and the direction of the spiraling can be different per firearm.
It can be, yes.
Right. And these two jacketed items, or the two jacketing items in 1 and 4, and the rifle, all shared those in common.
They did.
The same direction, same number, and same width of the rifle, of
Yes.
the rifling grooves.
Yes.
Okay.
Their class characteristics were consistent.
All right. So I want to go kind of center in on item 4, the bullet jacket, one of those two items. Were you able with that bullet to determine its caliber class?
I was, yes.
And what was its caliber class?
I determined that the item 4 bullet is a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
Would the 22 5mm caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would, yes.
So what is a caliber class? I guess I should ask you that first.
So a caliber class is a class of projectiles or ammunition based on the diameter of the bullet. So for this, the diameter is approximately .222, like that 22 caliber size projectile. So all of those are based on the diameter of the bullet itself.
Let me go ahead and walk through this. I'm going to publish several of our exhibits under States 33. I'm going to start with 33A. see this on this envelope, the FDLE label that's associated to the submission and report we've been talking about?
Yes,
And does it have that unique FDLE number on top?
it does.
Does it have the submitting agency,
It does.
and that's the Tampa Police Department?
It is,
Does
yes.
it have their accompanying agency case number
It does, yes.
and their item or exhibit number?
Yes.
All right. And again, you're writing in indications of your item number.
That's correct.
So here, this is item one. This is one of the fired fired bullet jackets.
That is correct.
Opening up the envelope and removing the smaller envelope. Do you see any markings on there you recognize?
I do, yes.
And where are they?
In that, at the top part, in that pinkish red color is the abbreviated version of the case number, item number, and my initials.
And do you see your FDLE evidence tape and your markings?
I do.
So that's item one. I want to go to your item 4. Do you see the label for item 4 in this submission?
Yes.
And again, FDLE's unique number and the item number,
Yes.
submitting agency and its case number and its evidence, its exhibit number?
Yes.
Do you see writing that you recognize?
Yes.
And is it the pink or purplish colored writing on the top?
It is, yes.
And this is going to be your item number 4, the other fired bullet jacket.
Yes.
Your item 3, do you recognize the item 3 label?
I do.
And is that based on the same things we talked about on the other labels?
It is, yes.
Just for expediency. Going to the interior envelope. Do you recognize your writing on the top in the purple or pink?
I do.
Again, this is going to be your item 3, which is labeled as a bullet core.
Yes.
Your item 2, the other bullet core, do you see the label?
I do.
Moving the smaller envelope from inside. Do you see your writing on that envelope?
I do.
I'm thinking I should have had you do this, probably.
I would believe the courtroom would be cold. I mean, it looks like everybody's layered. Yeah, you can pick up a nice suit that's youthful. That sweater's not too bad. It's fall, it fits. I mean, they could put a little earring on her. They could maybe put a little necklace. I mean, they can make her look less homely, but still appropriate. No, but image and the way you look, I'm surprised they're not telling her, look, sit up in the chair, appear to be engaged. This disengaged, slouching, curled in victiming role doesn't always bode well. I'm just saying. Trial, everything counts. I agree with you 100%. But when my ex was going through trial, oh my gosh, you have no idea how much training they put us through. How to sit, don't fidget. If you're getting really bored, act like you're taking notes, doodle. Don't slouch, sit up in the chair. Look at the witnesses, look at the lawyers, pay attention. You never know what you may catch that may save you. And they went over what colors not to wear, what suggestions. It was intense. Felt like I was going to court beauty school. Yeah, and she's pregnant. Cardi B definitely announced she was pregnant. But Cardi B can get out there and be out, way out there. And she was appropriate for court. She was still Cardi B, but very appropriate. So yeah. Oh. There, boom, pick that out, y'all.
So states 33, D is in Delta, your item 4, I'm showing it the inside envelope. Do you recognize your?
Her forehead was raw from them removing those wigs every day. Let me tell you, they put so much glue on those wigs, and to get that flawless hairline. Yeah.
I do.
Ron, do you all have bigger gloves? Yes, sir. Just I don't want to lose this item.
Guys, I understand clothing shouldn't matter, but it does. I'm not trying to be a fashionista, but when you are putting a suit on a girl, she's a beautiful young lady, and you put a suit that is a weird shade of yellow or green, and it makes you look sickly. Come on now. Black. Just go straight black all the way. Be far better. I'm just saying, it does affect. Subconsciously, believe it or not, it does affect. I'm not lying. It shouldn't, but it does. Oh, no, that's cute. I have no problem with the sweater. Hold in that courtroom. Yeah, you can afford that. You don't have to pay that kind of money to have something decent on. It's a cozy, comfy room. Yeah, I'm okay with the sweater. He is in custody. He is in custody. Thank you, G14. Welcome in. Y'all, I'm having hot flashes. Please don't tell me I'm hitting that post-apostle number 2. I know. I'm sorry, babe. I am so sorry about the migraine. I was just talking to my mods. I woke up every day for the last 4 or 5 days with a headache. So I think it's the weather change. My heart goes out to you. Turn off the lights, cover your eyes, take your meds, curl in bed, and let it ride. I don't have a problem with this sweater. I had a problem with yesterday. And the granny sweater. Guys, I'm talking the granny cardigans that this girl would not wear. I'd rather her have that than the other. But anyway, let's get off of that. don't know if
Ms.
it's,
True, do you see markings on the jacketing below the part that is curled over that are significant to your analysis?
Yes, that's the area we use for our comparison purposes.
Okay. And are there striations of some type or lines on the jacketing?
So you'll see in there's areas that kind of look like it dips down a little bit. In the kind of the thinner area that looks different, that will be called a land, and that's part of the rifling. And then the part that looks a little bit more raised and larger would be the groove, which is the other part, an area of the rifling.
In this item 4, you were able to determine its caliber class. Was that in part because you had the diameter of the base of the bullet?
Yes.
Okay.
no, 4 more people in chat. When we get to 15, I'm going to give away
So
membership.
you indicated earlier that
15 people in
5.56
chat, I give away
would
membership.
be within that caliber class.
It would, yes.
What are other calibers that would fall within that caliber class?
Other calibers would be the .223 Remington or a .22 long rifle short Winchester Magnum.
Could be. I didn't think about that. I've had to take migraine meds 4 or 5 days in a row. I hate waking up with a headache. Oh. But today was a low roar. I'm in a low roar today. Oh, somebody asked, what am I doing with my pens? I'm designing my beadwork for my graduation. I'll show you all.
Were you able to determine if your item 1, the fired bullet jacket, was fired from the item number 9, the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm?
I did draw a conclusion on that, yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
I concluded that it was eliminated from the item 9 firearm due to a difference in class characteristics.
And what class characteristics were you looking at?
So in this instance, the difference in the GIMP widths, so that raised portion that we saw on that one, that width was different between the item 1 fired bullet jacket and the rifling in that firearm.
Okay. And the 300 blackout, is that a gun that is designed to fire 5.56 ammunition?
It is not.
Is it considered 300 blackout caliber to be within the 22 5mm caliber class?
It is not.
Does it fall into a different caliber class?
It does.
What caliber class does the 300 blackout fall into?
It falls into the 30 caliber class.
All right, so we're going to move on to your item 8. That would be States 56. I can have the witness step down, Your Honor. You want to wear gloves to handle this? I'm going to hand this to you, your item 8. And again, this is going to be,
The firearm is clear.
okay, you've cleared it and checked it?
I just said yes.
Okay. That's going to be the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber auto-loading rifle, semi-automatic rifle.
This is semi, yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, first of all, semi-automatic, what does that term indicate?
Semi-automatic indicates that with each pull of the trigger, a single round or single cartridge will fire, meaning that as the firearm is charged, loaded, ready to fire, you pull the trigger, one will fire. You will release the trigger, another round will be loaded into the chamber during that cycle of fire, and the trigger must be pulled again for it to fire again.
Okay. And this type of firearm is fed from a box-style magazine?
Yes,
And you're pointing to an area, is that known as the magazine well?
that is, yes.
Is that where the magazine would be placed?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, was this firearm submitted to you with a magazine?
It was not.
Did you test fire utilizing magazines that you maintain within your laboratory?
That is correct, yes.
And did it function the way it was supposed to function,
It did, yes.
the way it's designed to function?
Yes,
Does that firearm have an external manual safety
it does.
lever on it? Okay. So if you want to stand over here to get closer to the jury, just as long as you point it in a safe direction, I know it's clear. I would like for you to demonstrate to the jury how that firearm would be loaded and charged and ready to be made to fire it.
So with this type of firearm, you would take and you would load the unfired rounds of ammunition into the magazine, which would then be inserted into the magazine well here. Then we would take, this is called the charging handle. This would be pulled rearward, opening up, strip a cartridge from the top of the magazine and load into the chamber, which is in the inner part right here. Once this is fully closed with a round in the magazine, the firearm is ready to fire as long as the safety is off. And then you will pull the trigger, the firearm will fire, the pressures will send the bolt area here rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case from the firearm, and the forward motion will then again strip another unfired round from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
When you fire the gun, the bolt you're talking about, or the bolt carrier group, does it impact this top portion of the stock of the gun?
There is an inner part in here that contains a spring that the gas pressure from this firearm, as the gas travels down and back up the top part of the firearm here, it will condense the spring, and as it's fully condensed to the rearward, then that pressure from the spring will push it back forward to reclose the bolt carrier group to ready the firearm.
When the firearm's fired, does it eject the fired cartridge case?
Yes,
Where would that come out?
it would come out from the port right here.
Okay,
As it's open, it will come out the port here.
all right. Now, turning the weapon around, and maybe I can hold it for you, and you can show the jury. Can you show the jury where the safety lever is on this?
So on this firearm, this is what is considered the safety lever.
Go ahead.
This is the safety lever, so in this condition it is safe, and as it is switched, it is in the fire condition now.
Is this an AR style rifle or AR platform rifle?
That is generally what it's called, yes.
Okay, all right. You can just keep your position there, and I'm going to show you states, or your number 9, which is states 57, I believe. Make sure. Yes. This is going to be your item 9, states 57. Oh, and I did want to ask you, when you finish your work on this case, did you place a zip tie through the magazine well and the ejection port?
Yes, we place a zip tie there to indicate that it is in a clear manner upon return.
Okay. And obviously that's the trigger, correct?
Yes, that part of the
Okay.
firearm is the trigger.
All right. This may be difficult to see, so I'm going to leave it up to you to see if you can. Need me to hold that back?
Stay. And the firearm is clear on this one as well.
Okay, all right. This is your item 9, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I didn't ask you on the other firearm, but did you leave individual markings or markings of your own on here where you indicated your FDLE number and maybe other markings?
Yes, I indicate the associated agency number. I don't remember my initials on the firearm.
Okay.
It should be in the same location on that firearm as well.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, this firearm, is that also an AR platform weapon?
Yes.
Same type of fire mechanism?
Yes.
The magazine feeds in the same way?
It does, yes.
in the same area.
Yes.
And it ejects a shell casing when it fires, like the other weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Does this weapon have a stock on it?
So it does not have the traditional stock. It has just the buffer tube.
Okay. And does this weapon have the same manual safety as the other weapon?
It does have the same type of safety here on the side of the firearm as well.
All right, let's get up here if we can. Is it okay, Your Honor, if I get a little closer to the jury?
Sure.
Okay. If you want to walk over here, Mr. So we see a similar lever here. Okay, so when it's in this horizontal position, is it in a safe position like the other firearm?
It is, yes.
And then you indicated to push it up to 90 degrees to fire?
That is correct, yes.
All right, now, does this weapon have another function?
Yes.
Okay, and if you push that lever all the way 180 degrees, it goes to another position,
That is correct.
all right? So I'm going to talk about the standard fire position,
Okay.
all right? Is this, in that mode, is it a semi-automatic firearm?
It is, yes.
And that would be the same function as the other rifle?
That is correct, yes.
One round is fired for each trigger pull,
That is correct.
all right? When the lever is pushed into the 180-degree position, does that result in a different type of firing system?
Yes, so in that position, during my testing, I determined that it has what's called a binary trigger, meaning with the pull of a trigger, a round will fire, and then the release of the trigger will fire another round of ammunition.
So in essence, when you pull the trigger and let it go, you're getting 2 rounds.
That is correct.
What is this item?
So that is what's considered a cartridge case catcher. It's an attachment that can be placed on a firearm in order to collect the cartridge cases as they're ejected from the firearm, because it sits right over where that port where they would eject from.
Is it commonly called a brass catcher?
It can be, yes.
Have you heard that term?
I have, yes.
All right. And are these devices that you see, are they common?
I've seen them a handful of times in my casework.
Okay. And how many times have you examined AR-style platform firearms?
Probably about 100 times.
Okay. And you've only seen this a handful of times?
That's correct.
Okay. This marking here, "Don't tread on me," is that something that you have seen on other firearms?
That's just additional marking on it. It's not relevant to what we do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can return to the witness stand. So item 9, the weapon we were just looking at with the brass catcher, did you also test fire that firearm?
I did.
And did you utilize a laboratory magazine?
I did.
So no magazine came with that?
That is correct.
And that firearm, what is its chambered caliber?
For that firearm, the item 9 was the 300 blackout caliber firearm.
And is that what you fired at it?
It is.
Did it function the way it was designed to function?
In the sense of, yes, it fired semi-automatic in the upward position, and then this one had the additional area for the selector switch.
Okay. So let me ask you, with both of these weapons, are they designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
There.
And that's what you basically talked about earlier, where if the primer is hit by the fire, it ignites the powder, and then the expanding gases of that ignition, and that pressure sends the bullet down the barrel.
That is correct, yes.
I want to go to your January 9th report, and this is going to be FDLE number 2024-040-3556. Okay. And in that report, who was the submitting agency?
For this case, it was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And did you also document in that report the agency number?
Yes, it was provided to me.
And what is that?
The agency number for that case is 24-03-18206.
And were there items submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on July 9th of 2024
There were, yes.
by that agency?
Yes.
And was one of those items your item number 5?
Yes.
And what was that described as?
One fired bullet.
And was there an agency exhibit number associated to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
3-13.
Now, did you examine item number 5,
I did.
the bullet? Did you determine its caliber class?
I did.
And what caliber class is it?
I determined that it was a 30/7.62 millimeter caliber class.
And that's the caliber class you've previously described as containing the 300 blackout caliber?
Yes.
Did you compare it to item number 9 in the report that we were just talking about, your FDLE number 7688?
I did.
And did you come to any conclusions about that item?
I did.
And what was that?
I concluded that the item 5 bullet was identified to the item 9 firearm.
Okay, that's the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout weapon?
Yes.
With the binary trigger that we were just looking at.
Yes, sir.
And that Jacksonville case, was it an offense of death investigation out of Duval County?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, I am provided that it was a death investigation in Duval County.
Okay. So now I also want to go to another January 9th, 2025 report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 7633. This would be a submitting agency number of 23-060-8083 from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Can you tell us in that report what the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office report number is?
For their agency?
Yes, their
Yeah.
agency number.
Yeah, their agency case number provided to me was 23-060-8083.
Was that an offense in reference to a victim by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, that information was provided by the agency.
Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes,
And was that by a detective or by a C. Drabeck?
yes,
Okay. Were those items later transferred to the Tampa Bay laboratory where you analyzed and examined them?
yes.
All right. And was there an FDLE item number 1 under that FDLE case number?
There was.
What was the agency exhibit number for that item 1?
1-4.
And what was the description of the item?
I described it as 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, and 3 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
All right. So going back to the 22 5mm caliber class, does the .223 Remington caliber fall within that class?
It does.
is .223 Remington caliber suitable for being fired in a 5.56 NATO chambered weapon?
It is.
So the .223 Remington caliber would properly be fired in the exhibit number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO rifle.
The caliber could be fired in that firearm, yes.
Okay. Were these cartridge cases screened?
They were.
How so?
So for screening, we will go ahead and look at the cartridge cases under our microscope, which is a comparison microscope, meaning we can see the items at the same time under the same magnification. So when we put them on there and we're screening them, we're looking for, do they have the same class characteristics? So those predetermined features by the manufacturers, as well as is there any, similarities or significant differences? If there was any significant differences in that individual detail, they would be screened separately. If we notice similarities or no significant differences, they would then be screened together.
Publishing states 50A through P. And I'm showing you a label. Do you recognize this label is associated to this report and this submission?
I do, yes.
Do you see the FDLE individual unique number on the top of the label?
Yes.
And the item number we're talking about?
Yes.
And the submitting agency?
Yes.
The submitting agency's case number?
Yes.
And its exhibit number that accompanies it?
Yes.
And your individual markings on this package?
Yes.
So that packaging contains your item numbers 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, the 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
It also includes the
1.6, 1.7, and 1.8?
1.9, but yes.
I'm sorry, 1.9, which are the 3 fired .223 Remington
That is
caliber
correct.
cartridge cases? All right. And you said they have similar class and individual characteristics.
That is correct.
So I'm going to go to now another January 9th report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 4099 with an agency number of 24-03-90-999, submitting agency Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
All right. Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by an individual C. Draback?
Yes.
Did you receive several items that were labeled as FDLE item number 2 under that FDLE case number
I did.
from the Jacksonville laboratory?
Yes.
And was the agency exhibit number accompanying that 1-12?
It was.
What was the description of those items?
So I just described them as 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 2.1 through 2.3, 2.5, and 2.8, and 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9.
Were those items, those cartridge cases, also screened?
They were, yes.
And were you able to group them in any way?
Are we referring to the item 2 cartridge cases?
Yes.
So I concluded that items 2.1 through 2.9 were microscopically screened together based on similar class and individual characteristics.
Is that the same finding you made in the report we just talked about with item 1?
Yeah, I concluded that items 1.1 through 1.16 were microscopically screened together based on class and individual characteristics as well.
When you say screened together, what does that mean?
So that means we are not doing a full microscopic comparison to a full ID. We're stating that all of the class characteristics are in agreement and we're noting some similarities and no significant differences.
States 49A through I. Do you recognize the individual FDLE number and your item number on states 49A through I?
I do.
And do you recognize the submitting agency, the case number from the submitting agency, and their department item or exhibit numbers?
I do.
And your individual writing on that package?
Yes.
And there's also a label from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
It indicates .223 caliber casings from black box. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 50A through P. Your item number 1, we talked about a few minutes ago, another on your January 9th report. There is an agency label on that exhibit too, isn't there?
That is correct.
All right. Did you conduct analysis where you cross-referenced these two cases?
I did.
And did you indicate your findings in both of these reports?
I did.
Did you do some type of comparison between item 1.1, which is a 5.56 NATO cartridge case, to item 2.9, which was previously described as a fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge case?
I did.
And what was the results of the comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case from the case 2024-040-7633, that's FDLE case number, was identified to the item 2.9 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-4099.
And can you tell us what that means, identified?
Identify meaning that these two cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And that firearm would have been chambered in 5.56 NATO?
That's correct.
All right. With both of these cases dealing with items, your item 2 and your item 1, did you also compare the 2.9 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 described fired cartridge case, to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE number 7688 by the Tampa Police Department?
I did do that comparison, yes.
And item 8 is the Black Forge NATO, a 5.56 NATO caliber rifle we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
For the 2.9?
Yes.
So the item 2.9 cartridge case from 4099 was eliminated to the item 8 rifle in 7688.
And did you do the same type of comparison with item 1.1?
I did.
Okay, to the same rifle?
Correct.
Item number 8.
Correct.
What was the results of that comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle.
So item 1.1 and item 2.9 were fired from the same rifle, but not from the number 8 item, the number 8 Black Forge NATO rifle.
That is correct.
5.56 NATO, okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tender the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so you, in this case at least, you're responsible, or were responsible for analyzing different casings and cartridges to figure out whether there was any match to any other case. Is that accurate?
Correct. I was asked to do the microscopic comparisons of the submitted evidence.
All right. In your work at FDLE, do you do any other types of analysis?
Meaning in a different discipline or within firearms?
Within, like DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, anything like that?
No, I only do firearms.
Okay. So you wouldn't be the person to ask about whether there was any DNA or fingerprints on any of these weapons or the cartridges or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right, that's somebody else in your department or in your office?
Yeah, there's other sections that would do whether DNA or fingerprints was present.
All right, so you're just trying to determine whether the evidence that you recovered, not that you recovered, that was given to you, that was submitted to you, actually matches some other evidence out there in the world?
Yes, I'm just trying to determine if, these cartridge cases came from the same firearm and or the submitted firearm or not, and same for projectiles.
Okay. And you were able to determine, I guess what you were testifying to, you were able to determine that these two firearms, these rifles here, that these two rifles that were found in Sean Gathrights' house, they were used in some other October 7th, 2023 shooting?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
These two rifles, what are they connected to?
So I concluded that, sorry, let me refer to my notes, I apologize. That the,
Judge, I would object to the question as phrased, what are they connected to is vague.
I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What is the purpose of these, of showing these rifles to the jury?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. Sustain the objection.
What is the purpose of showing why there's a safety on this firearm, on these
Objection.
rifles?
Sustain the objection.
I don't even know what the objection is at this point. There's no legal basis, it's just an objection.
It's
Objection to
irrelevant.
the speaking.
It's
objections
irrelevant
by
and it's
counsel.
improper question.
It was elicited in front of the jury.
Mr. McClement, I'm not going to argue with you. If I allow the witness to testify, then that makes it relevant and material. Okay?
And if it's relevant, then I should be able to
Objection,
cross-examine
Your
on
Honor.
it.
I'm going to
Counsel
sustain
Can we
the.
come
In front
sidebar?
of the jury.
No, no.
So I can't argue, I can't come
Objection.
sidebar.
Mr.
This is
McClement,
improper for him to do
please
this in front of the
stop.
jury, Your Honor.
It's improper,
It's disrespectful, too.
I asked to come sidebar.
and the answer is no, we don't need to sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it relevant and admissible.
I'm not arguing that, Judge. I just want to talk to her about what she testified to.
Listen, I've sustained the objection. Ask your next question.
All of that happens in front of the jury. Now, if you were on the jury, how would that make you feel? Just curious. If you were on the jury, how does that make you feel? OMG, y'all. That is insane. She don't play, man. Woo, she's a baddie. She's a baddie.
These rifles that you were displaying earlier, they fire certain bullets.
yes, they're chambered to fire a specific caliber.
The caliber is what?
So of the item 8 rifle, it is chambered to fire 5.56 NATO caliber cartridges. And the item 8, which is the Anderson, is chambered to fire 300 blackout.
All right. The 300 blackout fire bullets are in which firearm? You said item which one?
The 300 blackout is item, FDLE item 9.
Is that the one with or without the breast catcher?
I believe that's the one with the brass catcher.
With the brass catcher rifle, and then the 5.56 bullets are fired through the rifle here that does not have a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to try to make it simple. In this shooting, the one for Charles Jones on June 23rd of in that shooting.
Ooh, I don't know which case you're referring to. I have
Well,
many reports.
There's only one June 23rd shooting for this case, right?
Okay, so this is, sorry.
Objection, Your Honor. Inappropriate phrasing.
So go ahead and just answer the question if you can.
In this case, are these rifles connected to the shooting? In this
Objection.
case,
Vagueness.
Rephrase your question.
were these rifles used in this shooting?
So I determined that the projectiles I received, items 1 and 4 in this case, were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is the 5.56 rifle, meaning I didn't have enough detail to say whether or not it was ID'd to that firearm or not.
Okay, that's for that one rifle. The one.
Correct.
Now, what about the other rifle?
For that rifle, I was able to ID it to a projectile in one of my cross-reference cases.
But not in this case.
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Wow.
So going to counsel's question about whether that rifle was utilized in this case, you didn't have enough evidence to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, based on the evidence I received, I had the 2 bullets that were inconclusive to the 1 rifle, and the 2 no value items, and then the 1 item was eliminated based on class difference, but that's all the evidence I received in this case.
The one item, the one rifle was eliminated.
The item 1 fired bullet jacket was eliminated to the item 9 rifle.
The blackout, the 300 blackout.
That is correct.
Okay. As to the other rifle, the 2 jacketed projectiles you had, you did not have enough, but all of the class characteristics met up, correct?
Objection leading. Counsel testifying.
I can rephrase. Did all the class characteristics line up?
Yes, the class characteristics were the same between the items 1, 4, and that rifle.
So you can't say if it was used or not.
Correct.
It's possible it was.
That is a possibility.
Overruled.
And counsel testifying.
Overruled.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, it's a little bit late. We'll take our morning break, even though it's getting close to lunchtime. So take about 5 minutes and we'll be back.
All rise.
Oh, y'all, that was insane. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting a call from sister.
Suggesting is related to
Sorry, y'all. That's my sister who's sick, and I just wanted to make sure she was okay. You never know. I always
just
answer.
highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, you know, I won't do this to you, I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of what this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe maybe what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who again is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a gang member is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we object again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this. All that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
It's improper character evidence.
So sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
Okay, Ron.
We don't know. We don't
No, I know,
know.
absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that the state should be allowed to cherry pick information. that
Well, they were
believe
cherry
is negative.
picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as the redaction,
Right.
they shouldn't be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing can come in.
Your Honor, I just need a few seconds to run outside and let the witness know about that.
Sure.
Feedback. But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that first.
Okay, what
Yes.
other item?
So there is 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down.
Through
or you just want
16.
Through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75, C
12
12 and 13.
Through 16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Would y'all like to hear from the defense first?
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
Additional instructions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections?
Let's.
Okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I stand at the bench so I can see what's here first?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct, Your Honor.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're gonna establish that. I would let them, talk about why they want to get them in. But from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're gonna see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16, that this is again an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that allege that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is gonna go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct, Your
to?
Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing, and the question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on her iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, because the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th.
Correct.
Correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud to
From
device.
iCloud.
Which is
Did
the
the
device
new-
that disappeared,
Right.
Your Honor. This would have been information that would, the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So, yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually Mr. McLymont asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance.
That was asked.
That was
Correct,
asked.
Which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
No one's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information is from the iCloud, it's not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and get the exact same things on my new iPhone that I had on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is, The questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped him in the face and said, "Why did you throw that sign up?" They can't, none of that matters though, because it's not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That at least 70% of what we discussed about Ms. Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop, Your Honor.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video. If Your Honor can see the last page of the still from the video.
Right.
Extracted.
Okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with from the messages that we've just looked at that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as to what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
So
This is a picture.
Is this the K Shorty or is this someone?
This is
This is
K.
K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship, it's to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she is cozying up with gang members. That is the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor. And
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
my response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you guys?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But to the weight of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up an opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member. Or that's the associate of a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up an opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury. An opening statement.
You opened
She
the,
know the individual.
the judge is saying you opened the door, boo. You don't like what's on the other side of that door. Too bad. You opened it. You got to deal with what's inside.
Involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathwright's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, counsel is like talking sideways in my ear, and it's very distracting.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provided payment for the Airbnb.
I love the judge is reading it. I like this judge. I don't think she's being unfair with the defense. I think the defense is trying to, they're desperate. And in that desperation, they're not making the best of decisions. And that is where I see it. Dagnabbit. They're not making the best of decisions. Yes, the focus on gang affiliates is a strong part of this case. But when you open the door and opening statements, you open the door. The prosecution's going to walk right on through and you ain't going to like it. Thank you for putting those snap and spicy time.
I'm sorry, y'all. So this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video.
Yes. So, I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keys or Marquis Worthy.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at exactly?
These are, both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device. And it is an Instagram chat, so when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK Keys, which has been identified as Marquis Worthy.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, the state is trying to get in evidence. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to put a little bit of food in my tummy to help with my head hurting. The state is trying to get in some past texts from 2021 to show that there is a history and show that she did, in fact, wish him unalived, and that the defense is saying, Your Honor, that's too old. That has nothing to do with this case. That's not pertinent to this case. The judge is having to decide what's pertinent, what's going to be interesting.
So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point. Let's see what the testimony is.
Yes, Your
And I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, I just, so that's how when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't believe they'll even be able to get testimony as to who those individuals are. And let me confirm, you allowed in, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
Yeah, and so that we can avoid any potential argument, if the argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're in her phone and they got, a certification of business records.
I don't know that, I don't know
all
the
this comes
state,
in.
I don't know the state has to, okay? So we'll see. All right,
maybe 60 seconds, Your Honor, just to update the witnesses.
Sure.
related to these exhibits. I don't know if you left it up there.
Oh, no, that's the clerk's, not mine.
Oh, it's,
Sorry about that.
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think about
All
that
rise.
fiery?
All jurors ready to.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and state clerk next witness.
The statement called Detective Benjamin Bors.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you? Oh, I apologize.
Last name is spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the cybercrimes unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases.
Thank you, June. My sound is glitching. That's what I need. Sorry about that. My sound is glitchy. I'm trying to fix it. How are y'all doing? Benjamin what? Benjamin what?
Tampa Police assignment that you serve in or
10 Tampa Police Department.
and how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police?
Good.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you?
Last,
Oh, I apologize.
last name is spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the cybercrimes unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases, and eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then actual the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order, and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing. It puts it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These programs, being Axiom or Celebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize the artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to back up individual things, or none of it, or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else?
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Celebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes.
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
Yes.
Did you receive more than one?
Yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
You typically, do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the updates. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in, because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Celebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by 2 different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data, isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Celebrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Celebrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3 Ds 03 at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Celebrite report for rockoutsean@icloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from
Return,
Apple,
excuse me.
but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things
Yes.
and the contents therein.
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red 03@icloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Celebrite report.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 76, A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75.
Okay.
Come on, one more viewer and I give away 5 memberships. One more viewer and I give away 5 memberships. Don't go away, anybody, because we just need one more person to hop on and 5 people will get memberships. Yep, they'll start getting it. These jurors aren't done. We need 15 at one time. Come on, let's get to 15. Don't go anywhere because I'm going to give away memberships. I'm loading it up right now. I'm getting ready. I was getting ready. Come on, I'd love to gift y'all some memberships. Yes, I do love your avatar. Oh, we dropped one. It is so cute. Oh, look at the.
And 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was
All right,
from the
I'll-
Celebrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device for which you've reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection?
Red Panda, you got one.
Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Celebrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is the detective phone model, which was a iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use, MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Celebrite report was red with 3 Ds, 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm there.
For those of you who don't know, once you become a member, if you go to your emojis, we have custom emojis that you can use. Please enjoy them and use the custom emojis. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. We hit 15. I got 5 more to give away. Only got 5 more left. But if we hit 15 again, I'll get 5 more.
Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. And are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports, are able to be downloaded typically from your standard Celebrite extraction. So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Celebrite?
When you use either Celebrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Celebrite tool, this is what's generated by Celebrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes, Instagram has identified, I'm sorry, Celebrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Celebrite software?
Yes.
And does that include creation time as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So just say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often to have assistance?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it, to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, it's UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, to be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
June.
So
Oh my gosh, thank you.
the time zone that the device is in,
Oh
I would say
my
the time
gosh,
zone where
I
you're at
can't type
would
all
be
those
more
things.
correct, because the
That's
problem with
what I'm
time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in
Thank you.
Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those 2 time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to a UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored.
Okay, we got Tennessee in the house, Lynn Duffy. Oh my gosh, where in Tennessee? I was born in Bristol. I'm a Bristol, Tennessee girl. Oh my God, thank you so much, June. Oh, you were so awesome. And honey, did you get one? Oh my gosh, let's see. Let me name off the ones. Winnipoo, Zippora Speak, Sandy. I can't. This headache is making it's hard to read. Oh my gosh, all of you got one. Oh, thank you so much. So much. Knoxville. Oh, I spent a week in Knoxville a couple years ago. Love Knoxville. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Have you gone to Bristol race days? Just curious. Not, I know people go, not everybody in Tennessee is a NASCAR fan. But I sure is. I sure is. Oh my God, I love NASCAR. The funny thing is my father, when I was born along with my twin brother, on the way home from the hospital, he stopped and he had one in each arm and he straddled the finish line and got a picture taken. I don't have it. I saw it. He died. I don't know who has it now. It disappeared. But yeah, a little history there. Thanks for joining us from all over
In your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing use states 76B. What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by...
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.bourbon, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract the Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And what, are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it, for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .HCIC being consistent with a photograph or
Yes.
pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that it's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image, just like when you go through your photos on, if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with a thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken.
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device
Yes.
and was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I apologize.
the-
I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and accessed is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at in looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the potential time that it was captured?
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
In looking at States Exhibit 76B8, can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes,
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
yes,
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual message
The content of the
itself?
message, if
Okay.
you would.
It says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes.
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
That message, those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those and UTC time consistent with the device being or sending these messages at 8:39 p.m. on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report or what you're viewing here has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 p.m. and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
This is just obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So did the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
And publishing states 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
It would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is TextNow Chat?
TextNow is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receive phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that TextNow provided to you.
But it is not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages.
No.
Was there in State 75C1 an extraction report from the Axiom for this device?
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return
iCloud
from
return.
iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Martinez? Should I turn it off? Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here isn't actually an image. It's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes,
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then more importantly the EXIF created, and how we mentioned earlier the EXIF data is more data about the file itself versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the EXIF is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iPod return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screenshot itself?
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6/23 at 2:58 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no. So 2:58. I was looking at the top. So 2:58. There is no PM or AM associated with it.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Yes.
All right, and do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we could see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just the selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on
Yeah.
the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices, or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6/23 at 4:10.
I'm sorry, is that PM or AM, or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being a military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically, there is no AM or PM with military time.
Your Honor, may we approach? Yes.
Oh, she let her approach. Hallelujah. Hell has frozen. Y'all, she has an approach. Oh, goody, goody. Where are you?
In 75C7, are you able to tell us anything about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think where or see where it came from, different accounts associated with, it looks like Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes,
The username account, Young and Ace.
yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
I'm
When we
not
looked
sure.
at the first page, let me go back.
I'm not sure what the differences between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parsed it out, whether that information is in 3 different locations, or it's just repeating information that's the same information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, when there's a lot of numbers in there, to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder, so every slash mark.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom? page 4 of that exhibit, for username Julio Foolio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio, but Julio Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
Are you also able to, as we could see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
In looking at this photograph that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, lat and long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone and then you've stored it or saved it on your device and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now,
Yeah.
will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my
Yes, they
iCloud?
will.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple, how long that they store stuff for.
But you
Or-
can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
Same exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
well, received from, I believe, is the top number, like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this message, text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner, doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 PM.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji, we don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center, that's why I'm like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from this iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
I believe that completes this particular extraction, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30, and we'll see you then.
All rise. Officers out there.
Very good, thank you. Detective Morse, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, since you've not yet been cross-examined while we're on the break, you can't talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including any of the crimes. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, just go to lunch or do whatever, and then we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's go ahead, what is the issue with the?
Judge, there is the defendant's interview. We had both agreed that we would stop it when she requests an attorney. I had sent previously a message about additional redactions where there is conversation from the detectives having to do with a type of sentence, a life sentence, as well as there are references to what the jury will do, including statements like, you're gonna get convicted, the jury's gonna convict. I mean, there are several areas that I think are inappropriate, that I had sent to defense counsel, and I think that he is of the opinion it just all should come in.
And this is after she invoked her, right to
It is
counsel?
Before.
Okay.
So there were several references, as well as several references to the type of sentence that she's going to get. And what I think is concerning, especially references to what needs to be proven in front of a jury, what the jury's going to do.
Okay, why are those comments by law enforcement admissible?
It's admissible because the officer is the one who said it was during the interview. We shouldn't get to retract certain statements, redact certain statements that he made during the interview because it looks bad on That's exactly what the state is asking the court to do. In the interrogation, he's threatening Alicia. He's saying these things to Alicia. He's also not just mentioning life, he's also mentioning term of years, which is 30. Regardless of what he says and what he mentions in terms of what sentences she may get, all of what he's doing during the interrogation is what prompts Alicia to give the responses that she does give during the interrogation. So if you take out the statements that he's making, if you're leaving out the context of why she said and did certain things. So that context needs to remain in the statement.
So, I mean, it sounds like you're arguing some form of coercion based upon what the detective said?
I mean, it could be coercion, it could be under influence, it could be...
Well, why did you file a motion to suppress pretrial?
Because I'm not asking...
Woo!
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking for the statements after she invoked her rights to be left out.
Okay. Well, what did she say anything inculpatory after the detective made the statements about what the potential
She does
sentence
not.
is?
So, I mean, my only concern again was the rule of completeness. That's why I went with the defense counsel. These are not statements where she is making incriminating statements. She is denying her involvement. So, Judge, I don't think that those, again, normally we're giving this with an instruction saying how a law enforcement officer's opinion is not evidence. I think defense would normally be asking me to take it out.
Right.
That didn't happen in this scenario. I understand that they may have their own strategy. However, it's not appropriate, especially there are multiple references about the jury specifically with the
Okay.
detective.
Let me ask you this. So were you intending to play anything to the jury after the detective makes these comments about what the sentence is in this case, or the potential sentence is?
Judge, it is in there multiple times, so there is portions that occur after that, correct?
Okay. And so there is evidence that you would seek to admit after the detective makes that representation regarding what a potential sentence is?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that part you do intend to play to the jury?
Not her direct response to that, but the interview does go on, Judge. But I thought a lot of it is what the defense wanted to remain within the conversation, if that makes sense.
No. I mean, I'm having a hard time because I don't know what the interview, I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna have to look at it. And I really wish someone filed a motion before trial and we weren't doing this in the middle of trial. Okay, so be back here at, I think I told the jury 1:30, be back here at 1:15 so I can look at the video. Okay, thanks.
I am utterly shocked at the disorganization of this case. A lot of stuff is popping up that should have been, I got the sun's coming in. It should have been dealt with prior, like she said in the pretrial. It's interesting. Okay, Miss June, I have requested an updated bingo card, if you don't mind, if you can put it in my palm. I would appreciate it, considering the fact that my headache is getting worse. It's more of a visual, let me put it this way, the pain's not worse, it's becoming an optical. So everything's blurry, my glasses aren't helping, especially with this eye. I got an optical in my right eye. In my humble opinion, as a juror, I would look at those and her to do several, What these youngins don't realize is that you can't get away with crime anymore because our phones document everything there is. Thank you, babe. I think I don't normally have allergies. Every once in a while when they're like really high, I might get an allergy headache. So I think a lot of this is more of a change in weather, migraine-y thing. Honey, unfiltered brew poison, Halloween coffee cup out. That is so cute. Y'all go in Discord and look at that. I don't have a poker face. Her and her counsel would totally be able to read across my forehead. Please, girl, side-eye girl. Yep. Mm-hmm. Miss June, I don't know if you're in the background. Let me see if you did it. Oh, you did. Thank you, Miss June. Glorious June. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this off as we go. No further questions. Oh, we have the same card. Data files. Outside the jury presence admitted. We have free to go, free space, and Jackson Sheriff's Office. We have social media, Axiom, iCloud, Tampa PD. We have, I guess that's a simulation. Ammunition. Orion Pew Pew Intelligence brass container. We need to put Judge rolling eyes. Judge is shaking her head. But anyway, this is the current bingo card. Thank you so much, June, for that. I appreciate it. Here, oh, I do want to share this. Let me get this back where it belongs. Okay, I do want to talk to y'all real quick. Hurricane Melissa, live updates, Category 5, landfall imminent as Jamaica takes cover. This is going to be the worst hurricane that Jamaica's actually suffered. Hurricane Melissa, Category 5, is now expected to make a landfall in the next hour or so. That was posted. What's the time on this article? Do they have a time? Just now. Okay. So within about an hour. Winds are already screaming across the island as a horrific hurricane closes in. Parts of the eye have already reached land near Front Hill on the southwestern corner of the island. So 11:14 my time, Central Time. Melissa's eye wall has crossed the coastline. It brings up the question of how we know when the storm officially made landfall. This storm is one of the worst that they've ever faced. A lot of the storms that go anywhere near Jamaica usually go to the outer edges of Jamaica. This is actually going to cross over the island. And the last one that actually crossed over the island, I believe, was a Category 3. This is a Category 5. This means the entire island is going to be incumbent with the hurricane. The eye looks like it's going to cross about a fourth of the island, or just shy of a fourth of the island will be crossed over by the eye. So our thoughts and prayers are with everybody in Jamaica. Part of the problems, like with Alaska, when you have flooding or hurricane and all these islandy places, is the fact that you don't have a direct route of access for first responders. And my hair, I have a cow look, so this one's always higher than the other side. That's crazy. Anyway, you don't have the resources that can just pop in like the Red Cross or any other kind of resource that we have going on. Do that. We don't have those kind of resources that can just drive across the state line. Everything has to be brought in by boat or helicopter, and unfortunately, neither one are getting there until the storm has passed. So very limited resources, and there's only so far they can go. They can't really break away from the storm. They can't get in the car and drive out of state like some of us can. With that, everybody, please keep them in your prayer. It is not a pleasant thing if you've been through a hurricane. You know what I mean. All right, now we're during lunch break. I wanted to go over to the first grader shooting teacher civil trial, day 1, Abigail Zwarner versus Ebony Parker, where a student shot a teacher and there is a civil suit. while we're on lunch break, we're going to watch this.
Not in any of their designations. I mean, this is nothing more than trial by ambush, this type of behavior.
Yep.
All right, now,
Exactly.
court stands on its previous rulings. And as to your concern about any comment made that the jury may or may not have heard, I will instruct them at the end. I think it's a standard instruction that comments by attorneys or court during evidentiary arguments before the jury is not considered evidence and should not be considered.
We asked for that instruction.
All right. All right, anything else on that?
Just because I referenced it, Your Honor, I'd like to mark as Court Exhibit C the actual request for production that was issued on point to Dr. Parker.
All right, motion's hearing only.
Motion's correct.
Where's the response?
It is the response. On the other side.
Well, that's 16. That's 31. Is this the 32?
Any objection for motion purposes only? All right. And then as well, to back up the instruction we'll give them at the end, I will, when we come back from our lunch break, advise them of exactly what I just said, that comments by attorneys or the court during evidentiary arguments is not evidence and should not be considered as such. I know you're still objecting, but is there any objection to advising them of that?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I'll just last thing on the record, which is that the document lists, Exhibit 108 lists Ebony Parker's name on the front title, and to the extent that there's any argument of her, any prejudice that's addressed by this, it was the Rich Neck Elementary School policy for her as assistant principal.
Right. Okay. All right. Having put all that on the record, we will take our lunch break and return at 1:15 with your next witness. All right. Court is now in recess.
All rise.
Okay, that
We're
was
asking.
it up to now. All right, I just wanted to see where they were. We're in opening arguments. That's what I want to hear. Interesting seal. Very Romanesque. Very interesting on that seal. There we go. I never heard of this, so this is going to be interesting for me. I got to fix my chair.
All right. Have you all agreed whether or not you just want to give this to the jury? You want me to read it to them? How would you prefer?
My understanding, Your Honor, is that based upon the stipulation just as to authenticity and not admissibility,
Okay.
it essentially relieves certain objections that may be raised during the course of the evidence, but doesn't need to be read or instructed to the jury.
Okay. Defense agrees?
Agrees.
All right. Now, I'm assuming you wanted this entered, but not as an exhibit number, correct?
Correct, Your Honor, just in the court's record.
All right, so it looks like there's a certificate of service on page 5. Did one of you want to sign that, and then I'll just write entered on it? Is that how you want to do it?
We can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure whose certificate. It's probably ours. I'm happy to sign.
I'm going to zoom just a little bit.
Now let's talk about January.
All right, opening argument. I'm going to cup of coffee we'll later drink today.
Teachers sound an alarm that something is wrong, administrators will answer promises. And may it please the court, Your Honor. Good morning, members of the jury. In every school, there are spoken and unspoken promises.
that teachers trust administrators to keep. One of those promises is that when teachers sound an alarm that something is wrong, administrators will answer. In this case, on January 6, 2023, those promises were broken. And those promises were not broken by chance or confusion, but through a series of deliberate decisions that were made inside Rich Neck Elementary School, a school right down the street from us, 15 miles in our own community. And you're going to hear about the defendant, Dr. Ebony Parker. She was the assistant principal on January 6, 2023 at Rich Neck Elementary School. Now, members of the jury, an assistant principal is the second in command. She's a frontline administrator. And as a frontline administrator, the assistant principal directly interfaces with the teachers every day. Those teachers go to her for support. They go to her when there's problems in the classroom. And those teachers go to her when there are safety concerns. And you don't have to trust me on that. You're going to see during this trial copies of the school handbook, the crisis management plan, which governs these responsibilities. And it also governs the relationship between administrators and teachers. As an assistant principal, you have the authority to search a student, to remove a student from the classroom, to notify the principal, to contact law enforcement. One of the main issues of a frontline administrator is safety. We've all heard safety first. Members of the jury, this is the job of an assistant principal, the job that Dr. Parker accepted with those spoken and unspoken promises, with that authority that she undertook as the assistant principal. Now let's talk about January 6, 2023. The first week back to school after the holiday. Kids are excited, there's excitement in the air. It's a Friday. There's about 100 kids that are filing in to Rich Neck Elementary School at about 9 o'clock that morning. 20 of whom are headed down to room 11. Room 11 is the classroom that Ms. Warner was the first grade teacher of. Now it's January, it's cold out. These kids have on hoodies, jackets, and backpacks. And in those backpacks are things that you would expect to find. Books, pencils, calculators. About an hour and a half later, at 10:30 a.m., another student, a 6-year-old, who we're going to refer to as JT, comes to school. His mom drops him off. You may be wondering why JT got to school at 10:30 that day. You'll probably hear that he was on a modified schedule because JT had some behavior problems. He was also coming back to school that day from a suspension, where 2 days prior, JT had a violent episode where he took Miss Warner's phone and slammed it, cracking the screen protector. So this is his first day back from the suspension as well. JT, too, has on his backpack. He checks into the office. In JT's backpack are the usual things: books, a calculator, pencils. But you're going to hear that JT also had a loaded gun. So JT goes down to room 11, which is right down the hall from the main office, where the assistant principal's office is, where Dr. Parker spent the majority of her day sitting at her desk. You're also going to hear that it was makeup testing day. Opposing counsel may say that's an important day in the life of an administrator. And it is. They're doing makeup testing. It's about 30 students that day from grades 3 through 5 who are making up the testing. A very small percent. Now it's about 11:30, 11:40, about an hour's gone by. Miss Warner goes into Dr. Parker's office. She's sitting at her desk. And Miss Warner says to Dr. Parker, JT seems off today and in a violent mood. He just threatened to beat up a kindergartner in the cafeteria. Does Dr. Parker get up from her desk and go down and check on JT? No. Does Dr. Parker look up and address Miss Warner and her concerns? No. Dr. Parker does not even look up. So now, some more time's gone by. It's a little after 12. You're going to hear that another teacher comes into Dr. Parker's office, Amy Kovac. Ms. Kovac comes into the office with an alarming report and says, after she's been in JT's class, spoken to some of the students in JT's class, Ms. Kovac thinks that JT may have a gun in his backpack. So, does Dr. Parker remove the child from the class? No. Does she notify the next in the chain of command, the principal? No. Does she contact law enforcement? No. Does she search the backpack herself? No. Ms. Kovac says she's going to go search the backpack when they go to recess. Now about maybe 20 more minutes or so go by. Ms. Kovac comes back to Dr. Parker's office, where Dr. Parker is still sitting at her desk. And now Ms. Kovac says to Dr. Parker, I checked the backpack. There was no gun. Right? However, in her next breath, Ms. Kovac says, Ms. Warner thinks that the child, JT, took something out of his backpack, the gun, and put it in his pocket. Does Dr. Parker then decide to remove the child from recess while he's out there with all the other students? No. Does Dr. Parker search the child? No. She doesn't notify the principal. Instead, Dr. Parker downplays the report. And she says to Ms. Kovac, he has little pockets. So Ms. Kovac leaves. Well, Ms. Kovac's one of the proctors that day for the makeup testing. So she goes out to recess and comes back to see Dr. Parker one more time. This is Ms. Kovac's third time in the office. And says, I wanted to let you know he has on a jacket, and I'm going for the testing because it starts at 1, and she'll be back for the testing. Now some more time goes by. It's about 1:40. 2 additional staff members go to Dr. Parker. One goes into Dr. Parker's office and says, he just got off the phone with another first grade teacher. He wants to know, did you search JT? Dr. Parker says, yes, the backpack's been searched. He walks out. Shortly behind him comes in the guidance counselor. And he says to Dr. Parker, after speaking to others and being concerned that a student actually saw bullets or a gun in JT's pocket, says, can I search JT? So not only does Dr. Parker not leave her office and go down the hallway and take JT out of that classroom, not only does she not search him, she doesn't call the police, but she makes the decision to say to the guidance counselor, no, you cannot search the boy. She says, just wait. His mother will be here soon. Let her know. The mother gets there about 2:30. This is about 1:40 p.m. We've had a day now of warnings. 4 warnings. So now the time is 1:58. Bang! Everybody nearby hears the sound of a gunshot. JT has now taken that firearm, pointed it at Abby, and pulled the trigger. You're going to hear that that bullet went into her hand, her left hand, through her hand, into the side of her left chest, where it still lies today, because it's too dangerous to remove. You're going to hear how January 6, 2023 changed Abby's life forever.
I bet it did.
She has undergone 6 surgeries and still has one coming up to remove a plate out of her hand. And you'll be able to see her hands, the difference. She still does not have full range of motion in her left hand. And you're going to hear from those doctors, and they're going to tell you about that impact from that gunshot that day. You're going to hear from her sister Hannah and her mother Julie, and how they had to give Abby around-the-clock care for months. Hannah quit her job. Hannah moved in with Abby so she could take care of her around the clock. Because jurors, Abby could not open food containers, feed herself. She couldn't open bottles. She wasn't able to shower. She couldn't hold a brush for her hair or wash her hair. She wasn't able to pull her pants up. She wasn't able to button her clothes. She wasn't able to drive. Abby was 25 years old on January 6, 2023. She had just started her career as a teacher. She's pouring into her students. She was excited about what the future held. In your 20s, usually one of the best times of your life, Abby's going to tell you how they've been the darkest times of her life. How the pain and trauma do not easily fade, and what she's been dealing with.
Poor baby.
And members of the jury, you're going to hear from an expert who's going to tell you that administrators are trained how to deal with the report of a gun in school, and how ignoring multiple credible reports of a firearm not only violates protocol, but it puts all lives in danger that were in that school. You'll hear from all the teachers that went to Dr. Parker on that day, the 4 different staff members and teachers, with their concerns that JT has a gun. And you're going to hear from the defense that you should excuse Dr. Parker's conduct on that day. You're going to hear Dr. Parker was part of a team of teachers prior to January 6th that we're working with JT to try to help correct some of those classroom behavior problems he had. And that's true. You're going to hear that it was a 6-year-old child. Who would think a 6-year-old is going to bring a gun to school and shoot their teacher? Members of the jury, it's Dr. Parker's job to believe that that is possible. It's her job to investigate it and to get to the very bottom of it. And to hope that that's not possible. But her job is to address it. You're going to hear, Abby could have done more. But when you hear those arguments, I ask you to ask yourself, why did 4 different people go to Dr. Parker that day with this concern? 4 different staff, 4 different teachers total went to Dr. Parker. Because Dr. Parker was the assistant principal. Dr. Parker was in the chain of command. Dr. Parker had the authority to search a student. She had the authority to remove a student from the classroom. She had the authority to call the law enforcement. 4 opportunities to take decisive action and do that. So jurors, why are you here today? You're here because we're asking you to enforce a promise that Dr. Parker broke, and a life has been shattered because of it. Only you have the power to decide how to make up that promise, and only you have that power to decide what are those harms and losses that Abby has suffered. And it's important, jurors, that you don't have to find that Dr. Parker is not a good person. We're not even suggesting that. We're asking you to look at the decisions and choices that Dr. Parker made that day, because she made bad decisions and choices that day. But you can find that Dr. Parker is a good person, but you can also find that Dr. Parker breached her duty of care to the plaintiff on January 6, 2023. And I ask that you please listen carefully to each witness that you're going to hear from over the next 2 weeks. You're going to get to watch and hear testimony about what happened in that school on January 6th. You're going to see documents of handbooks, of protocol. You're going to hear from doctors. You're going to hear from experts. So please pay close attention to all of that. And also notice each time Dr. Parker had a decision to make, what that decision was that Dr. Parker made. How many opportunities Dr. Parker had to prevent what happened on January 6th. And I'm confident at the end of this, you'll have a clear picture of what happened and how that tragedy on January 6th happened. Minute by minute, decision by decision. And I'm going to ask at the end of this trial, we're asking that you come back with a verdict for our client, Abby. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. I appreciate it.
Wonderful opening. Nice opening. Y'all, I'm showing. I know I have a green screen. I'm showing Red Panda Power, My Island, and Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is a wonderful game. You build everything. You start with just the land. You have to build everything. You have to learn how to chop wood and earn money, but if you have connections, you can be given a lot of money and buy or make everything. You go fishing. You can redecorate. I'm in the process of decorating. Look at this is what I call my lavender farm. And then you can look at my little turtles I made on the beach. They're actually little, sit on them. I've even got my beach shower, the little showers and hot tubs. You can decorate it in many different ways. I got my little fishing boats, my little fishing area, money tree. It's really a fun thing to do. It's really good for youngins. It's a clean game. And then you can visit other people's islands. So I'm just showing her, I'm still in the process of decorating my island. Just different fun things you can do. You can take boat tours. Anyway, back to court, but I'm just showing her. I'll go back to where I was because y'all couldn't see that, but there's my little picnic area. Here is the lavender farm. I like my lavender farm. Back here is the beach shower area. Here, let's see if I can go in. Nope, I can't. He's not home. I made that into a little cafe. I got to finish decorating the cafe. You can fish, gather shells. You can actually go in the ocean and actually dive. It is. You can hibernate flowers. See, here's my little flowers. Now, I put them on the beach while I am decorating so I can get them out of the way. Here's a little outside library. My island is not near as fancy as some islands. There's that farm again. All these little houses are my villager houses. Let me see if I'll go to my house. Let y'all see my house. Come on to my house. Thank you. Going around just kind of showing.
All right, before the defense proceeds with their opening statement, if there are any subpoenaed
Okay, this is my house.
witnesses in the courtroom, I would ask at this time that you step out of the courtroom and into the waiting room, and counsel will be with you after the statement.
If you haven't been in your house for a while, you get roaches. My living room.
And for the record, I understand there's a joint motion to exclude witnesses. Is that correct, Ms. Good?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor ruled on that yesterday.
Yes.
All right, are you prepared with your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, may I please support?
You,
Permission to move about the roll, please.
you may.
No one can see this coming. No one can see this coming. No one could predict that. Hindsight is 20/20. These are not my words. In the course of this trial, the evidence will show that these are the words of the staff and teachers who will hear from in this case. These are the people who were present and were affected by the shooting that occurred, the tragic shooting that occurred at Bridgeneck Elementary School in January 2023. These are the words of Dr. Ebony Parker's accusers. Their accusers. These are the people who were her coworkers, they were her colleagues, they were people that relied on each other to make decisions. They were people who understood that a public school setting is a community and decision-making is cooperative. Although there is hierarchy, decision-making is collaborative. Those at the top, the so-called administration, depend on reliable subordinates, but they are equals. They are equals in the sense that everyone must exercise independent judgment and discretion. They need to use their minds. The world is a complicated place. There are no easy solutions. There are no simple stories. The law recognizes this. The law recognizes that there is such a thing as hindsight bias. Fine.
Hate it when I have
Hindsight. Everyone's heard the phrase, hindsight is 20/20. You've heard different variations of this. There's Monday morning quarterbacking. This is something that is embedded in the fabric of our life. It is common sense. It is also something that is a bedrock of our system of justice. The law knows that it is unfair. It is fundamentally unfair to judge another person's decisions based on stuff that came up after the fact. We all know this. We don't need a law textbook to tell us this. We know it in here, we know it in here. And guess what? That is Virginia law as well. The law requires you to examine people's decisions at the time that they make them in light of the information that they had. Why would the law do that? Because that's how people make decisions. None of us, no one sitting here not me, not anyone in this courtroom, makes the decision with the benefit of hindsight. And that's a hard thing to get past. It's a very difficult thing to get past because when you hear about the tragedy, no one's disputing this is a tragedy. When you hear about what happened to Ms. Warner, we know this is tragic. We know this should not have happened. But you will hear from Dr. Parker's former coworkers, her associates, her former confidants. They will tell you this evening. They will tell you what they did. They told law enforcement. They told investigators. They told numerous people after the fact. No one could have predicted this. No one could have seen this coming. No one could have imagined that a 6-year-old first grade student would bring a firearm into an elementary school and shoot their own teacher. And this just isn't like speculation. This isn't something that a lawyer is making up. You will hear it from your own witnesses. You will see it with your own eyes. You will see surveillance. You will see video testimony. You will hear from experts. And you'll be able to judge for yourself whether or not this was foreseeable. That's the heart of this case. But as everything in law, it's always a little complicated. Nothing simple. And what I mean is this. There's at least 2 or 3 unusual aspects of this case. I told you that the law recognizes that people make decisions in the moment. You can't judge them with stuff they didn't know at the time, with the benefit of hindsight. You don't judge it based on because this tragedy happened, it was terrible, it was a horrible outcome, therefore someone needs to be held accountable. That is not how the law works. And even if you decided, when you hear some of this testimony, you think to yourselves, I would have made a different decision. I would have made a different call. That's not the standard either. It is difficult, I know. But you were selected. You sat through that painful selection process all yesterday. That was for a reason. You were selected for a significant special purpose. Just because you were selected because you can be fair, you can be impartial, you can be unbiased, and you can view the facts of this case like no one's looked at it before. You talked about in voir dire, the fancy word for jury selection, all the media coverage, all that's been going on. We're in a court of law now. We're in a court of law now. And that's when you get to hear the facts. That's when you get to hear from the witnesses themselves who will have to come and sit in that stand and look at Dr. Parker and face her and confront her. And say to her face that this was foreseeable. This case is unusual. Ordinarily, under the law, in any negligence case, you got to prove certain elements. That's always true. Elements are the bits and pieces that make up a claim. They got to prove that Dr. Parker owed these people a legal duty, that they breached that duty, that they caused Ms. Warner's injuries, and they can establish the damages. That's true of any negligence case. One thing that will be hard to grapple with in this case, and I know, and I want to give you a preview now. When it comes to a legal duty, usually the question is easy. You just look up in a law textbook, you look in the code, it's written down someplace and it says, the law requires you to do this. The law requires you to do that. The law requires you to not do this, not do that. It's written in black and white. And if we had that type of case, this would be much easier. We don't have that type of case. This is a case where the plaintiff has alleged that my client has assumed a duty. Assumed a duty, meaning that under Virginia law, even if the law does not impose an obligation on you to do something, even though if it's not written down somewhere in a book that says Mr. Hogan has to do this or that, sometimes you can volunteer for it. You can raise your hand and say, I'm taking on that legal duty. I'm taking on this obligation to do something that the law doesn't require. It may seem crazy, but that's what it is. That's how it works. And you're required to apply that law. But because that is such a significant undertaking, to raise your hand and volunteer to do something that the law doesn't make you do, ordinarily, you got to meet some very stringent requirements. And you'll hear about that. The court will give you instructions in the law, will give you guidance. We'll come back up here and explain it the best we can. But what it comes down to is in a case like this, where there is a 6-year-old child, something so unusual. And you'll hear the testimony. We'll establish this is not an everyday occurrence. In fact, it is virtually unprecedented. In a case like this, where it is done by when someone suffers harm due to somebody else pulling the trigger of the gun, that is third-party criminal harm. That is third-party intentional harm.
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but I have an objection at this point.
So your objection?
Your Honor, he is certainly going beyond the scope of what is allowed in an opening statement and getting into argument. I refrained from arguing the case, and I'd ask that he do the same, Judge.
You have a response?
I do, Judge. I think that we gave counsel wide latitude in voir dire and jury selection to instruct the jury of the law, make sure that they can abide by those instructions. That applies here as well during opening statements. I'm not arguing the law. I'm stating black letter law and making sure that they understand how they should have the framework so they can make sense of this case.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Judge.
Continue.
I'm not going to give you a law lecture. You're going to hear plenty of that later. But what you need to know is that in a case like this, where someone pulls the trigger and it wasn't Dr. Parker, if you raise your hand and say, I'm assuming a duty to exercise care to safeguard you or protect you, when the law wouldn't make me do that normally, you have got to have a promise. You've got to have an agreement. It's got to be express, meaning you've got to say it. It's got to be unambiguous. And you heard counsel mention that she had to acknowledge it and say she claims that Dr. Parker made this promise just by being an administrator, by raising her hand and saying, I want to be a public servant, I want to come here and I want to educate the children in my community. By raising her hand, she signed up for this. You be the judges of that. You all be the judges of that. The other unusual thing about this case is that ordinarily, the standard is a reasonable person standard. What that means is when you're figuring out when somebody makes a decision or not, you gotta decide, okay, was this a violation of the law or not? Are they liable? The way you assess that is from a reasonable person standard. You just imagine what would an objectively reasonable person do given the information the defendant had. In this case, we gotta go beyond that. For them to prevail, for them to recover, they need to establish gross negligence. That means that even if it was reasonably foreseeable, even if Dr. Parker or any other defendant in this type of situation should have known or should have known what was going to happen, that's not sufficient here. They need to show gross negligence, and what that boils down to is indifference. Indifference, not inadequacy. That is what you need to remember. Remember that as you're listening to the evidence. Indifference, not inadequacy. What that means is if you hear the evidence, we come back up here at the end, and you're thinking to yourself, I would have made different decisions. I don't agree with what happened here. It's not the same. They need to establish indifference. They have to establish that our client, Dr. Parker, exercised not even the slightest degree of guilt. If the evidence shows after everything shakes out, and you decide and you consider it, and you come to the conclusion and you think, look, I would have made different decisions, but you can see the evidence establishes that she exercised some degree of care, she did something, even if it turned out to be insufficient. That's the law you need to apply in this case. That's the way you need to think about this case. Carry that with you when you listen to the evidence. Carry that with you when you listen to these witnesses take a stand and tell the story of what happened. Because you are the judges of credibility. You have to decide who's telling the truth. And you heard in jury selection, counsel emphasized, he asked you to be brutally honest. Brutally honest. That's what the law requires of you. He's right about that. Ask if these witnesses are being brutally honest. Think about that. The last thing that you should know about this case, that you should consider as you're listening to all these witnesses take a stand, is that there's another duty we got to talk about. Every person under Virginia law has a duty to exercise reasonable care for their own safety. It's common sense, just like how hindsight's common sense. The law knows that. The law accounts for it and says that should be the law. You've got a duty to exercise reasonable care for your own safety. And what you're going to hear in this case is evidence that will give you pause. Counsel asks you to think about every time Dr. Parker had to make a decision. I want you to think about every time that Ms. Warner had to make a decision. Think about that. Is she being brutally honest? It's a hard thing to do. Under Virginia law, if you're even slightly at fault and you fail to exercise reasonable care for your own safety, you generally cannot recover. There are exceptions, and we'll hear about them. I'm not here to lecture you on the law, but you need to know this. You need to know this to understand the story you're going to hear, because this story hasn't been told for real before. Ms. Douglas is going to get back up here at the end of this case. She's going to ask you to hold true to the promises you made during jury selection, that you will follow the law, that you will listen carefully to the evidence, you will weigh it, you will come to a judgment. What I want you to think about. You are not judging Dr. Parker's conduct. You are judging the evidence. Apply the law. Think carefully. And ask yourselves, is it really foreseeable that a 6-year-old child would shoot their own teacher? Is that reasonably foreseeable? Was Dr. Parker indifferent? Did she fail to exercise at least some degree of care, even if it didn't work out? Did Abby Warner fail to take steps for her own safety? That's what you got to think about. Those are hard questions. Think carefully. You get one shot at this case. In jury selection, counsel talked about one of your roles. Your roles is like assessing the value of a diamond. Like it's a prize. There's a cash reward at the end of this case. You've got to assess it. This is not the Antiques Roadshow. This is a court of law. You assess witness credibility, which will be decided in crucible court. You will look at them. You will decide. You are deciding people's lives, careers. That is what is at stake. It is not a diamond. Apply the law. Trust your instincts.
Mr. Hogan? All right, are you prepared with your, call your first witness?
We are, Judge.
Yeah.
Plan calling Nina Farish.
All right.
Playing with backgrounds, y'all. I make it a little bigger. I don't like that too yellow. Too yellow. Make me look like I'm inside a window. I'm in home. Oh.
Just putting out everything that's going to be on that screen is going to be on this for me to see. Okay.
And it will be there for the witness as well. I think counsel has preview screens as well.
Your Honor.
The witness.
Judge, okay.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Farish. Good morning. I'm sorry, if you could just keep your voice raised. I don't have good hearing to begin with.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Hogan. I'm counsel for Dr. Parker along with Ms. Douglas. I understand it came to our attention this morning that ordinarily when a court proceeding takes place, there will be a rule on witnesses making sure that anyone who will take the stand will be excluded, so that in the event that there's any information that comes to light, giving a preview of what to expect in the evidence going forward, that it might affect their testimony. So that is why I'm talking to you now. I'm not here to point fingers at you. I know you're in the limelight right now. I apologize. But I just have to ask some questions to make sure that everything's above board.
Okay.
So, Ms. Farish, at what time did you arrive here? Were you here for the entire opening arguments of counsel?
Yes.
And that included both plaintiff's counsel from the very beginning all the way through the end of defense counsel's opening statements. Both, you saw both of them?
No, just the, I don't know which side is which. Just
this is the defense.
Okay.
This plaintiff's counsel.
I just heard plaintiffs opening.
Understood. Do you think, was there anything in that testimony that would affect the way you testify today here in court, your ability to be candid and to follow the law, to testify truthfully?
No.
So what happened was she was not informed before court started. She's a witness that she just kept, I'm a witness, I want to go into court. Well, she was not informed, nor did the jury or anybody, the lawyers or anybody within the court say, who are you? Are you a witness? Witnesses can't be in court. That is one thing that I wish, we're already going back over here. Well, we'll come back. One thing I wish judges would do as a standard procedure, anybody in here who's been called as a witness, Before opening statements, if so, you need to leave the courtroom now. If that rule has been invoked, they just assume witnesses know, and that is not the case. Witnesses don't always know. Gosh, I remember being that tiny. I used to be that little. I shnight you not. I graduated high school at 89 pounds, 5'2". All right. Hey, back to this court.
Judge, if I may have the court's indulgence, speak with Mr. Benioff.
Yes. While they're doing that, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Nina Sophia Farish.
Thank you, ma'am. And can you spell your last name?
F is in Frank, A-R-R-I-S-H.
Thank you.
2 questions.
Are you done asking questions?
You can proceed.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Farish, were you informed that you weren't supposed to be in the courtroom for opening statement until after the plaintiff was done with theirs?
I do not recall that.
And you've sworn to tell the truth, you're going to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Any motion on behalf of the defense?
Not for defense, Judge.
All right. Any motion on behalf of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Can we bring the jury right back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we can just have her, and I can have her resworn in front of the jury if you'd like.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Just make sure that they know that she's been sworn in since they didn't see that part.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right.
6 perform an investigation since they weren't there.
I almost thought it was the same person, but it's not.
And
2 different outfits. Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
background on your
What's
current
your-
employment position.
Currently, I am the Director of Human Resources for Newport News Public Schools.
And did you serve in that same role or capacity back in 2023, specifically January of 2023?
Yes.
And as part of your role
Angela, go to Discord DM, please.
with the Newport News Public School System, did you, as a result of a shooting that occurred at Rich Neck Elementary on January 6th, perform an investigation?
Yes.
And as part of that investigation, did you interview Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
I'm going to show you just a roadmap, which is, go ahead and publish. And this is just my handiwork, just to tell you what we're going to be talking about today, okay?
Oh my God, with
We're just going to
TikTok,
have 2 stops. I want to talk to you first.
with technology that we have out there today, you give them this. Heck, you could ask your 5th grade kid to create something and he'd do that.
About
No judge.
your interview with Dr. Parker.
No
And
judge.
then I want to talk to you about the Newport News Public Schools protocols.
Okay.
So, let's start with the interview of Dr. Parker. How soon after the events of January 6th do you recall conducting an interview of Dr. Parker?
From what I can recall, it was within 2 or 3 days.
And so sometime in early January still.
Yes.
And during that interview, did you ask Miss Parker whether she knew that a student had a gun on campus at Rich Neck Elementary before the shooting?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
If I recall correctly, she said something was reported to her that a student had a weapon.
Would it help if I were able to show you a transcript of that interview to help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Farish, just take a moment, or Dr. Farish, excuse me, take a moment and read the initial part of the transcript and tell me if it refreshes your memory as to whether this is a transcript of your conversation with Dr. Parker.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
And if you can look onto page 2, line 19 of the transcript, can you just read that portion of the transcript silently? And does that refresh your recollection as to what Dr. Parker told you about what she knew or what she was informed of?
Yes.
And what was it that she knew?
She knew that students reported that a student had a weapon in his backpack.
And as part of your continued interview of Dr. Parker, did you learn who it was that informed her that a student had a gun in his backpack?
Yes.
And who was that?
Ms. Kovac.
And as part of your interview, did you gather from Dr. Parker what time Dr. Parker learned that information? And if I can help you, it's on page 4, line 13.
Yes.
And what time was that?
12:20.
And as part of the information that Dr. Parker received about a gun in a backpack, did Dr. Parker share with you whether there was a plan to address it?
As I'm reading through and recalling, when you say plan, I'm not recalling a plan as much as the conversation of what happened.
And that's perfectly okay.
Okay.
And so is it fair for me to say, at least based upon the reports from Dr. Parker in that initial interview, she did not convey that she had formulated a plan to address it?
Correct.
And did she inform you during that interview whether there was a discussion with her and somebody else about searching the backpack? If it helps, page 3.
Okay, we're back in this court. They're loading back up.
was just at a 75. Specific, so that could be a part the other day.
Could it be this? And this is the original card on 75C. Was it like the photos?
We just failed to announce,
Yeah,
because
it was
I
just-
said 75, we already had 75-2 in, so
Right.
it is,
It's 12 through 16 was here, but then all of them were.
I created a new card for all of them, we just have to correct, ensure that the record is cleared. 75C, do you want to put that on the book? Well,
There it is.
let's make sure we're on the same page for that.
Yeah, so 75C2 was admitted previously,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay? And then we're getting ready to move on to 75, correct? Or is
We
it?
are on 75.
Oh,
Going
okay.
through 75, but I only said 75 when we admitted it, and there are subcategories, so the clerk needs us to pronounce the 1 through 13, with the exception of 2, which is already in.
Okay.
And so A and B as well, 75A, 75B.
Did A and B get admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, with the entirety of the exhibits, the business record certification and the device info.
Okay.
So A, B, and then C, 1, 3 through 13. This 2 was previously admitted.
Right. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
C, 2.
All right.
That is trash. Yes. No, that is trash. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running out of time to talk about the defendant's Miranda interview, so jury's back here at 2 minutes.
Meaning chop, 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 get your crap together. You have your lunch break. You can work on lunch.
Okay? How long is the interview?
Judge, it is approximately,
An hour.
One
I knew it.
122.
An hour and 22?
Yes.
I was close. An hour.
Okay, we're not gonna be able to watch that right now.
No. No.
All right, how much longer do you anticipate with your current witness, Detective Bors?
15 minutes.
And is Detective Ramos the next one?
he is judge. But we can certainly get started, but he's gonna be lengthy, so.
Okay. Three.
For Robert Howard, when he was brought over, I guess then
Yeah,
you
you'll
go back.
probably send him back.
I'll send
Yeah.
it back there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me?
You want the detective to be back on the bench?
Sure.
No, don't worry, it's okay.
Yes.
Still missing one jury, Judge.
Oh, okay.
So the hurricane has made landfall, and unfortunately, they do not have the infrastructure to handle this type of storm. They're expecting a high loss of life and massive devastation. And unfortunately, they don't have the abilities or the capability of the support that most other countries have. I hate it when that happens. So they're going to be needing a lot of donations. If you choose to donate to any cause that helps them, please make sure that whomever you're donating to, the organization, is legit. There's going to be a lot of counterfeit, so y'all be careful. But this is going to be one of the worst devastating events they've ever experienced. I wonder what she's writing or doodling. I want to see what she's doing.
All right.
I'm
Do we need
glad-
to wait for Mr. Harmon here? We need to wait, or we can get going?
Judge, I think we can get going.
Okay, very good. Let's go and bring him in. Okay. Sorry, it's mine.
That wasn't me ringing.
All rise.
I'm to the judge is like, everybody turn off the phone. No ringing should be occurring. I want to go see Judge Boyd, but I have to keep my phone on, and I'm terrified.
All yours are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, and we'll continue on with the detective. You may proceed.
Your Honor. Detective Wars, I believe when we left off, we were on the extraction for Alicia Andrews, 03 at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at State's Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to the first date stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th of 2023 at 11:02 p.m. and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 a.m.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped, but I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is
Movie.
pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case,
It would be, if it was a photo, it'd be a PNG, a JPEG, or something like that. But anything that's a video would be an MOV. Toxie, I love you, boo, but get out from my feet. I can't put my feet up because my cat's on my stool. She's kidnapped my stool.
so 10 frames from the
the windows are long and it cuts under the desk, and the ray of light is resting right on my feet. So my kitty wants to get in that warm sunlight and bask in the sun at the cost of my feet.
Video file, and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions, or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where the whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics, we don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals, but no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like you would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview or did not interview anybody in this case.
You'd only received the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
Are those her parents? I believe those are her parents. I guess they're wearing the mask to kind of hide their identity. But look at the ring on that finger. No wonder. Look at the ring on that woman's finger. Girl, they got money. No, I'm sorry. I can't assume that, but that's a ring. That'd be nice.
And do the items that are depicted in States 94A through C, 1 through 7, fairly and accurately depict the extraction reports, or some of the extraction reports, from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned?
Yes.
What program were these reports opened in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Celebrate that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or a report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The rockoutsean@icloud.com.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSISDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrite report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name, in the account name column, an identifier of Sean Gathright in the Apple iCloud backup account for line 15?
Yes.
How much weight would you give this evidence as a juror in this case? Answer below. Comment below.
I'm showing you 94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report from the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Thank you.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, Your Honor, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, admitted.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrite has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from.
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know if that name was in the context.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is the responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrite pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure where in the database that name was stored.
So that is a question that I think is got to be made clearer in this data as I'm watching it. The jury needs to fully understand which of the data is pulled down from a cloud account, which data is actually on the phone, like the phone itself took the picture, or is that picture in a cloud? Example, my children and I, for a while, long while, shared the same cloud account. Kind of monitor them that way. But sometimes families or significant others, boyfriends, girlfriends, or whatever, have an account and they can share. It's called family share. And how do we know that the boyfriend didn't take the picture? It's on the iCloud and it downloads automatically into her phone, because some people have it set up that everything gets downloaded. I mean, everything is automatically updated in a cloud. I'm just saying that I think that they need to make it a little bit more understandable as to how much of this evidence is on a cloud, how much of this evidence is actually only phone driven, and how can they tell? How do we tell? How do we tell if this evidence in and of itself came from somebody else's phone that was uploaded to the cloud and then downloaded on her phone? I give Celebrite a whole lot of weight because it's pretty dead on. I mean, it's pretty forward
it is what it is. But I'm not too clear yet how much of the evidence they're using was based on the cloud and what was based on the phone itself. I sometimes will screenshot pictures of my text and it automatically goes to the cloud. Doesn't mean, so my daughter, when she was young, she screenshot a text on her phone because I was worried about it. I just screenshot it and then it goes to the cloud and then I have a copy of it. So that's my personal curiosity question. How much of this evidence is cloud-based versus actually phone data? Just saying.
I'm actually going to show you just slightly out of order. If I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at?
Is that contact with the others through a boyfriend? Meaning, are they sharing the same cloud account or is hers independent? If her cloud account is an independent account, meaning her account, nobody else is on it, they don't share it, then that's a lot of damning evidence. If her account is a shared account, not so much. Let's see. Let's see what they say.
Here in 94C6.
Yes, this is from the contacts.
Okay, and what is contacts in a device?
It's where messages, or I'm sorry, where accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, a person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts, but as you can see when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then a SQLite database after that. So specifically, this ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6 of 24 at 4:43 a.m. and I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was or is being displayed in Eastern Standard Time.
So if the text messages went from her, if these people are in her personal contacts on her phone, boom, there's a connection. Just saying, if these people on the cloud account or and there's no contacts of, meaning you don't have them in your contacts, but you got images of screenshots of text in your iCloud account, I can't put a whole lot of weight, maybe 50% of weight on that. But if in her personal phone, these people are in her contact list, oh, you're done.
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
And how are you able to determine that?
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message?
Yes.
It shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6:22:24 at 5:22 p.m., again in Eastern Standard Time.
From the same iCloud return, looking at the searched items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
In 94C2, can you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have to be an at iCloud. It could be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you could iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi or something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Goodness gracious. Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with, shows 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be,
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
and that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And lastly, 94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device, owner name Sean Gathright?
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
I'm sorry, I keep saying device, iCloud, return.
But yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent?
The first message depicted here is 6:23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
There's some exhibits that we're trying to locate from before lunch. I'll start with these ones, but I need to take it.
Come on, speak up. Get on the mic. Hey, get on the mic, y'all.
The clerks, who's attempting to find them?
Thank you, Katie Bell. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. It's turning because I have a green screen, but look how pretty those are. Yes, I made that. It's a green screen. That's why it's doing that. Dagnabbit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to take you through some of the exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is the
Yes.
iCloud from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure it belongs to him, but yeah, the identifier showed Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right. The iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
All right. So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know. Again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But on this account, Rockout Sean, there is no indication that this account has Alicia Andrews' name tied to it, correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here, could you read that
In
in
this
green?
case, Ron.
I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy.
Katie Bell.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns?
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
With Detective Ramos?
Correct.
Or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with a child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C4. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph, is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video?
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
Showing you State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either,
No, sir.
or the relevance?
No, sir.
There was a person at my door.
You did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right. The iCloud returns, are you responsible for getting these returns from iCloud?
From Apple, yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of work because it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use, because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it, and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back into a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them, we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through the logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process, and if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures where you have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, you know, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, video, briefly, Your Honor.
For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
The state would call Detective Juan Ramos.
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Juan Ramos
How are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
Prior to 2015, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and a military police officer with the United States Marine Corps for 6 years before that.
And before, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been in homicide?
since February 6th of 2024.
Is that as a detective?
Yes,
Had you been a detective in another unit at the Tampa Police Department before coming to homicide?
yes. Prior to homicide, I was a District 1 adverse violent crimes detective,
And how long were you in that position?
approximately 5 months.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to homicide that occurred at the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
What's the address of that area, specifically the Home to Suites?
11606 North McKinley Drive,
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County,
And what city?
Tampa, Florida.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called to respond to that location by my supervisor as I was going to be the lead detective in the homicide that occurred there
What time did you arrive at the location?
at approximately 6:23 a.m.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was the lead detective.
What are the responsibilities and duties of the lead detective in a homicide investigation?
The lead detective has the primary responsibility of gathering all the facts and conducting the investigation. So it's kind of like a team effort, but the lead detective would be the team captain, so to speak.
Are there other detectives in homicide that play a particular role in an investigation?
Yes.
And what role would that be?
So at the scene, we have the lead detective, and then we have the second lead. So there would be a detective that would assist the lead. And then at this specific scene, we also had 2 homicide scene detectives that would be there to process the scene and deal with the scene.
Who was the second that assisted you in this investigation?
Detective Aaron Campbell. He's a sergeant now, but yes.
You said that there were 2 detectives in charge of the crime scene detectives, is that correct?
Correct.
Who were they?
They were Detective David Alverson and Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
When you arrived, had the crime scene perimeter already been established?
Yes,
Did you receive an initial briefing when you arrived?
I did.
Was your sergeant already on scene?
I believe so.
And who is that?
Sergeant Rachel Chonik.
When you first arrived, did you make your own observations and do a walkthrough of the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your observations?
I noted that the entire scene spanned from the south end of the homes to suites, up through the north from there, through adjoining parking lot to the Holiday Inn, which was right next to it. And the scene started at the south end of homes to suites, where there were some shell casings and some impact strikes found, and spanned north to where a black Dodge Charger and the victim's body was found.
Was the victim's body, was it still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Had the victim been tentatively identified at that point?
Yes, he was.
What information did you receive in regards to the victim?
I was notified that his name was Charles Jones and that he was a rapper by the stage name of Julio Foolio.
Were there officers with the Tampa Police Department that had already done some initial research into the background of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you previously been aware or knew who Charles Jones was before this investigation?
No.
What information was relayed to you regarding Charles Jones' background at the scene on June 23rd of 2024?
I learned that he was a prominent rapper out of Jacksonville who was in Tampa over the weekend to celebrate his birthday, and that he had been at a couple clubs before getting to the homes to suites.
Based on that information, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, in particular their gang unit?
Yes, I was ultimately put in contact with the Jacksonville gang unit.
Was there someone with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that was assigned to assist you and put as the lead for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that be in a role of assisting another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Who primarily, what law enforcement agency primarily has jurisdiction over any homicide that occurs within the borders of Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa?
It would be the City of Tampa Police Department.
When you were at the scene, were you made aware of any sort of witnesses or eyewitnesses to the homicide?
No eyewitnesses.
Was there any persons that were identified to you that were present with the victim, either in another vehicle or in the vehicle when this occurred?
Yes,
And did you attempt to take initial interviews at the scene?
I did.
Who did you interview at the scene?
I interviewed other people who were with the victim. The victim was found to have traveled to Homestead Suites as a part of a three-car entourage, 2 cars following his car, and still remaining at the scene was the vehicle of the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner, and the 2 occupants that were in her vehicle.
I think you said initially that the black Dodge Charger still contained the victim, is that correct?
Correct.
What were the make and models of the 2 other vehicles in the victim's entourage?
Armani Turner's vehicle was a Hyundai Sonata, gray or silver, I believe, and then there was a black Nissan Altima that belonged to Tafa McRae.
Was the black Nissan Altima, was that at that location, or was that later discovered at a different location?
That one was discovered at a different location. It was not at the scene at my arrival.
Now, you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of her relationship to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
At the time, she was the active girlfriend of Mr. Jones.
When did her interview occur?
It occurred approximately 7:30 a.m. at the scene. It was one of the first ones I did.
And when you say 7:30 a.m., are you saying June 23rd of 2024, going into the later morning hours?
Correct.
What was her demeanor at the time when you interviewed her?
She was visibly upset and about the situation, obviously.
Without going into what she said, was her interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was she put under oath?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her?
Yes.
Were there any other individuals that were pointed out to you that had been in one of those 3 vehicles still at the scene over there at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was Miss Randolph, who was a friend of Armani Turner's, a passenger of the front seat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata, and then Mr. Robert Howard, who was a backseat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata.
Again, did you take a interview with Miss Randolph?
I did.
Did she provide that to you?
Yes.
Was it recorded, and was it a sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Howard, same questions. Did you interview him as well?
Yes, I did.
Was it a recorded and sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
And did you, after those interviews, did you have an understanding as to what vehicle that they were in?
I did.
And what vehicle were those three individuals, Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, and Mr. Howard in?
Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
At some point in the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was another vehicle with the victim's entourage or the victim's party that was not on scene at the Home to Suites?
I did.
Where was that vehicle located?
That vehicle was located on a Gates Drive just north of Advent Hospital nearby.
Had there been other members of the Tampa Police Department that had responded to that location?
Yes,
Were you also alerted that there were other victims that had been shot in this investigation?
I was.
Who had been shot, and when were you notified of that?
At the scene, I was notified by Sergeant Portman that there was 2 other occupants in Mr. Jones's Charger that were struck by gunfire, Gino Norris Jr. and Xavier Edwards, and I was told that they were transported to the Tampa General Hospital. And then I learned of Camilla Bentley being shot as well as an occupant of the Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima, and she self-transported to Advent Health.
When you arrived on scene, had any of those other victims, Ms. Bentley, Mr. Edwards, or Mr. Norris, were they still on scene, or had they already been removed or left?
Removed or left. They were not there.
Going back to your briefing, at some point, did you make contact with Officer Bernard DeJesus?
I did.
And did you get any information with him concerning Jacksonville and the victims, where the victims were primarily from?
Yes.
Did you also get additional information specifically about his background and any sort of connection with the gang?
I did.
Can you tell us what you learned at that point?
Yes, I learned that the victim was a prominent rapper from Jacksonville and that he was associated with or a member of a gang called 6 Block, and that they had some rivals, ATK, NHG, and 1200, and that it was possible that some rivals had traveled down to Tampa and participated in this.
Did you get any information regarding what his known stage name was or what was his rapper name?
Yes, it was Julio Foolio.
Did you get any information as to what it was that he was doing in town?
He was celebrating his birthday, and also he had a paid performance at a club, Teasers on Nebraska.
During your investigation, did you yourself look at Charles Jones' Instagram account?
I did.
Did you find any sort of advertisements where he was advertising that he would be in Tampa appearing at Teasers or Truth 18?
I did.
When were those advertisements posted in relation to June 23rd of 2024? Is that something you can discern by looking at his Instagram?
Yes, the earliest posting that I found on his Instagram was from approximately June 14th, 8 days before he had to be in Tampa, and it was a flyer advertising that he would be at Teasers Club in Tampa, Florida.
Did it also alert individuals who would see that advertisement on Instagram the date that he would be in Tampa at Teasers?
Yes.
And what was that date?
That was going to be June 22nd.
And you said, I think you mentioned a couple of gangs, and I just want to make sure that I understand. You said that some of the initial information was that he was in 6 Block, I'm referring to Charles Jones, that you were also provided information from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to who the potential rival gang members were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you listed more than one. What were those gangs again?
ATK and potentially a subset group of ATK, NHG, and then also 1200.
And is that NHG, does that stand for No Hospital Gang?
Correct.
And then you also said 1200, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you again about the victims that survived, starting with Gino Norris. At some point, were you made aware of where they were transported to?
Yes, I was notified that Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards were transported to the Tampa General Hospital.
Did you yourself go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
Did you attempt to take interviews with Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
I did.
Did you interview Gino Norris?
I did.
What sort of injuries did he have?
He had a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Were you able to do a interview with Xavier Edwards?
No.
Why not?
He was in surgery at the time that we were there.
At some point after he was out of surgery, were you apprised about what sort of injuries that Mr. Edwards had?
I was.
What injuries did Mr. Edwards have?
He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm and some graze wounds to the right side of his head.
Did you also go to Advent Hospital to interview Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Approximately what time did you go to Advent Hospital?
It was approximately 9 a.m., between 8:30 and 9 a.m. in that time frame.
Still on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Were you able to interview Miss Bentley?
No.
Why not?
She had checked out against medical advice and left the hospital prior to my arrival there.
At some point later in time, did you attempt to take a sworn recorded interview of Miss Bentley?
I tried to make contact with her. I wasn't
Were you
able to.
ever able to?
No.
Tafa McCrae, are you aware who that individual is?
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. McCrae?
Mr. McCrae was still around Advent Health, and I spoke to him near his vehicle, which was parked just north of Advent Health.
And is that an apartment complex that was located on Gates Drive?
Correct.
Was Mr. McCrae, was he still present there at that location when you made contact with him?
He was.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn at some point from other law enforcement officers with the Tampa Police Department that Mr. McCrae had willingly turned over a firearm to you?
I did.
Was that firearm in normal course taken and impounded by the Tampa Police Department so further testing could be done if necessary?
It was.
And the vehicle that Mr. McCrae had driven, you said that that was also located at that Gates Drive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did crime scene investigators and detectives from the Tampa Police Department go over there to photograph, document, and process that vehicle as well?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did that vehicle also have gunshot damage to the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to ask you about the video footage in this case. At some point, were you made aware that there was video footage that was collected from the home to suites?
Yes, I was.
When did you learn of the video footage that was collected at the home to suites?
Very early on at the scene.
Did you yourself watch the video footage from the home to suites?
I did.
Were there other sources and other cameras other than from the hotel itself of the homicide that occurred at home to suites?
Yes, there was important footage recovered from a Tesla that was parked next to the homes to suites.
How many times did you watch that video footage initially?
At the scene, a couple times.
During your observations or viewing the video footage, were there suspect vehicles that you became aware of that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And what suspect vehicles were there and how many?
From the footage, we were able to determine two suspects' vehicles, a black Chevy Impala and a silver Chevy Cruze.
Did you ask for assistance with other Tampa police officers in helping to narrow down the year of the black Chevy Impala that was depicted in the video footage from home to suites?
Yes.
And at some point, were you able to narrow down and actually have the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala that was involved in this homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yes, so we had a very good high-definition footage and a good description of the vehicle. So what we did was we conducted an extensive license plate reader search, having the make and models and the idea that they traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. We were able to find the actual identities of the vehicles through license plate reader technology.
Can you tell us a little bit about license plate reader technology and how that works?
Sure. So we have a system, a couple systems, Flock, Recore, are just a couple of the ones we use. And what they are is it's a database that you can go on and research, and it has access to cameras spread out all over different jurisdictions within Florida, cities, counties, on the highway. So basically, if you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa, you would probably pass many license plate readers throughout the drive.
And these license plate readers that are throughout Florida, do they have the ability to take a photograph of the license plate readers when it is identified?
Yes, a camera would scan the plate, and then there would be a photograph of the actual vehicle and the plate at the date and time that it was scanned and taken.
And do these license plate readers, do they also record the location of where the scan and the license plate was recognized?
Yes, they do.
Does it also record the date and time when it comes into contact with a certain license plate?
Yes, it does.
Now, you said that they're all over Florida. There are some on the highways and the roadways, is that correct?
Correct.
Could it be a still mounted camera that is on the highway above a traffic light?
Correct.
Can it also be mobile? Can there be license plate readers that are attached, for instance, to tow trucks?
Yes.
So they can be, there's various different locations all throughout the state of Florida that has this technology, is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you narrowed down the black Chevy Impala, did you have assistance from other fellow officers from the Tampa Police Department, including Detective Skull, as well as one of your civilian investigators who were able to track down and narrow it down to 3 tag numbers for that make and model of a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
At some point, did your civilian investigator find and locate a black Chevy Impala that was in Hillsborough County during that time period, the weekend of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that tag number, do you remember?
68DLWD.
Who was it registered to?
It was registered to Damali Lyle out of Jacksonville, Florida.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Damali Lyle is related to in relation to one of the co-defendants in this homicide?
Yes, Damali Lyle is the mother of co-defendant Sean Gaithright.
And where does Damali Lyle live?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Located in Duval County?
Correct.
Did you locate the address of Sean Gaithright, one of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes.
Where does Mr. Gaithright live as well?
751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Did you also able to determine the license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
How did you determine what the license plate was for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Once we have the black Impala identified, there's a variation that you can run in the system called the convoy feature. And what we would want to see is if any other plate hit at the same tag readers that the Impala hit at the same time in multiple locations, indicating that they're traveling together. And we did find a silver Chevy Cruze 2018 with a tag number of 30B NRI that hit at multiple LPRs with the Impala.
Did you learn who the silver Chevy Cruze with the tag number 30 BNRI belonged to?
Yes, Jasmine Glennon.
Does Jasmine Glennon have a relationship with any organization with Hillsborough County? I'm going to go back to the first.
Yeah, sorry about that
case so you can
confusion.
give the exact
Yeah,
location.
they put 2 counties on there. Yes, so that hit is in Bradford, and that's where the actual camera is located at, in Lawton, in Bradford County.
And then again, the black Chevy Impala, where is it located at this time?
So if you scroll, yeah, so this one is maintained by Florida Highway Patrol, and this one's actually in Tampa, Florida. So the north end of Tampa.
And for the record, can you give the time and date of when it actually is in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, the Eastern Standard Time was 7:39 p.m. On June 22nd, 2024.
And were there many hits that you got on this vehicle between the dates of June 22nd going into June 28th?
Yes.
June 26th.
Correct.
I'm going to show you one more, just jumping ahead to June 23rd. What is the date and time of this?
This one is 4:25 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024, out of Polk County.
And is this time frame? Is this after the homicide occurred?
Correct. This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide.
And where does Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathwright's grandmother live?
In Auburndale in Polk County?
And is this hit in Auburndale?
Yes.
Did you also look for hits belonging to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in your investigation, did you look for points where both of those vehicles were in tandem when they were hitting near the license plate readers close in time?
Yes, I did. I found 4 separate license plate reader hits where they were traveled within 1 minute apart from each other.
To show you States Exhibit 81. I'm going to go to 82, start that. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what is being depicted in this photograph? I'm sorry, license plate report.
Yes, this one's from the RECORE system, and it's depicting the silver Cruze hitting within cameras specifically that we have in the city of Tampa.
Okay, can you give us the time and the location of where it's hitting?
Yes, starting at the bottom was the first one within the city of Tampa at 7:46 Eastern Standard Time p.m. on June 22nd at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. The next one in chronological order would be in the middle there. It was at 2:38 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024, hitting at Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street North. And then the third one up top is at 3:41 a.m. at June 23rd, also hitting at Hillsborough and 15th.
And the second page of this exhibit?
Yeah, this is another license plate reader hit for the 2018 Silver Chevy Cruze at within Tampa, Bruce B. Downs and Tampa Palms.
And then does it also give you the longitude and latitude?
Yes, it does.
Going back when it is on Bruce B. Downs, what is the exact time that it is hitting off of the Bruce B. Downs camera?
7:46 p.m., June 22nd, 2024.
Now I want to show you the black Chevy Impala. Is that also on the Bruce B. Downs license plate reader camera?
Correct.
And again, what is the time frame?
7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, June 22nd, 2024.
So within a minute of the silver Chevy Cruze hitting that same camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you prepare maps that coordinated and showed the kind of progression of these two vehicles utilizing the license plate readers?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, this is also a part of State's Exhibit 82. Was this the next one?
Yes, this is another one in Tampa for the Silver Cruze.
And the next page shows the longitude and latitude.
Correct.
And then what's this a photograph of? Oh, hold on.
Again, the Silver Cruise hitting at Hillsborough 15th at 3:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
And the location?
Hillsborough and 15th.
And then what is this a photograph of?
This is actually the black Chevy Impala hitting at Hillsborough and 15th around the same time, 3:41 a.m.
Utilizing the same camera?
Correct.
And did you also utilize license plate readers from Vigilant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. This report looks a little bit different, but very similar information, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is the photograph on top?
Yes, so this is actually a photograph of a vehicle registered to co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and that plate number 53EDYN is confirmed in the Florida DHMV database to be registered to Mr. Chance.
And is this the map showing where it's located?
Correct.
And where is this particular license plate reader located?
So this was in the vicinity of 13757 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And is this license plate reader one of the mobile ones that is on a moving vehicle that happened to capture the license plate?
Correct. This would likely have been a tow truck driving through that neighborhood.
And what address was the co-defendant Isaiah Chance's vehicle located at?
It was in front of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, but it's showing 57 there, so in the vicinity of.
And who do we know that lives near that address in that vicinity?
That's Sean Gaithwright's house.
And what was the date and time that the co-defendant's car was placed at Sean Gaithwright's house?
May 28, 2024 at 10:17 p.m.
And was this?
10:17 p.m., ma'am? Yes, of course.
And how was this relevant to your initial investigation?
This was the first time that we had some linkage between Isaiah Chance, the co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gaithwright. So I knew of Sean Gaithwright's name because of the registration on the Black Impala, and now this provided linkage between co-defendant Isaiah Chance and Sean Gaithwright.
Had you, without going into your conversations with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, had Isaiah Chance, his name, been provided to you during the course of your initial investigation when you first made contact and investigated the gang relevance to this particular case?
Yes.
So that was a name that you were familiar with when you had this hit on your license plate reader?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 46A. I'm going to blow it up a little bit for you. Did you put together this diagram?
Yes, I asked for it to be put together.
Can you take us through exactly, and let's start off, what is in the center?
In the center there is a satellite map view of most of the state of Florida.
Now, over here on the left-hand side of this diagram, you have several addresses lettered A through G. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are those address reference points on this diagram?
So what we did was we put in the date and time and the location of the LPR hits that we just went through, and then this kind of mapped it out visually for us so we can see the path of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And these are the license plate reader hits for the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
That has the tag number 308 NRI.
30B, yes, correct.
Sorry, and did I say, is that a B, not an 8?
It should be a B. I think it was on this specific photo. So some of the LPR hits have confused the B for the 8. I think in this specific photo it says 8, but it's a B.
And then 46B,
A similar map created for the Black Impala.
and on the left-hand side, you have 4 points of location of license plate readers where the black Chevy Impala was seen, is that correct?
Yeah, this was one of the ones done a little bit earlier. I think in total we had 8 points, but at the time that this one was created, we had 4 points, yes.
So in addition, there are 4 additional points that you have been able to locate for this black Chevy Impala when it was traversing from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
A total of 8 points from Jacksonville to Tampa, and then from Tampa to Polk County.
States Exhibit 46C.
Yeah, this is a comparison of those two lists and a little bit more complete. This one included all of the hits for the Chevy Cruze and all of the hits for the Black Impala.
So how many letters are for the license plate reader for the for the silver Chevy Cruze?
So everything there from A to J on the top.
And are they designated with a little red tag?
Correct.
And then how many points of contact with the license plate readers for the black Chevy Impala?
Everything from A to J on the bottom in blue.
And now I want to ask you, why have you highlighted, these different points of interest for the silver Chevy Cruze as well as for the black Chevy Impala?
At the time that I highlighted these were the 3 out of the 4 that I had found where they had hit around the same times at the same readers, indicating a traveling in tandem or a convoy feature.
And for the record, can you list each one of the times when both the Chevy Impala as well as the silver Chevy Cruze hit at the same license plate reader very close in time?
If I could refer to my report, I actually have all 4 of them listed out.
Yes,
Is
there
that
was
right?
additional ones.
Yeah,
than
there was
this.
there was one more. Hold on. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I can read it right. Yeah, so the 4 that they traveled close in time was westbound on Highway 326 at Northwest Gameville Road within the same minute at 18:09 hours, so 6:09 p.m. on 6/22/24.
Is that letter B for the black Chevy Impala and letter E for the silver Chevy?
Correct. And then the second one that I have was southbound on I-75, 275 within the same minute at 7:39 p.m. on 6/22/2024.
Okay.
That would have been F for the Cruze and C for the Impala.
So more specifically off of Tampa Palms Boulevard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the third one?
Southbound on Bruce B. Downs and Tampa Palms Boulevard. I'm sorry. So the I-75 and 275 is a separate one from the Tampa Palms.
That was a separate one.
Yes.
I apologize. Okay.
And then I have Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms, 1945 to 1947 on 6/22. That's E, F and C. And then I've got Hillsborough and 15th at 3:42 a.m. on 6/23/24.
Can you point out on the map, the one when it's coming on the interstate that is not designated on this particular diagram, 42C?
Yeah, so that one was at
I'm sorry, 46C.
I-75 and 275, so that would have been just the north end of Tampa. So coming into Tampa where I-75 and 275 meet.
you also caught them on license plate readers when they were leaving Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you had previously heard of Isaiah Chance. Were you aware of or made aware of any sort of gang nicknames or stage names or rapper names that he had?
Yes, specifically Gutta Zay.
And what about Gutta Man?
Gutta Man as well, yes.
Where was he from?
Jacksonville.
I want to jump forward a little bit at this point in your direct examination. Have there been other suspects that are charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Who are they?
In addition to the defendant, Alicia Andrews, there's defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy.
Going back to the point in your investigation, after you identified the owner of the silver Chevy Cruze, did you make an attempt to interview the owner of the car, Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
When did that take place?
That took place, I can't recall the exact date, but it was a good time after the initial scene.
What about the registered owner to the black Chevy Impala, Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alverson spoke to her.
And is that normal course when you are in a homicide investigation? Are there certain points of the investigation where you require the assistance of other detectives within the homicide unit to conduct an interview to assist you in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, very much so. It's a team effort.
And who did you say did the interview of Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alverson.
Was Detective Alverson, was he also one of the detectives who actually drove to that location in Auburndale with Sean Gaithright's grandmother when the black Chevy Impala was located?
Correct.
After you determined the tag numbers of both vehicles, what did you do with that information?
Those vehicles were entered into FCIC, NCIC, so the Florida and the national database as felony wanted vehicles.
So does that go out throughout the state of Florida?
And the nation, yes.
And beyond, is
Yes,
that correct? So
correct.
Georgia would have been aware and alerted that you were looking for both a silver Chevy Cruze as well as a black Chevy Impala with the license tag registration information, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Would they also have been aware of make, model, and potentially have photographs of the vehicles?
Yes, they would have all the relevant identifying information to the vehicle.
At some point in your investigation, were you alerted that the silver Chevy Cruze had been located?
Yes, I was.
Where was it located?
That vehicle was located in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
And when did that happen?
That happened on June 26, approximately between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m.
June 26th of 2024?
24, yes, ma'am.
So 3 days after the homicide had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out that the silver Chevy Cruze was located?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Christopher Cheek of the Gwinnett County Police Department, who informed me that he had located the vehicle.
Did you respond to Gwinnett County?
Yes, after the vehicle was taken into custody, I traveled up to Gwinnett County.
Did anybody respond with you?
Yes, the second lead detective, Aaron Campbell.
When an item of evidence is located outside of your jurisdiction in another state, do you have to seek the assistance of the local law enforcement agency where the item of evidence is located?
Yes.
Did you do this in this particular investigation?
Yes, I was put in contact with specifically a homicide detective in Gwinnett County that assisted me.
Did he assist you in obtaining a search warrant to seize and impound the black Chevy Impala?
There was one in Polk County, and then specifically this cruise in Gwinnett was.
I apologize, I said that, we're still talking about the silver Chevy Cruze, and I said black Impala, forgive me.
No,
So going back to the silver Chevy Cruze, when you were in Gwinnett County, did you obtain assistance from Gwinnett County with their police officers to obtain a search warrant to seize and impound the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Angela Carter with the homicide unit in Gwinnett assisted me with the search warrants in Gwinnett.
Part of that process, do you provide Detective Carter with the probable cause, the basis for the search warrant in order to be able to search and seize that vehicle?
Correct. I would provide the probable cause, and then she would draft something called a co-affiant search warrant to present to a judge or magistrate in her jurisdiction.
And did you obtain authorization from a judge to be able to impound and search that vehicle?
Yes.
Were photographs provided and taken by, with the assistance of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department, of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
Did you make contact with a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
I did.
Why did you make contact with Rashad Murphy?
I learned from Gwinnett that he was taken into custody for a resisting charge, and he was still in custody when I got there, so I attempted to interview him in relation to this offense here in Tampa.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 37A and 37B. Do you recognize both of these items of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And do those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict Rashad Murphy?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 37A and 37B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Detective Ramos, who is depicted in 37A?
This is co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Now I'm going to go to the black Chevy Impala that I mistakenly referred to earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Did at some point in your investigation, were you alerted that a black Chevy Impala was located?
Yes, during our drive to Gwinnett County, I was alerted that the black Impala was found in Auburndale, Polk County.
So still on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who contacted you?
Ultimately, I was informed by Detective Alberson, who I had sent over there to coordinate with Polk County.
And did he, as well as Detectives Kirkpatrick, go to Polk County in order to facilitate that part of the investigation with the black Chevy Impala that was found at Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house?
Yes.
Were you later apprised and briefed by both of those detectives as to what occurred in Auburndale, Florida, with the black Chevy Impala?
I was.
Was the black Chevy Impala impounded, and was a search warrant obtained to search and seize that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also made aware of video footage that was obtained from Lorna Allen, Sean Gathwright's grandmother, of security cameras that were at her home in Auburndale, Florida?
I was.
Did you request that an interview be conducted of Lorna Allen?
Yes.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Alberson and Kirkpatrick.
And how is Miss Allen connected to this case?
She is the grandmother of co-defendant Sean Gathwright.
And is it your understanding that she actually was stopped driving the black Chevy Impala in
Correct.
Auburndale, Florida?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
On June 26, 2024.
During the course of the investigation and Detective Alverson's and Detective Kirkpatrick's part of the investigation, was there alert put out for a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, from Lorna Allen's interview, I learned that the co-defendant Sean Gathwright was now traveling in a gold Toyota 4Runner and believed to be back in Jacksonville. So I contacted the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and basically put out a bolo for that vehicle to see if it could be found.
Same type of alert that you've mentioned previously?
No. So in this case, there wasn't a probable cause for the Forerunner at that time. So it was just a generic bolo, whereas for the first two cars, it was actually put into the Florida National Database. So in the case of the Forerunner, I just asked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it visually.
And at some point, did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office make contact with that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Did you get notified when that occurred?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred that same day, earlier in the evening, June 26, somewhere in the afternoon.
Were you apprised of who was located in the vehicle?
Yes, co-defendant Sean Gaithright.
And was that vehicle searched and items of evidence relevant to this investigation obtained?
Yes, ultimately, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was able to develop probable cause, and a lawful search of the vehicle was conducted, and items relevant to this case were found in it.
Did you obtain those photographs and made aware of the items of evidence that was seized?
Yes, I was.
What items were seized and impounded and relevant to this particular case in the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
The most important thing relevant to the case there was a small cardboard box that contained approximately 8 or 9 rifle shell casings. They were spent casings. Those were submitted for ballistic analysis, and they were not been matched to a prior attempt on the victim Charles Jones' life from October 7th, 2023 in Jacksonville. And then in addition to those, there was an abundance of firearms materials, items that could be used as accessory on rifles. I believe there was also a Glock pistol and a bunch of ammunition as well.
Let me stop you there and
Sure.
ask a couple of follow-up questions. When you say that there were some shell casings from a rifle that were collected from the Toyota 4Runner that NIBIN back to the attempted homicide that occurred of Charles Jones, or aggravated battery, where he was shot in October of 2023, did you have those shell casings, those rifle shell casings, submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for examination in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the analyst, was she able to determine that those shell casings that were found in Mr. Gathwright's Toyota 4Runner were indeed fired from the same rifle, assault rifle, that shot the shell casings connected with the attempted murder or aggravated battery of Charles Jones that occurred earlier in October of 2023?
Yes, correct.
And as the case detective, you would be made aware of the testing that was done pursuant to this case, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you also make the decisions of what sort of items need to be submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement office for analysis, is that correct?
Correct.
And how do you make those type of decisions?
It just depends on what the evidence is at the scene and the reasonableness, whether we think that we're going to get something of value, evidentiary value from it.
And so when you were alerted by NIBIN, and what is NIBIN and how does that play a role when it comes to shell casings that are recovered at different crime scenes?
Yeah, so NIBIN is a kind of a national database of shell casings that get ejected out of firearms, and basically every shell casing sort of has a unique fingerprint, so to speak. So whenever a casing gets found at a crime scene, it gets put into NIBIN, and then if we find a casing in the future, run it through the system, it could give us a correlation between a different scene that shell casing firearm was used at.
And when you say correlation, that means it's just a presumptive match, is that correct?
Correct. So when I get the NIBIN hit, it's a presumptive match correlation, and then that's going to indicate to me that I need to get this off to the lab to get verified.
Were there other items of evidentiary value to this homicide that occurred here in Tampa, Florida, that were located in the Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathwright was located in 3 days after this homicide occurred?
Yes.
What was that?
Like I mentioned, just the amount of ammunition and firearms accessories that were similar in nature to some of the ones seen on the rifles located on the video camera from the scene.
And going back to that home to suites video footage that you watched, did you also watch the video footage from the Tesla?
Correct.
Based on you viewing that video footage, was there anything unique about the firearms in this case that caught your attention?
Yeah, the most distinct thing that really caught our attention early on was the fact that both of the rifles used at the scene were equipped with brass catchers, and therefore they left no shell casings at our scene.
And as an experience as working homicide cases, is that typically something that you would expect to see at a homicide scene involving assault rifles, assault platform rifles?
Overall, go ahead.
It's not as common.
And you mean that a crime has a brass catcher?
Correct.
But my question to you was, as a homicide investigator, when an assault rifle is used, would you normally expect to see at a crime scene the shell casings from the rifle, from the assault rifle?
Correct. We would expect that the AR platform would eject casings, and we find those casings on the ground.
When you watched the Home to Suites video, did you see and were you able to discern, based on the camera placements and angles, where the location of where the potential shooters were?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
And were those areas where the shooters with the AR rifles, and how many shooters in this particular case had assault rifles?
2 out of the 3 shooters.
Was that area searched for any sort of shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And were shell casings belonging to an assault rifle, were any shell casings for an assault rifle located in that area?
No, ma'am.
And when you viewed the Home to Suites video, were you able to see what you have described as, or what you called a brass catcher on the assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the Toyota 4Runner is stopped, driven by Sean Gathright 3 days later, were there parts, gun parts, suitable for use with an AR rifle, the types that were used, the 2 that were used in this particular case?
There were.
Was there ammunition that is suitable for being fired in assault rifles that were located in that gold Toyota 4Runner driven by Sean Gathright?
Yes, there were.
And since there were no shell casings left by the assault rifles at the crime scene, is there ever going to be any sort of shell casings that we can compare that would be of use in our case?
No.
But still of relevance or of note to you would be any sort of ammunition that can be fired in those type of weapons that are depicted in that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that why you seized that ammunition suitable for an assault rifle from that vehicle?
Correct.
Now, there were some shell casings that were located, is that correct?
Yes.
And what sort of shell casings were there?
Those were rifle shell casings.
At our crime scene.
Oh, I'm sorry. At our crime scene.
In Tampa.
We were still talking about the car. Yes, at our crime scene, we recovered 31 spent 9mm pistol casings.
And all of those only can be fired, that cannot be fired in an AR rifle, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the video, is there another shooter that is identified as having a firearm as opposed to an assault rifle?
Yes, one of the shooters was equipped with a pistol.
Did you notice anything unique about the pistol when you are viewing the video from Home to Suites and the Tesla?
Yes, from the video, you can see the high rate of fire coming from the muzzle flash on the pistol and the impacts on the windshield, indicating that the pistol was being fired at a fully automatic rate.
And can you tell the jury what is the significance of that and what does that mean for a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, pistols typically aren't configured in a fully automatic mode, as there's a lot of legality behind it. So this specifically was a Glock pistol that was believed to have been equipped with what they call a Glock switch that would be put on the back plate to convert the Glock pistol to make it a fully automatic pistol.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 22B 1 through 5. Do you recognize this DVD? And did I ask you to previously look at that and then initial it so you could locate it or recognize it at another time?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this video fairly and accurately represent the video footage from the home to suites that occurred on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And we've previously introduced into evidence already States Exhibit 22A and 22B6. I'm going to show you on video.
Are you admitting the remainder of
Yes,
22B,
Judge.
1 through 5?
Judge, we would admit at this time States Exhibit 22B 1 through 5.
Any objection?
No,
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show B 1 through 5, but I am going to show 22A as well. Detective Ramos, when I'm talking about 22B 1 through 5, you were aware that there is a timestamp on the home to suites video, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Alverson also collected and viewed the videos, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a time discrepancy from the home to suites video?
Yes, there was.
And what was the time discrepancy?
I'd have to refer to the report. I can't recall.
If that would
one.
help refresh your
Please.
recollection, absolutely.
1 minute and 45 seconds slow.
I'm going to show you B1 first. Can you tell us what is being shown in B1?
Yes, this is a camera from the homes to suites on the east side of the building, pointing southeast towards McKinley. What we see here is now the suspect black Chevy Impala has arrived into the parking lot, made an immediate right and drove north past this camera.
And then where is this camera angle?
This camera's on the same side of the building, except it's pointing northeast towards McKinley and Fowler. As the suspect black Impala travels north, it now crosses in front of this camera.
Now we're on B3. Where's this angle at?
This camera is on the north side of the building, pointing east. And we see the black Impala continuing north through the parking lot.
I'll show you B4. What does this camera show?
This camera is located on the west side of Homes to Suites, and it's pointing to the west, and we can see the Impala arrive on the opposite side of the building and make a U-turn there.
Can you tell us where on the screen the portico is or the awning where the victims are stationed?
Yeah, to the left, had the Impala continued on, it would have crossed the line where the portico was at.
So what's happening now at
The-
4:35?
The suspect Silver Cruise has arrived in the view of this camera and driven north from the west side of the building.
And I say 4:35, the timestamp, but what is the actual time with the conversion?
So right now it would be 4:37:45, since this is slow.
And where the silver Chevy Cruze came from, would it have gone by where the victims were stationed at the entry to Home to Suites?
Correct. The Silver Cruise passed the victim's location twice, once on the way in and once on the way out.
And what can you see now?
Yes, in the center there, in between the top of the van and the stanchion there, we saw three figures come from the Impala area of the Impala and go towards the front of the hotel. And this is the aftermath as they're running out.
And note what is the time on the timestamp?
Yeah, 4:37:30, so it would have been around 4:38, almost 4:39.
What are we seeing now?
This is the aftermath of after the shooting, after Xavier Everett just drove north through the parking lot. We see the Impala pulling out of the spot and leaving at this moment.
So the blinking lights that were occurring at the end of the video, what was that?
That was a car alarm that went off in the general area where the Tesla was parked that captured the footage.
I'm going to show you states 22B5. What camera angle are we looking at now?
This camera's on the southwest corner of the Homestead Suites, and it's pointing in the southwest direction. So this would have been the continuation of when I said left off the screen in that last slide, is where we're at here. We saw the crews come in, and now we're seeing the crews come out. Now we see the shooters arriving into view of this camera.
And what is the time?
On the timestamp 37:14, correct time would have been 4:38, almost 4:39.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, states Exhibit 45. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, I do.
Did you create this diagram after you noted and watched all of the videos, including the Tesla video as well as the Home to Suites video?
I did.
Was there also a video that was located outside USF on a pole, what's considered a pole camera?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
No, the diagram.
Okay, I tell you what, it's 3:15 or a little after. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute or so afternoon break. Let me take a look at the exhibit. Okay?
All rise.
Okay. You don't object to the diagram itself, just the narrative?
Hey guys, we're gonna watch this while we're on break.
So it was Miss Kovac who searched the backpack.
And did Dr. Parker convey to you whether she was part of a conversation with Ms. Kovac where there was a discussion about searching the backpack?
Yes.
And that
Okay, very good. Be back in 5 minutes.
We'll stay right here.
And that portion that you just read, that was a portion of the transcript from Dr. Parker's own mouth, correct?
Correct.
So I'll ask you, just so it tracks what's there in front of you. Dr. Parker, according to her own statement, stated that Ms. Kovac was informed her, Dr. Parker, that she had already asked the student being JT, is there something in your backpack? Is that right?
Correct.
And the student had said to Ms. Kovac, at least from Dr. Parker's statement, that no, there was nothing in the backpack, correct?
Correct.
And then in the course of your interview, there was then a discussion about when the students go out to recess, and Dr. Parker conveyed that we can check the backpack. Is that fair?
Guys, and the student and for alert case, we have verdict. So I'm gonna let you talk and
Thank you. Please be seated.
Mr. Jordan, if you remain standing and face the jury, Madam Foreperson, will you please stand? Has the jury reached verdict? Yes. How say you, Madam Foreperson, as the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of the crime of second-degree murder, recklessly causing the death of Caitlin Knapsinger, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217221C, or not guilty? Guilty. You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty? Yes. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217222C, or not guilty? Guilty. You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty? Yes. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of the crime of endangering welfare of a child, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217223, or not guilty? Guilty. You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty? Yes. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of the crime of second-degree murder, knowingly causing the death of Caitlin Knapsinger, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2237508C, or not guilty? Guilty. You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty? Yes. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. You may be seated. Your Honor, could you poll the jury, please?
Certainly. Defendant has requested to poll the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 3, will you please stand? Sir, in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of the charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say you, is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say you, is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering the welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
And is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Have a seat. Juror number 6, if you could stand in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. How say is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty? Guilty. How say is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Guilty. And how say is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty? Guilty. Thank you. Juror number 7, if you could stand in your individual capacity as juror, how say you, is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty? Thank you. Have a seat. Juror number 8. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty? Is he guilty of, is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duran guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty? Thank you. Juror number 9. during guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin during guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin during guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 10, in your individual capacity as sheriff, how say is the defendant Dustin during guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin during guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin during guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? And is Dustin during guilty of charge ID 22375?
Okay, guys, our court is coming back into session.
Juror number 11, in your individual capacity as juror.
We've already got all the guilty stuff. He is guilty on all accounts. So we're going to hop back over to our court and continue watching the Alicia Andrews trial. They are coming back in from break. Let's see what kind of spicy motions or challenges, objections, or drama the defense pulls up now.
24 for the full cam?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. Get going.
Okay, 95A, and the rest is already in. Gotcha.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
All right, thank you. We're ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 24.
Okay, any objection? Okay, admitted.
Detective Ramos, I had previously asked you about a poll cam on USF, the University of South Florida property. Did you obtain video footage in relation to this investigation from that poll cam?
I did.
Where is that poll cam located?
It's located at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler on the south end of the college campus, pointing south towards southbound McKinley and in that area.
Does it show the entrance to the home to suites, the entrance on McKinley Drive that vehicles would have to take to enter into that parking lot?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 24.
Oh.
Thank you. Detective Ramos, can you see a timestamp on this particular video?
No.
Is there a time that was associated that you were able to determine based on coordinating it with the video footage from the home to suites?
Yes.
And when in time is this video capturing?
This video is going to start approximately 04/22/23 time frame on 6/23/2024. And the first thing we'll see is the victim's convoy arriving.
And can you tell us what this intersection is?
So the camera's pointing south. The street going from east to west is Fowler, and then south of the light is North McKinley. The homes to suites is on the right-hand side at the top center of the screen.
And can you kind of, if you could stand up, just kind of point the general direction of where the entrance would be if you are entering Home to Suites on McKinley?
Sure, so at this top center of the screen, to the right of those headlights, south of the crosswalk to the right-hand side.
And you said the victim and his entourage are going to be shown momentarily, is that correct?
Correct.
And what direction are they coming from?
They're coming northbound on McKinley from the Bush area.
And in order to make that entrance into Home to Suites on McKinley, do they have to do a U-turn?
Correct, they have to make a U-turn at the light and then go back south on McKinley and make a right. Right there. So at this point, we're seeing the victim's 3-car convoy arrive at the top of the center of the screen there, and they're in the left lane, getting ready to make a U-turn to go back south on McKinley. There's the victim's Charger leading the 3 cars, and then the other 2 cars, which are the Amani Turner's Hyundai Santa Fe and Tefek McRae's Nissan Altima. And then now they're making a right into the Homes to Suites parking lot. This vehicle off to the right, off to the left, I'm sorry, at the top center there is the Silver Cruise that was following them. It makes a right on to eastbound Fowler and then ultimately comes back and goes north onto the USF property to stage across the street. The Silver Cruise just came northbound onto the USF property.
I'm gonna back up just a little bit.
Sure. This is the Silver Cruise west.
There's no question pending.
Sorry.
Okay, ask a question.
Detective, what is going on at this point?
This is the Silver Cruise westbound on Fowler, making a right on to the northbound Spectrum McKinley there onto USF property.
So Detective, what was happening there?
That was the suspect Black Impala arriving at that same left turn that the victims made a U-turn and then made a right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And then do you see the silver Chevy Cruze again?
Correct. And from this footage, you'll see the Silver Cruise drive southbound on Spectrum, cutting across Fowler onto southbound McKinley, and then make that same right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
Detective, I'm going to fast forward and you tell me when to stop.
Sure. Right there. Okay. Yep, there it is. Going through the red light.
Detective, did you make a diagram to show the different movements of the vehicle as well as create a timeline of the events of where those vehicles went, the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 45. Is this the diagram that you created?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what are the two vehicles that we're looking at? I'm sorry, what are the two streets that we're looking at, starting over here to the right of the photograph?
That's on the right there. It's North McKinley Drive, also known as 40th Street,
Okay, and what is the intersecting roadway?
East Fowler Avenue.
And can you tell us if you were on that USF poll camera, where would it be in relation to this diagram?
It would be to the top right off the diagram.
And so the camera would be looking down into where that entrance is on McKinley, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can see that intersection right there on Fowler and McKinley. That's where those U-turns are happening with the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
Can you take us through exactly what are what's signified by the red arrows and the blue arrows, and kind of go through the location of where the victim goes and parks.
Yeah, so,
And you can stand up if you need to kind of point different areas out.
sure. So we have here 3 color codes, green, blue, and red. At the bottom of the homes to suites, there's 3 green blocks. Those represents the 3 green, the 3 vehicles, the victim and his entourage, the Charger where it was parked, the Sonata behind it, and then the black Nissan Altima. The red arrows signify the path of travel for the suspect black Altima. It comes in off of McKinley, makes an immediate right, drives north the long way around, and ultimately ends up on the west side of the homes to suites. The blue signifies the path of travel of the suspect's silver Cruise. It also comes in off of McKinley Drive. However, it does not take the same path of travel as the Impala. It drives along the south end of homes to suites, makes a right, makes a U-turn, and then comes back out the same way it came in, passing the victim's 3 green blocks there twice.
I'm gonna break it down a little bit more.
Sure.
What time did Charles Jones arrive in the black Dodge Charger along with the 2 other vehicles, the Hyundai and the black Nissan Altima?
Approximately 4:26 a.m. on.
And they're the first to arrive, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said they are designated by the green boxes, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have seen the video footage, is that correct?
Correct.
What way in this diagram is the driver's side of the vehicle facing?
The driver's, so the vehicle is facing to the west, to the left. So the driver door would be south, and then the front passenger door would be north towards the hotel lobby.
So the cars would be faced away from McKinley Drive, is that correct?
As far as the victim's Dodge Charger, yes.
So the people that are sitting in the victim's Dodge Charger, as well as the other vehicles, they would be facing not the, where the entrance is on McKinley Drive, but in the opposite direction, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said now that the red arrows, they represent the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the second vehicle to arrive?
After the victim's vehicle, yes.
And what time approximately does the black Chevy Impala enter into the parking lot of McKinley Drive and go around the building and park on the opposite end?
It was approximately 6 minutes after, so approximately 4:32 a.m.
And you said that it never goes in front of the victim's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the different camera views that surround this property, where does it end up and do that U-turn and ultimately park?
It ends up on this diagram to the bottom left there where there's a red block. That's the general area of the parking spots where the black Impala backs into a parking spot.
And again, this area where the black Chevy Impala, is it ever in eyesight of any of the people who are seated in the 3 vehicles in the victim's party?
No.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruise enter into this parking lot?
Approximately 4:36 to 4:37.
And you said it goes a complete different direction than the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have it going right by where the victim and the other 2 vehicles are parked, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said it does what?
It makes a U-turn where the top left blue arrow is there and then comes back the same way it came in.
Would that car, based on this diagram and based on all of the video footage that was collected, does it go in front of where that black Chevy Impala is parked?
Twice, yes.
And then as it exits out, is it again going in front of where the victim and the 2 other vehicles are parked?
Yes.
And when it is driving out with the driver's front window of that silver Chevy Cruise, would that have a direct eyesight to the driver's front windshield of where the victim, Charles Jones, was located?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
They would be facing one another?
Yes, correct.
Do any of the shooters, the 3 shooters that are in that parked Chevy Impala,
do any of them get out of the vehicle until that silver Chevy Cruze goes by the victim's vehicle twice?
No,
And that is seen on all of that video footage?
correct.
When do they get out of the black Chevy Impala and start walking towards where the victim and the two other vehicles are located?
Approximately 4:38, so it would have been 30 to 45 seconds after the cruise left.
And is the first shots that are fired, is that caught on that main camera that shows where the victims and the two other vehicles in the victim's party are parked?
Correct.
And where are the first shots fired, in what direction at whom?
The very first shots are fired from west to east towards the front windshield of Mr. Charles Jones' Dodge Charger,
Where he happens to be seated in what seat?
the front passenger seat.
Published states 22B6. Detective, do you recognize all three of the vehicles that are now being shown in states 22B6?
I do.
And can you point out who is in that black Nissan Altima that is at the top of the screen?
The black Nissan Altima has a Tafa McRae, Aaliyah Albritton, and Camilla Bentley in it.
You yourself interviewed Mr. Tafa McRae, is that correct?
I did.
Did you also eventually get an interview with Aaliyah Albritton, the lady who is depicted in the pink?
Correct.
And then the black, they just passed a black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you see who is seated in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes, signified by the white socks with the red tips. That is the victim, Mr. Charles Jones.
Had you, as part of your investigation, obtained other video footage that occurred earlier in the night?
Yes.
And were you aware of how and what he was wearing?
Yes, white and red.
And other members of the party that was with him?
Correct.
Who ultimately was in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, when this occurred?
Xavier Edwards is the driver and Gino Norris Jr. in the backseat.
And what car just passed by?
The suspect's silver Cruze.
And then there is a vehicle that is parked directly behind the Dodge Charger where Charles Jones is the passenger. Who is located in that vehicle?
Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, her friend, and Robert Howard.
And again, you interviewed all of those three individuals later that morning?
Correct.
what's going on at this point in the video?
The cruise has now turned around and is headed back out the way it came in.
And in any video footage, including this one, the Tesla and the surrounding cameras, had any, prior to that happening, anybody gotten out of that black Chevy Impala?
No.
This first shooter, what sort of firearm did he have?
He had a pistol that was firing at a fully automatic rate.
And what area was he specifically targeting?
The windshield of the black Dodge Charger.
All of the other vehicles with the victim, did they immediately leave?
Yes.
Did you put together a composite video that compiled all of the camera angles of the surrounding hotel and the Tesla and put them chronologically in time together?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 22A. And sir, this is all put together in chronological time, is that correct? Stitching together the various videos.
Correct. Easier to follow.
And what is being shown right there, what that car just passed?
That's the Impala arriving into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And are you showing the path of travel of that black Chevy Impala?
Correct. Driving northbound through the parking lot.
And again, it has not passed in front of those victims' vehicles, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is happening here?
It arrived on the west side of the Homestead Suites and it's turning around.
And is it now parking in that space that you had designated in States Exhibit 45 by that red rectangle?
It stages until the cruise arrives, and then once the cruise arrives, it starts to park, yes.
And that is the cruise passing again right in front of the victim's vehicle?
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala at this point?
The Impala is passing in front of the Tesla with the cruise right behind it.
What's the cruise doing at this point?
It turned around and is now headed back out the way it came in.
And then where is the black Chevy Impala?
The black Impala, while the Silver Cruise is turning around, is pulling into the parking space. There's the tail lights, and it's backing in. You can see it from in between the top of the van and the white pillar there in the center of the screen.
And now is it parked?
Right now, it's fully in the spot.
And that is the spot that you designated on your diagram, is that correct?
With a red block, yes.
And what is happening with the silver Chevy Cruise?
The cruise is driving out the way it came in, passing the victim's location.
What are you capturing now in this video footage?
The three shooters came out of the Impala and are walking towards the victim's position. This is them passing the Tesla, various angles.
Did you see the person with the handgun?
Yes, bottom right of the screen.
During the course of this shooting, did anyone from the victim's vehicles, those two other vehicles, ever get out of the vehicle and approach the victim in his vehicle?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did any of the victims in those two vehicles that fled, the Nissan Altima and the Hyundai, did any of them get out of those vehicles before fleeing?
No.
Did the two persons that got out of the black Nissan Altima, Miss Aaliyah Albritton and Tafa McCrae, did any of them ever come out of the hotel while the shooting was occurring?
No.
Now, what is being shown here?
This is the victim's vehicle driving north. The shooters are running by the Tesla with the third shooter in the back there still shooting.
And what vehicle, based on all this video footage, are the shooters pursuing?
The black Dodge Charger containing the victim.
And this is a composite of various cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you watch the entirety of all of the cameras of the surrounding home to suites of the Tesla and the USF pole cam? Did you watch the entirety of all of that video footage?
I did.
And during that time period, did you ever see Aaliyah Albritton or Tafa McCrae ever exit out of the hotel during the course of when all that shooting was occurring and when the victim's vehicle was being pursued by those shooters?
No.
Hey guys, I am back. I want to stop for a brief moment. I have been on the phone. I had a 2:00 phone appointment with somebody. And do you know how sometimes in life things can be kind of tough? And ever since we got banned, we were in jail for YouTube and we got out of jail. Things have been a little tough here. Our numbers have been down. It just is not, it's been tough. And anyway, sometimes you get blessed with a phone call that you need to encourage you, to lift you up, all that kind of stuff. And that's what just happened. And I'm so grateful. I mean, this is not the easiest thing to do in the world. And I love doing this. I absolutely adore doing what I'm doing. And I love all of y'all. And this is an amazing thing to get to do. But sometimes you just need a pick-me-up and you don't even know you need the pick-me-up, you know? And my mods are very awesome. They keep me encouraged when I need it. I support them when they need it. We're family. But sometimes you just need a big shot in the arm from somewhere you didn't expect. And that's what that phone call was. And, you know, as with anything, you have your highs, your mediums, and your lows, and you're always on this roller coaster. And I've been a little discouraged because we're not where I want to be, not where I thought I was going to be. And I have fabulous mods that are always there. And so anyway, that was a very positive, uplifting, fabulous phone call that I greatly needed. Had to happen here because at 2:00, because they're from across the pond and it's evening over there. So it was a wonderful phone call. All right, back into court. Thanks for understanding. And it's stuck. Let me get it back. Hold your horses. Get back here. Okay, there we go. We're back.
Video said that you had conducted interviews of Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Robert Howard,
Correct.
as well as Miss Randolph.
during your investigation, were you trying to establish a timeline of where the victim had been prior to coming to Home to Suites and trying to investigate the perpetrators of this crime?
Yes.
Were there 2 other locations that you were aware of that the victim had been?
Yes.
And what were those 2 locations?
Those 2 locations were prior to Homes to Suites. It was a after-hours nightclub called Truth 18, and then before Truth 18, the first club that the victim went to was a strip club, Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And did you also look at the victim Charles Jones' Instagram feed to see if he had posted anything on that day, September 22nd, leading up to September 23rd, 2024, in the early morning hours?
I did.
You specifically looked at his Instagram feed?
Yes, his stories feed.
And when you were looking at his stories feed on Instagram, is there, at that time, do you actually record that?
Yeah, I screen recorded it and then documented everything I observed.
Why did you screen record it?
Because the stories feeds on Instagram, they basically delete after 24 hours, so I was afraid that if I didn't memorialize them, within 24 hours they would be lost.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence, states 95A.
Hey, Big Debbie! Hadn't seen you in a while, boo. How are you?
Sir, this is the screen recording you did of his story?
Correct.
Appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take this shit on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. Got my brother with me, popped out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Oh, God, yeah.
Did you confirm that he had been at an Airbnb earlier on September 22nd of 2024?
Yes, in Largo.
And what's that being shown now?
A flyer about the after party at Truth 18.
going to show you it's already in evidence 95C1. You know what this is?
Yes, that was the first flyer on, the victim posted on his Instagram for advertising the performance at Teasers in Tampa.
Does it give a date and time when he's going to be there?
Yes, on the top left, June 22nd, and top right time, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 95-2C. What is this?
This is a second flyer that the victim posted off of his Instagram advertising the same event. Also has Teasers listed there.
Okay, and is the date again listed on that when he's going to be there?
Correct, June 22nd.
Does it also list that it's going to be his birthday on that day?
Yes.
And you said that part of this investigation, you had other detectives assist you with gathering video footage from both Teasers and was that another club, Truth 18?
Correct.
Approximately what time did the victim and his entourage go to Teasers?
Teasers approximately 2:26 a.m. on the 23rd.
And approximately what time did the victim go to Truth 18 with all of his friends and the other people in his party?
Arriving into the parking lot approximately 3, going up the steps around 3:15.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
At this time, we've introduced into evidence States Exhibit 39 and 40.
Okay, any renewed previous objections?
Yes.
Okay, same ruling, they'll be admitted.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 41A and B. Do you recognize this DVD? Did I ask you to take a look at it and then make your initials on it prior to coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your initials and the day that you signed it?
I do, ma'am.
And does this CD States Exhibits number 41A through B, does that contain a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred at Teasers nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the time, date and time stamp of this video?
I did.
Did it have an accurate timestamp?
No, I did not.
How much was the video off from the real time?
7 minutes and 23 seconds.
And how did you determine that it was off 7 minutes and how many seconds, sir?
23.
23 seconds. How did you determine that?
I personally pulled this video myself, so it would be, I would go on time.gov on one of my devices and compare it to the live view timestamp to see the difference.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd also introduce into evidence States Exhibit 41A through B.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to first show you States Exhibit 39. What is that a photograph of, or a map of?
That is a satellite overhead view of Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And what is the address of Teaser's Gentleman Club?
9700 North Nebraska.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
And what county?
Hillsborough County.
Going to publish 41A through B. Start with 41A. Did you do a composite that merged two different cameras?
Correct.
And where are the cameras located at Teaser's nightclub?
They have two on the front, one on the west side of the building and one on the north side of the building that basically capture 3/4 of the building.
And what is this camera angle that we're looking at first?
This is at the south east corner of the building pointing west, and it covers the front door. To the right there, that gray door, that's the front entry into the club.
And what is the timestamp? And can you give us what the correct actual time would be?
Yeah, timestamp's 2:16:50 right now, and it's 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow, so the correct time frame would be closer to 2:24, 2:25.
What are we looking at now?
This is the first time the Silver Cruise is seen on camera arriving in the area. I'm sorry, the second time the Silver Cruise is arriving into the area. Correct time would be 2:24, 2:25 as well.
At some point, did you speed up the footage to make it go faster?
Yes.
Other than increasing the speed, is there any other alterations that have been made to this video?
No.
Detective Ramos, what's happening at this point in the video?
Top right there from the Silver Cruise, we see defendant Isaiah Chance exit the driver's side and co-defendant Alicia Andrews exit the front passenger seat, and they are now walking through the parking lot together.
And what is at the direction in which they are walking?
They are walking now southbound through the west side of the parking lot towards Castle Street, towards where the front would be.
The front entrance to Teasers?
Correct.
What's going on at this point?
The co-defendant Isaiah Chance is manipulating a cellular device.
Later on in your investigation, did you determine whose cellular device he was manipulating?
Yes, that of co-defendant Alicia Andrews.
And is that a device that he was just shown holding up to his ear or his face?
Yeah, he appears to be holding it up to his mouth area.
Again, are these snippets of video, are they chronologically in time?
Yes.
And in looking at this again at the front door to teasers, where in relation to this video would be that back parking lot area?
To the top center, so if you're looking past the gentleman in the blue hat, all these gentlemen where the speed limit sign is at, it says 25, that's the back parking lot area where the defendants are at.
And do you see that there is security or bouncers that are manning the door?
Yes.
And at this point, can you see the victim in this particular video?
Yes.
What's he wearing?
A red beanie hat, a white t-shirt, and red shorts being patted down right now.
And being patted down by whom?
The bouncer working in the door.
And again, this is snippets of video. Did you watch the entirety of video footage during this time period
I-
for all of these cameras?
I did, yes, ma'am.
What are we seeing now and what time is it?
This is after the victim enters. This is the defendants, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, walking back to the cruise.
Going back to that camera showing the front door, did you ever see Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance ever come up to that front door in all of the video footage of the front door?
No, they did not.
Did you ever see the defendant Alicia Andrews and the defendant Isaiah Chance ever go up to any of those bouncers or doormen at that front door?
No, they did not.
Did they ever enter Teaser's nightclub that night, June 23rd of 2024 during this time period?
No, they did not.
What's going on at this point?
The Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot.
And what are we seeing in this clip of the front door again?
This is fast forwarded now approximately 20, 30 minutes when the victim's exiting.
At this point, had we ever seen the black Chevy Impala that we had seen connected with the 3 shooters at Home to Suites?
Not up to this point.
And again, this is earlier in the night than when the Home to Suites video was shown, is that correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing now?
Now we're seeing in the top right corner, we're seeing the black Impala for the first time in the teaser's cameras. It's arriving in the parking lot around the same time that the victim is exiting out of the front door.
And at this point, had the silver Chevy Cruze already came and parked, went up to the area around the door, and then gone back into the vehicle and left?
Correct.
What's being seen in this angle?
This is another angle of that black Impala there in the top right, circling the parking lot and making its way back out onto Castle to the front of the club.
What can you see now?
The black Impala is now traveling on Castle, and at this point it's stopped directly in front of the Charger.
So the victim's vehicle, the Charger, is now closely connected to where that black Chevy Impala is that correct?
Yes.
Did anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at that point?
No.
And you watched all of the video footage from all of those angles, various angles around teasers, the parking lot, the front entrance?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 40. This is a diagram again of the the victim's vehicles, as well as the arrival of the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Can you explain the diagram and what the arrows and the rectangles mean in this diagram?
Sure. Similar to the last one we saw, the three green boxes at the bottom of the building there represent the victim's vehicle and his two entourage vehicles. And then the blue arrows represent the silver Chevy Cruze, the suspect silver Chevy Cruze. It comes in off of Castle, drives northbound along the west side there, and then backs into a spot where it's designated by a blue box. As we saw in the video, two people, co-defendants, Isaiah Chance and the defendant, Alicia Andrews, get out of the vehicle. Those are the blue dots representing their walk path. At some point, they align with the south of the building there and then walk back towards the vehicle. And then they drive out onto Castle, onto Nebraska. As the victim is exiting, we see the red arrows represent the path of travel for the suspect black Impala. It arrives southbound on Nebraska, makes a right into the north side of the parking lot there, drives around the parking lot, comes out onto Castle, at one point positioning itself directly in front of the victim's Dodge Charger on Castle.
Approximately what time is the victim's party arriving, the victim in the Dodge Charger and the two other vehicles in his party? Approximately what time does it get to Teasers?
The victim's Dodge Charger arrives in between 2:22 to 2:26 time frame. I believe one of the other vehicles arrived a little bit earlier, around 1:41.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance arrive at Teasers?
In the general area, approximately 2:15. We first see it on camera at 2:17, and then when it does the motion where it parks, it's 2:24.
And that's 2:15, 2:17 a.m. of June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze leave?
Approximately 2:31.
And approximately what time does the black Chevy Impala arrive at this location, this area?
Approximately 2:55.
What time does the victim's vehicle leave?
Around that same time, 2:55.
Now, you said that this had been the second time that the silver Chevy Cruze had been in the area.
Correct.
How do you know that?
I watched all of the footage.
And at some point, did you also review the cell site location information of Sean Gathright for his phone?
Correct.
Did you do cell phone mapping of Sean Gathright's phone?
I did.
And based on the cell site mapping of Sean Gathright's phone, had he, whether or not in a black Impala or silver Chevy Cruze, had he been to this location, Teasers off of Nebraska Avenue, earlier in the evening on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
When did his cell phone show to be in the vicinity of this Teasers nightclub on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 10:30 p.m.
And how long was it in this area, this vicinity?
Approximately 30 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94C7. This is a celebrate extraction from Sean Gathright's phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what time is being shown at the timestamp over here?
In number one is 6:22:24 at 2:55 p.m. And number two is 6:22:24 at 10:03 p.m.
Oh, actually, I meant to go here to two. I apologize.
No problem.
Is this what you were referring?
Yes, so the time frame between 10 and 10:30 that his device was in the vicinity of Teaser's club was 6/22/24, yes.
And then did you also obtain or have other detectives obtain video footage from Truth 18?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification states Exhibit 42. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that a map that is containing Truth 18 and the location?
Correct.
I'm going to show you this diagram, states Exhibit 43. Is this a diagram that, again, where you diagram out the parties, including the arrival of the victim and the silver Chevy Cruze, as well as the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Dum. Thank you so much, Weird Debbie, for your support. I know it's been quiet. There's been a lot of testimony. I'm letting everybody get bored. A lot of data.
I'm going to show you states Exhibit 44. Have you previously looked at this video of Truth 18?
Yes.
And was there detectives with your unit that were tasked with obtaining this video footage?
Yes.
Okay, since you just noticed it, we'll do a bingo card break. This is what I have right now. Do you recognize that's been said? Are you aware of has been said? That's all I have. So this is the bingo card. I believe those have been said. I could have sworn I heard them. If not, June will tell me. But this is my bingo card. I have one bingo. So pull it up. You can go ahead, screenshot this. I'll leave it up for a split second. We need a little brain break anyway. We've been going quite a bit on these videos. These videos are kind of heavy. Difficult to watch some of this stuff for some people. So I'm going to no, that's not what I want. I want that. I am going to leave that for a second. I am creating something. My mods are going to hate me. They're absolutely going to hate me. But I'll tell them why later. I don't want to advertise it. I may advertise it later. Upscale. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get us back over here. Let's go.
And was Truth 18, was that located in a plaza that contained a hair salon and some other businesses?
Correct.
And was that, did you view this video?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately show the location outside of Truth 18, including the plaza, the parking lot, as well as the entrance to Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Did you ask the detectives, in particular Detective Klein, to confirm the timestamp of that video footage?
Yes, I did.
Was that timestamp accurate?
No, it was not.
How off was the timestamp for the Truth 18 video?
22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce also into evidence states Exhibit 44.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
It doesn't sound very
44 is what she admitted. assuming she's going to.
Detective, what is located in State's Exhibit 42?
This is a satellite overhead image of the Truth 18 Plaza on the south side of the road there, bottom left.
What is the physical address of Truth 18?
4819 East Bush Boulevard.
Is that located here in Tampa, Florida?
It is.
What county is it located in?
Hillsborough.
And can you tell us where is the entrance of, or where is Truth 18 located in this photo? If you want to point it out for us.
Yeah, it's this two-story building there at the bottom left of the screen, signified by the red dot, and Truth 18 is on the second floor of that building.
Okay. And do the cameras that are located in this strip plaza, does it show the parking lot to Truth 18 as well as the stairwell that leads up to where Truth 18, the entrance is on the second floor?
Correct.
Detective, can you see the time
Okay,
stamp?
it's really loud. I'm sure the court reporter can't hear because I can barely hear. I'll just pause it momentarily, get the volume down.
Detective, can you tell us what's happening at this point?
Yes, the victim's entourage had arrived to the parking lot and they parked, and at this point, some of the entourage is loitering in the parking lot on the bottom of the screen there. Leo Albritton, Camille Bentley, some gentlemen off to the right.
And can you tell where those vehicles are related to the victim's party?
Yes, there is one on the north side of the screen, Amari Turner's Hyundai, and then the black Nissan Altima, and then the victim's Charger's off screen to the right.
Slightly off screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then what are we seeing here?
We are seeing the victim and his entourage walking up the stairs up to the front of Truth 18 that's off to the right there.
And approximately what time is it, converting the time to real time?
This was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And this is occurring after the victims had already been to Teaser's nightclub, is that correct?
Correct.
What's going on now?
The victim is starting a live stream on his Instagram.
And is that the Instagram video that we saw earlier?
Yes.
What's being viewed now on the video?
This is a recording of that Instagram live stream that he posted on his stories.
What are we seeing in this video?
Silver Cruise, top left, arriving.
And what can we see here?
The Silver Cruise, the bottom wheelbase of it just made a right onto the street to the east of the Truth 18 Plaza.
Now, again, in this video, did you increase the speed?
Yes.
And other than increasing the speed, is there any alterations that are being made?
No.
And can you still barely see the silver Chevy Cruze in the
Yeah.
top of the video?
Yes, right in the top. It's trying to park and just now went off view.
Okay, what can we see now?
This is defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance walking from the top right through the parking lot.
And where is the victim's party at this point?
They are inside or at the top of the landing.
And again, did you watch all of the video footage and angles that were in this strip plaza as well as the door leading up to Truth 18?
Correct.
Did the defendant, Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance, ever go up those stairs and enter into Truth 18 that night?
No, they did not.
And this is the video footage that shows the door and entrance to Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
Did they ever come up those stairs?
No.
What's going on at this point?
At this point, the victim and his entourage are leaving Truth 18.
At this point in time, had you seen the black Chevy Impala yet?
No.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The black Chevy Impala arriving. It's pulling into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left.
And is this the first time that we have seen the black Chevy Impala at this location?
Correct.
Detective, can you still see where the black Chevy Impala is at this point?
Yeah, it just backed out of a spot and it's now driving out onto a bush. Shooting across in northbound on that street.
And where is Truth 18 in relation to this camera angle?
Top right off the screen.
And what can we see now?
The black Impala has returned and is now at the stop sign facing southbound.
And is that in the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this video screen?
This is from the first floor, pointing northeast. At the very top center of the screen is actually that intersection where the Impala ultimately stops at the stop sign. But this is the victim's entourage going to their vehicles.
Okay. Can you get up and kind of point where that intersection is, just so the jury knows where to look?
Sure. At some point in the top center, there's a stop bar there, and that's where the black Impala will be visible for a little bit while it's stationed there. There's the Impala, top center.
Again, right at that intersection, almost in the center of the screen at the top.
Correct.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The victim and his entourage originally went east in the parking lot. They made a U-turn and came back west. So what we're seeing them is now coming back. This is taking the McRae's Ultima. They're going to come out of the parking lot, go onto Bush, where they can only make a right to go east. And in the top left of the screen, you'll see a left turn lane. They'll get into that left turn lane so they can make a U-turn to go back west on Bush towards McKinley. There's the victim's Charger in the turn lane, followed by Armani Turner's Nissan Altima making the U-turn. And then
What
taking
vehicles?
McRae's Nissan Altima.
Okay. Do you know at this point where, what is this, are we now going to where the USF poll cam is?
Yeah, yes, correct.
How far is the Truth 18 nightclub from Home to Suites on McKinley?
Approximately around a mile. It's, so you have Fowler here, and then the very next major cross is Bush. So, Truth 18 is near Bush and McKinley.
And what are we seeing here?
This is, the victim, and his entourage making a U-turn at McKinley and 40th, getting ready to go into the Home to Suites.
And this is the same video from the USF poll cam that we saw earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state authority into evidence 75C6 from the iCloud, Apple iCloud of the defendant Alicia Andrews. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this was a screenshot that was recovered from her iCloud. What is this? What is this a screenshot of?
So this is a screenshot of the camera pointing at the front of Truth 18, the two-story building with the lit up top portion there being the club.
In viewing the video footage from Truth 18 and the parking lot, did you see this gentleman in that coverage?
Yeah, I was able to align the video footage and saw where that gentleman was walking through the parking lot to get the time of when this photo was captured.
Okay, and what was the approximate time of that?
It was in the time frame that Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance were there for a little bit after 4 a.m.
And this would have been taken from her device, is that correct?
Correct.
And it is pointing in the direction, is this up here, what is this area?
So that's the top of the stairs where the victim came up. That's that area there.
And can you see that there are actually people up in that area at that time?
Yes.
And when you compared it to the video footage of the parking lot where you saw this gentleman, where was the victim's party at this time?
Most of them were inside.
And how close in time was it to when the victim and his party went up those stairs and entered into Truth 18?
Approximately 10, 15 minutes.
So whoever was holding her device actually took a photo of the door, is that correct?
Correct.
Sustained. So rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. The person holding Alicia Andrews' phone did what at that time to get the photo?
Took a photo, captured it. Yeah.
And what area in particular?
The front of Truth 18.
And that would have been after the victim had entered in through Truth 18?
Correct.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
When did you make contact with her?
In July. I can't recall the exact date, either the 7th or the 9th.
And how long were you with her?
Approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Yes, she's the young lady at this table here to my right wearing the brown sweater in the center there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you also make contact with Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And what day did you make contact with Isaiah Chance during the course of your investigation?
The first time, early hours of June 28th.
I'm going to show you it's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 35A and B. Do you recognize States 35A and 35B?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do both of these photographs fairly and accurately depict Isaiah Chance?
Yes, they do, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 35A and 35B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Detective, who is depicted in 35A?
This is co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
I'm going to show you 35B, who's depicted in 35B.
Again, co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And where does 35B come from?
This is from a Ring camera located at the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at during their time in Tampa.
You said that they stayed at a Tampa Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the address of that Airbnb?
Can I reflect? It's Gazebo Pond Lane. I don't know the exact numerical, though.
Yes, if it'll help refresh your recollection.
Please. $3703 Gazebo Pond Drive, Unit 1202.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
What county?
Hillsborough.
How far is this Airbnb from Teaser's nightclub?
Approximately a couple miles.
How far is this Tampa Airbnb at 3703 Gazebo Lane, Tampa, Florida, from Truth 18?
Approximately 1 mile.
How did you determine that the defendants were staying at this Tampa Airbnb?
From evidence extracted from co-defendant Rashad Murphy's phone.
I'm going to ask you about Mr. Murphy's phone, but at some point you had said that he was stopped in Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were alerted by the Georgia authorities that both he as well as the Silver Chevy Cruise were taken into custody in Gwinnett County, Georgia, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you refresh my, and refresh the jury's recollection, when did that occur?
That happened the early morning hours of June 26, 3 days after the homicide.
And you had the assistance of the Gwinnett County Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, was there a phone that was confiscated by a Detective Carter with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Correct.
And at some point, was there an extraction and a search warrant that was done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a phone that was actually in the possession of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as to the ownership of that particular phone that was taken into custody by Detective Carter?
It's a phone that him and his girlfriend Charmaine Steiger mutually share.
And you said that there was an extraction that was done, is that correct?
Correct.
And part of that extraction was that information that was collected by Detective Carter, was that relayed to you?
Yes, it was.
And in it, was there a message between that phone and a person named Anthony who owned an Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
time we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 110A through 110G.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Admitted.
Detective, did you receive all of the copies of the photographs and emails that Detective Carter sent you involved in this investigation?
I did.
And I'm going to first show you what's already into evidence, 65A through G. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And this particular photograph has the metadata from the extraction, is that correct?
Correct.
You also obtained copies, is that correct, that were a little bit more clear, is that correct?
Correct.
And is 110A a photograph, another photograph of what is depicted in 65A?
Correct.
And is that, what is that in 110A?
That is a photograph of the Florida driver's license of co-defendant Davion Murphy.
And that was a photograph that was on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 110B. Is that another screenshot of a story that was captured on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly is being shown?
A crime scene with a song tagged to it.
And Young and Ace, did that come to have meaning in the course of your investigation?
It did.
And how was that relevant to your investigation?
Young and Ace is one of the prominent rappers of the rival gangs that rival the victim's gang.
I'm going to show you 110C. Is this a photograph that was captured on that phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Correct.
And how is this relevant to your investigation?
It shows a photograph of two rifles on the floor there.
And were there two AR rifles that were used in this particular case?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you 110D. Is this another enlarged copy of the photo exhibits that Detective Carter sent you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And how is this relevant to your particular investigation?
The person depicted in this photo is wearing similar clothing to that scene of one of the shooters at our scene.
And did you request of Detective Drabeck to actually do and recover a video from Walmart where Rashad Murphy was buying certain items?
Correct.
And did you get a copy of that Walmart video?
Yes.
And when was Rashad Murphy in that Walmart video up in Jacksonville?
On the evening of Friday the 21st.
So he's wearing this clothing that Friday before the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see the video footage of how he was dressed at that Walmart?
Yes.
And was that similar clothing as to how one of the gunmen was dressed in the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
And 110E, what is that a photo of?
A screenshot of a contact in the phone, gutter man, with the number 904-309-4707.
And then was another exhibit that you got from Detective Carter, States Exhibit 110G. Is that again, a reproduction, an exact copy of the email that you saw that she provided you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Correct.
Can you tell me when this is dated?
Yes, so this is approximately 3:55 a.m. on the 22nd, so the early morning hours of Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and our homicide occurred when again?
Approximately 4:39 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And does this have the name of this is sent through an Airbnb app, is that correct?
Correct.
And does this owner, is this shown at the top who the owner is?
Correct.
Did you yourself determine who the owner of the Airbnb that is in Tampa, who that is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Anthony Alava.
At some point during your investigation, did you interview Anthony Alava?
I did.
Where does Mr. Alava reside?
Out of state.
How did you conduct an interview of Mr. Alava?
Over the phone.
And was he cooperative in this investigation?
He was?
Did he provide you information about that Airbnb?
Yes.
And is that this, when he's referring to this Lagoon Oasis check-in, is that the Airbnb that you just testified to that is at 3703 Gazebo Lane here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of this email exchange, Mr. Alava is requiring what as a part of the requirement in order for Rashad Murphy to get that Airbnb here in Tampa?
A picture of his driver's license.
And was a picture of his driver's license also obtained as part of that exchange that came from the extraction of the phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a driver's license, a Florida driver's license of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
At some point, did you actually receive from Mr. Alava video footage from the Ring camera for the time frame of when those people or when whoever it was that rented that Airbnb here in Tampa?
Yes.
What time period was covered for the rental of that Airbnb here in Tampa?
The afternoon to evening of the Saturday the 22nd to the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
Not only did you get video footage from Mr. Alava of the Ring camera, did you yourself go to that Airbnb and take video footage of the Airbnb and the surrounding backyard and the parking lot of the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where is the Ring camera located at that Airbnb on 3703 Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida?
It's at the front door if you're looking at the door off to the left.
Is there any other Ring camera on that property?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, states exhibit number. Oh, first, let me show you. At this time, we've introduced into evidence States Exhibit 60 and States Exhibit 61A, B, 1 through 5. Okay, admitted. And Judge, it's actually 61A through B, 1 through 5.
Okay. Detective, can you show us what is being shown in this video of 60?
Yeah, we just saw the front door with the camera off to the left, and now I'm walking around to the south side of the building to get to the only other door to that unit. These are some parking spaces on the south side of.
And is this behind where that Airbnb is?
It's the second unit in, so this is the back gate door to that unit.
And do you have to walk down this grassy dirt path to get there?
Correct.
Is there a timestamp on this video?
Yes, bottom right, 1955.
And is that an accurate timestamp?
It is.
And what's being shown here?
A defendant, Alicia Andrews, came up to the door, appeared to knock on it, and then turned around and walked away.
And what's the approximate time?
1956 now. This is defendant Alicia Andrews walking into the Airbnb.
Detective, does this have audio?
Yes.
I'm going to replay it with the audio. Hold on 1 second. Pause it right there. So did you obtain all of the Ring video activations for this front door from Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And is this on June 22nd of 2024, going into the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024, is there any other video footage of anyone captured on this front door Ring camera?
No.
Okay. Based on your investigation, did you determine more than just Alicia Andrews, who's
Rephrase.
based on your investigation, did you determine how many people were at that Airbnb during the course of June 22nd of 2024 and June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
How many people were there?
5 people.
Who were those 5 people?
The defendants in this case, Alicia Andrews and her co-defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy.
You see that at the time when Miss Andrews is first shown, what was the approximate time on this video where she's seen knocking and then shortly thereafter entering into the Airbnb?
Knocking approximately 7:55 p.m. on the 22nd and entering 7:56 p.m. on the 22nd.
Did you also obtain a search warrant for the defendant's phone records, her cell site information, and timing advance for her cell phone?
I did.
And in one of these videos, can you actually see her holding a pink phone?
Yes.
And based on your looking at the timing advance records of Miss Andrews' phone, did you determine when she arrived in the area of this Airbnb, and does it correspond with her entering into this particular Airbnb?
Yeah, her phone arrived into the vicinity of the Airbnb at approximately 7:52 p.m., 3 minutes before the activation on the Ring.
Okay. Did you also obtain cell phone records for the co-defendant in this case and boyfriend to the defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And what about Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site information, location data for both Isaiah Chance and SeanGathright's phone?
Yes.
And what time did both of their phones approximately arrive at this location?
Both of their phones arrived around the same time, 7:52 p.m.
And is there no other activation of this front door other than the defendant, Alicia Andrews, entering into this Airbnb?
On the 22nd, no.
And do you see if there, can you tell me what is shown in this front door angle where she immediately knocks and then eventually comes back?
Yes, so this camera is pointing east from the building to the parking spaces in front of the unit.
Are there any parking spaces that are open and empty for somebody to park in?
3 that I can see.
Do you ever see a black Chevy Impala?
I'm not wondering, hope you can hear me. I'm not wondering if in reality it's a nervous laugh. I don't know if I really don't think she thinks it's funny. I think it's more of a nervous laugh. In my humble opinion, I could be wrong. That girl could be back quite crazy. Just saying.
Pull up to this townhome?
No.
Do you ever see a silver Chevy Cruze pull up to this townhome?
No.
Did you have a phone record for the co-defendant Davian Murphy?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site location and data information from Davian Murphy's phone?
Yes.
Does it show his phone arriving at this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd of 2024?
It does.
What time does he arrive?
Approximately 7:57, 5 minutes after the first 3 defendants arrive.
And do you ever see Davian Murphy enter into this front door?
No.
What about Rashad Murphy
No.
on June 22nd of 2024?
No.
What about Sean Gathright?
No.
And that video that we just saw where we show a back door that you have, how far do you have to walk around to get to that back door and through that gate?
It's approximately a 50 feet walk from the front door.
And is there video footage that is collected from this Ring camera from June 23rd, 2024, after the homicide had occurred?
Yes.
Is this from the following day after the homicides occurred?
Yes, 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd.
And who's being depicted now on this Ring camera?
Isaiah Chance briefly stepped out.
And what time is it now on June 23rd of 2024?
2:58 p.m.
And what else is of note in this particular shot?
Isaiah Chance walks up to at this point in the investigation, an unrecognized vehicle.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews walking out.
What's she carrying?
Bags?
Day before, did you see anyone load bags into this Airbnb?
No.
Who do we see there?
Davian Murphy?
Ever see him enter the Airbnb on June 22nd of 2024?
No.
Is that another photo of him entering?
Correct.
Do you know where he got the stuff that he was carrying to that vehicle that's placed in the front of the camera? on this
Put on
Airbnb camera?
Yes, Sean Gateway.
And again, on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
Do we have any video footage of showing how he got into this Airbnb?
No, we do not.
What are we seeing here?
This is co-defendant Sean Gatewright coming back to the door and apparently talking to someone, giving him the code to the door.
Okay, and is that vehicle no longer there?
Yeah, yes, the vehicle SUV is gone now.
Do you see any black Chevy Impala in this video?
No,
And again, what direction is he walking in?
towards the rear door.
Who's the only defendant that is not shown in this Airbnb video?
Defendant Rashad Murphy,
What's his nickname again?
Ghost 187.
Now, I want to ask you about that vehicle that is pulled up where you can see that they're loading bags into that vehicle. During the course of your investigation, did you determine what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was an Uber.
And did you do research to locate which Uber came to that address at 3703 Gazebo Lane?
Yeah, I confirmed the exact Uber.
And, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes? Members of the jury, it's 5:10, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for the evening. So we are making good progress, okay? I just want you guys to know. And I know you guys have been very patient with us and working hard, and it's greatly appreciated. So we will be on our evening recess. Just remember my previous admonition. Don't do any independent research, talk to anybody about this case, or listen, watch, or read any news accounts or social media accounts, all right? Great. See you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.
8 a.m. over here. Well, y'all, another day in court, more drama. We had a lot of drama.
Okay, very good. All right, so Detective, same rules since you've not yet been cross-examined. You cannot talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including the prosecutors. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's talk about the defendant's interview with law enforcement, okay?
Yes, Judge.
So, if I'm hearing defense correctly, you want the information left in, the statements from Detective Ramos dealing with the potential penalty the defendant is facing to show what? So what is the context you're attempting to show?
So, the issue is for a complete position. What I want to show is what this detective is saying.
Get on the damn bike.
Why he's responding the way that she's responding. The conversation itself, the interrogation itself, if you cut out parts of it, you're going to misinterpret what she's saying, why she's saying it, and how she's saying it. There's points in time where the detectives are yelling, screaming, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're threatening her, sometimes they're telling her things about other people's cases and whatnot to get her to do and say certain things. So if you start cutting out pieces of what they're saying, and then you say, this is what Alicia Andrews said in the interrogation room, this is why she said it, or she's lying about this, tell the truth about that.
Well, hold on, because just the only thing at this point the state wants to take out are the statements or the representations the detective makes as to any potential sentence she's facing, correct?
Yes, sure. Judge, there are additional things, correct, but mostly it is the references to a life sentence, what will happen to her if she's in prison.
Well, what else are you trying to cut out?
Judge, there is a series of statements by the law enforcement officer that specifically references the evidence in the case and a jury. There are points that I want to take out where they're basically saying you're going to be convicted, you're going to be found guilty. Judge, I don't know why they would want that in there.
Me either, but they do, so.
Judge, and there are certain statements along those same lines where they're specifically talking about a jury and what the jury will find and what the jury will think, which I think is completely inappropriate statements to make to the jury. The jury's going to make what they want of the evidence on their own. They shouldn't be told by a detective what to think or what to make of the evidence.
And if they do not want the detective's statements, and the statements that he made, and again, this is not just about that she was going to serve a life sentence, because there are several more statements that the state is identifying. But if they don't want the statements to come in from what the detective said, then none of it should come in.
Okay, so state, why can this not be cured like with a limited instruction, similar to what is requested? Oftentimes when this comes up, it's because law enforcement will be confronting a defendant with other evidence, and there's an instruction that can be given that the jury's not to consider the opinions of law enforcement. So why can't that cure the problem?
Judge, normally it's the defendant asking for that.
I know, but we're not normal. Listen, I know. Listen, it's not your job, okay, to do their job. And it's not their job to do your job. They say they want the whole thing in. So now my question to you is, since they've made the decision, meaning the defense, that they want the whole thing in, why can a limiting instruction not cure the problem?
Judge, because it's not relevant. What the detectives are saying is it's not appropriate for the jury to even consider what the potential sentence will be.
I know, but can't I tell the jury that?
Judge, it is several statements of the detective saying you're throwing your life away, you're going to be in prison for the rest of the life. If we're talking murder one, you are going to be in for life. And then there are several more references to prison. He says things 30 to life that she's facing. There's even context where the detectives are saying that she could do life and all the other people in this case that really killed a person could get away with it. Like, all of that, I think, is misleading to the jury and inappropriate for the jury to hear.
And I don't understand how you take all of that out when there's more. I think the limiting instruction is just fine. If the court says to the jury, which it does in the jury instructions that are read before they go to the delivery, that the jury is not to consider a sentence or anything like that.
Well, I would give a limiting instruction at the time Detective Ramos testifies about the interview.
That's fine with me as well.
So that's what I'm inclined to do.
Judge,
No.
Sure.
Authorities handling this, but I'm pretty familiar with the case law on this. There's nothing wrong with the state redacting a statement in their case in chief. Under the rule of completeness, if we do a recording, if we redact a recording, depending on relevance and, of course, ruling upon relevance, the defense can then put the remainder on in your case in chief. Normally, I think what Ms. Doherty's trying to point out is it's normally the defendant trying to exclude portions of a statement, and that's not the case here. I realize that. But there's nothing to prevent us from chopping up this recording and putting in what we deem fit to put in, as long as it's relevant and deemed to be relevant by the court. The defense then has an opportunity in their case in chief to put the remainder in if they wish, if it's also deemed to be relevant by the court.
Well, they have to wait for the defendant's case in chief? Couldn't they ask pursuant to the rule of completeness that it be played in its entirety at the time it's admitted?
Right, and the way that works under at least the law that I reviewed, and I just looked at this last year on a case that I was preparing for trial on, they can present that in their case in chief.
Well, you guys need to get some case law. So I've looked at case law, okay? What I could find, both of you do. So I guess tomorrow you need to bring two versions. One that's redacted, the way you want it redacted. The second one that's not redacted. That's the whole thing. And so when it comes to sentencing, the penalty is irrelevant to the jury's sole responsibility of determining a defendant's guilt or innocence. That the jury cannot be privy to the myriad factors which must be considered in sentencing, and that the court's advising the jury of the possible penalty is wholly inconsistent with the jury's responsibility to disregard the consequences of its verdict and tends to encourage a deplorable phenomenon which has come to be referred to as, quote, jury pardon, close quote.
So I'll actually put case law on the record.
Okay.
For this rule of completeness issue, Whitfield versus State.
What's this, tell me the site.
It's 933 Southern 2nd, 1245 is the first DCA case from 2006, which states that when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require him or her at that time to introduce any other part or any other writing or recorded statement that in fairness ought to be considered contemporaneously and adverse.
Defendant have to put it on in their case in chief. It just requires that the interview or the statement has to be produced in its entirety when it's originally produced. Okay.
That's just the case law.
Right.
I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just citing.
Right. You're just affirming what I.
No,
Sorry.
there's something that
Okay.
that
So anyway, state honestly, you're gonna need to come up with something. Okay.
Judge, we'll send you case law tonight.
Okay.
I'm defense counsel.
Very good. So then, assuming it stays in, I'm inclined to give a limiting instruction where we tell the jury they're to disregard any opinions by law enforcement regarding any potential sentence. As we discussed during jury selection, the province of the jury is solely to determine the guilt or innocence, and the province of the court is strictly its mind to determine the appropriate sentence. Okay? Something to that effect. Okay? Very good. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Court's adjourned.
She's like, I am so over you guys. We're done. It's like, I'm done with you. I'm ready to go home, get my hot toddy. I'm done. We're calling it a day, boo. Snap. We're done. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Y'all. Oh, I just shouldn't have done that. I want to do this. I got to clean this up a little bit before I have an announcement to make. I have an announcement. I'm going to do something tonight. I didn't talk to my mods. So mods, if you don't want to attend this, perfectly fine. I got it. But I'm doing a late night pajama court watch. We're going to watch A Teacher Shot by First Grader Abigail Werner and Ebony Parker. We're going to watch it. It is got some legal issues I want to dive into. It's got some information that I would love to kind of explore. 9 p.m. Central Standard Time till midnight or maybe sooner. That still will give me midnight to 7 to sleep. So that's plenty of hours so I can do it. Don't have homework tonight. So I'm going to get in my PJs. We're going to have a pajama court watch. And I hope y'all want to join me. If you can join me, that will be fabulous. I would appreciate it. But if not, that's okay. You can watch it on a rewatch. I understand everybody's got lives. But that said, come join me. I have fun making that. It's Halloween-y tonight. I mean, we're getting close to Halloween. I really don't do much for Halloween. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, let's do our recap. All right. It was an emotional day for the cousin who presented who presented that they were present during the ambush. It took the stand and described the chaos of the shooting. Prosecutors emphasized trauma and fear experienced by the witnesses, painting the attack as a hellish onslaught. It was horrible. Then the forensic evidence came in. We had analysts talking about the ballistics and the autopsy confirming Foolio was shot over a dozen times. I don't know how the other people in the vehicle were not unalived and shot over a dozen times as well. I'm just saying. Surveillance footage from the hotel and nearby businesses were introduced yet again, showing multiple individuals fleeing the scene, allegedly including Andrews. It also showed her driving up and turning around. Defense strategy shifted. Andrews' defense team begins to distance her from the shooters, arguing that she was not present, nor was she a participant in the planning or execution. Well, guess what? Donna Adelson wasn't present and did not commit the crime, but she was a part of the planning, thus spending life in prison, what's left of it. Just saying, I would be handling that a little different, y'all. She didn't plan it. She had no prior knowledge. I'm just the whole gamut. I wouldn't just be saying she wasn't there. She didn't participate. They suggested that she was manipulated by the boyfriend, one of the alleged shooters, and lacked full awareness of the plan. Well, if you lacked full awareness, that means you had some awareness. If you had some awareness, you should have reported it. I'm just saying, it's an all or nothing burger for me. Prosecution's narrative tightens. The prosecution reiterated Andrews' travel from Jacksonville to Tampa with intent, cited text messages and social media posts that allegedly showed her anticipating the attack. They argued her role was not passive, but integral to the setup, including helping lure Foolio to the location. Day 6, tomorrow, is expected to feature expert testimony and more on the digital evidence. We had some of that today. We had Sailbright. We had the license plate capturing. So they're going to also probably introduce some more GPS data, which could further clarify Andrews' movement and communications before the unaliving. Yeah, y'all, it's a lot. Over a dozen bullet holes. Yeah. How the other people in the vehicle were not unalived in the same manner was a miracle. It really was. I really feel bad for the family. So tonight, don't forget, late night pajama court watch. That is going to be that, along with the international Wednesday worldwide. Was it the Wednesday World Watch? Wednesday World Watch. International cases. We're going to do it every 2 weeks. So we will not do it this Wednesday. We will do it next Wednesday. I already have a case I'm working on for next Wednesday, so I'll let y'all know what that is in the near future. But late night court watch will just only happen, late night pajama court watch will only happen during certain trials when we feel like it. It's not going to be a definite every so many night thing. It'll be something fun. But yes, definitely a miracle nobody else died in this onslaught of lead that flew that evening. Sorry he died. I'm so sorry he was unalived. Oh, thank you. Someone said, keep the faith. You've got great presenting style. So appreciate it. So we will see you. I'm going to go ahead and run. I'm going to go ahead and get dinner. I got a lot to do to get ready. So we will see y'all 9 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. West Coast, 10 p.m. East Coast, and 2 a.m. in the UK if you're up. I don't know. Good to see you. Glad to see you today. We'll hope to see you tonight. If not, we'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks for joining. And guess what? My cat's still laying on my thing. I'm sorry, y'all. My cat, I don't know. I hope she's okay. She's been laying on my footrest all day long, so I got to go take care of her. All right, guys. See y'all later. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time.